my name is Scott Melton. I'm from Central Washington, Yakima. We're over the Cascades. I don't live on the west side. I live on the east side. So we don't have the rain and stuff that everybody thinks Washington. Everybody thinks Washington is just Seattle. But on our side, we're high desert. We're on the edge of the Cascades. So we have cold and we have hot. We have snow. More weather like you guys see, but definitely not as intense as you guys probably get. But we do get the minus temperatures, and we do get this last year we get quite a bit of snow. I had about 3 foot in my yard for us. That's quite a bit. 3 foot in my yard for a month and a half. So we're back to normal weather again, it seemed like. But so kind of a little bit more about me is I grew up around refrigeration, ammonia. Our family had fruit orchards, apple orchards, and we packed fruit, and we had cold storages and CAs, controlled atmosphere storage. And so I grew up around the stuff my whole career, my whole life, and then in junior high we built a new complex. And when you're in junior high as a guy and they're building buildings and putting heavy equipment in, at least for me, I got the bug right there. I fell in love with it. Got out of high school, I had two choices: go to college and play football, which after looking at the guys I was going to be playing against, I go, I'm not big enough anymore. And the fact that I knew I'd drink beer for 4 more years and probably not accomplish a whole lot. So I went to trade school in refrigeration, 2-year school at J.M. Perry Tech School. And that's a full 2-year school. You go 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 years in refrigeration. Got out of that and went over to Portland, Oregon area. My grandfather in the ranch, our farms started needing help. And so I came back and went to work for a contractor in my hometown. And working for that contractor for about 12 years, in 2003 I fell off a screw compressor 12 foot in the air onto my head. What I did is I sat down with foam insulation, it broke, and I flipped backwards. Lit on my head, broke my back in 5 places, my sternum, my jaw broke my sternum broke my jaw, and closed head injury. And got up from that. And Labor and Industries in the state of Washington told me, well, we can train you to work at Sears selling tools because you've handled tools before. And I got it walked out. And I bought my own business doing infrared thermography, doing electrical inspections. I also hold an electrical license. In doing that, I met a guy named Sonny Basadula, and he was the facility service manager for Americold. Americold's the largest logistics company in the world. They have huge refrigerator warehouses. So I was doing scans for them, and Sonny and I became friends. He was the chairman of the board for ASCII, this group that I'm with now. And he asked me to come to one of their 32-hour classes. We'll have one in September again. We do those every year. We have 4 days in class, or 3 days in class, and 1 day releasing ammonia all day long. We release about 2,000 pounds of ammonia to the atmosphere every year during those classes, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. So I came to that, and I kind of fell in love with it. One of the things that really hit me right off the bat is, and I don't know how many people in here have ever had an event with the fire department where you had to work with the fire department for an emergency event? Anybody? I'll tell you what, if you don't understand those folks and you've got a hazardous chemical leaking out, things don't go well very often. And when I was running service in the Yakima Valley, I was the response team for a lot of fruit warehouses. Or my partners. They'd call up, they'd have ammonia leak, it's like, get here, fix it. And I'd show up. Well, that's not a very good emergency response in the first place. One person isn't the right move. So we do that, and then the fire department show up, and I'd be doing something that to the trade was smart, but then looked really stupid. So we didn't get along very well most of the time. And when I went to ASCII, I met Gary Smith, the ex-fire chief, and when he said, I want to learn more from you, I was just like, yes. Finally, a fireman that wants to listen to me. I had to get that out before the firemen show up. But no, they get strong-headed because I want you guys to understand something. Their only perspective when they show up, until you prove that's okay, is life safety. If you can't prove life safety to them, they're done with you. And when I was going, I'm alive, what's your problem? That wasn't life safety to them. I was risking things and risking my life at times in their opinion. So you got to understand that. So that was kind of my start with ASCII. I had my own business. Got pretty busy for a while. But in about 08, 09, when the economies dropped, I took it hard. My business, I lost 60% in 3 months. So I started working for ASCII a lot. And more fell in love with instruction and being with people like yourselves and being able to sit here and talk to, just normal people out doing a job every day and make sure that everybody gets home safe. And I kind of fell in love with that. Well, the economy turned around and I got all my business back and was working too much for ASCII and working too much for myself, and I was never home, so I took a third job. Made a lot of sense. Working for a contractor, and that lasted about a year, and I was realizing now I'm in real trouble and I got to do something. And about that time, ASCII called me up, and probably one of the most humbling moments in my life, they asked me to be vice president of this organization. And it's an international organization now, and I still stand here today just in awe of the fact that anybody gave me this opportunity. It's like, what? You made me? But it's really a blessing. And it's a blessing because of you folks, and I really mean this, is the people I get to stand with every day when I teach, and the people that I know our instructors are out teaching. We're all here to work together, and you guys are the ones that make this worthwhile. So, be part of this class today. Join in this class. Enjoy this class to the best of your ability, because if we have fun here today, we'll all learn something. We'll all go home from this a little bit better off than we were when we got here. So I've taken that position, and full-time I still own my business. I did resign from Central Washington Refrigeration, doing PSM for those guys, and I've been on the road ever since. Hopefully next year we can reduce that a little bit. But I might have to come back to Canmore if there's any more opportunities. What a great place. You guys are truly blessed to live here. I mean, imagine in the middle of the winter you're not feeling that way, huh? When there's feet and snow everywhere, but it's a beautiful place. So that's a little bit about me. Now I want to ask you guys to do something. I want to go around the room and I want to hear your names. They're out there, but I want to hear about you. What your position is, kind of what you do, your experiences with ammonia, and if you have something in your head you want to learn today, something about ammonia you want to know, ask it now. I got material here I could go on for 2 weeks about it. So there may be things that you want to know about that I don't cover. And if you don't ask now, please ask by the end of the day. And I'll probably create more questions than I actually answer sometimes in the trainings, because there's things that are going to be, more things to think about. So I want to know more about you guys as we get started. Fredo?
Hi, my name is Fred. I've been working for the town for a few years now. I'm an operator. And my experience with ammonia, when we drain the chiller, I smell it a little bit, and that's pretty much what I do. I want to make sure you don't want to smell too much. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, very good.
My name is Trent. Been working here for 3 months. Started. Experience with ammonia. Just can kind of smell it, cleaning products and that, and open up the fridge every day. That's about it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Joe. Been working here for a while, and I've been assisting in the plant room with the FMTs. What I'd like to learn today will be how to get a relationship with the firefighters.
Good. We'll do that. Now, hopefully they get here today, and we'll definitely touch on that. And that's a great goal, too, because when everything's going wrong, those guys can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And I've been in both places. And when they're your worst enemy, it gets bad. And I was telling these guys yesterday, the worst case scenario that I ever saw was a guy that was in timeout in the back of a sheriff's car because he didn't get along with them very well. Don't end up in timeout in the back of the sheriff's car. And turn your phones off.
Whoa. Sounds like Sega.
Whoa, country.
It's the best thing.
All right, so now that we got that out of the way, go ahead.
So I'm Sebastian. I'm working here for 4 or 5 years. I have no special relationship with ammonia. I'm here to learn. That's it.
Well, special relationship with money would worry me anyway, so I'm not sure what you mean there.
I
We'll
want
talk
to
about that on the
understand.
side. I'm kind of curious.
Thomas been part-time here for 3 months, I guess. And yeah, pretty much household chemicals, that's about it.
All right.
I'm Dylan, been here for about a year now, and same thing, just nothing.
Thanks.
Ryan Shipley, been here for 5 years, and yeah, I've been working on the neighborhood, and in and out of it, I guess. I've never really had any close calls with ammonia, but it's not the kind of shit. Like,
What was the last name again, Ryan?
Lenny.
What's that?
Sorry, what was the last what?
Last name?
Lenny?
Lenny. Okay. Never mind. And I do have tone deafness from my injuries. So there's certain words, sometimes it sounds like people are speaking French to me. So if I ask a lot of questions, I apologize. It's like, you said what? And I won't tell you right now what I thought you said, so we'll get to it later. Go ahead.
My name's Brett. I'm one of the shift leads as well. I've been working with ammonia plants and hockey rinks for about 10 years. And I have a little bit of experience with ammonia. I went to the ammonia safety training day in Calgary last year through ASD. And I've done my power engineering, so there's refrigeration in that, so I have a little bit of experience.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, an experience in refrigeration and electrical and all the trades, for everybody in this room, you learn those things right now with the people, the lack of people we have in the industries and the trades right now. The future is very bright for anybody that's good at being able to work in any of the trades. We're definitely needing people around the world.
My name's Jamie. Been working here for 2 months. New to ammonia too. It's my first ammonia job. Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
I'm Janine, and I've been here for 7 years now. I've been in and out of the plant room, and about the only experience I have is when we drain the chiller.
Okay, draining oil, right?
Draining the oil.
Yeah. Very good.
I'm Jeff Tom. I've worked here for 10 years and another rink for 10 previous to that, so I've been working on rinks since I was 15. So far I don't have any negative experience with ammonia. I've had to add oil and drain chillers and all kinds of things like that. That's been an issue. I had a coworker working in a previous place of employment that he had a pretty bad incident where he got gassed pretty good and spent a few days in the hospital. Nearly lost his eyesight.
And we will definitely talk about that today, Jeff. I mean, the whole idea about masks and PPE, it's so critical. And what rink did you work at before this one? Unless it gets you in trouble or something.
Carlton Place, so it was a small town outside Ottawa.
Okay. Cool. All right.
My name is Dan Peters. I work at the Canmore Rec Centre for the town of Bath. I used to work here years ago in a part-time capacity, so I'm familiar with this rink as well. But worked for the town, and my experience with ammonia was probably not a very pleasurable one. We discharged our entire system 2 years ago.
In Banff?
In Banff.
Ooh, nice. No, I'm not being facetious either, but from my perspective, it's like, I need to hear more from you. How'd it go? I mean, was it pretty, obviously not well.
It was pretty sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a pressure relief valve replacement, and they just didn't isolate properly, and they tapped it, it popped off. And the mechanic that was on the ladder was lucky to be alive. I think he got it right in the face. And then I got to see ammonia. I've never seen it in the atmosphere change state like that, so that was pretty gnarly. And the plant room did what it was supposed to do. It ventilated it properly, and no one got injured. And it was this time of year, like 2 years ago, right around this time, so the building was very unoccupied. Ice was already out, so we were really lucky. And the winds weren't blowing towards the town; they were shifted back towards the northwest side. So it's a lot of good conditions in our favor. But yeah, it could have gone really, really sour.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing about ammonia releases, you guys. I've been on a lot of them, been around a lot of them that nobody ever knows about. That's really pretty much the case most of the time. We're close, we almost had, and we make it, but it's that moment that changes from that to catastrophic so quickly with ammonia. And it's not because ammonia is this big, bad, awful chemical. It's because the wrong direction of wind, maybe this in the summer when there's a lot of people in town, and you just happen to have some people standing in the right place, and now all of a sudden we got a much bigger event. The contractor guy falls off the ladder and dies. These are how these things go from bad to really ugly, really, really fast. Perfect timing, guys. Come on in, sit down.
Lukewarm coffee, that's
Yeah, and it is lukewarm. It's got caffeine in it though, Randy, so I'm good. All right, So great, and I'll probably refer to your story a little bit more throughout the day. When you guys sign in, make sure it's legible, so we'll get you a certificate out of this, and if you don't put it legible, then you'll get a certificate that doesn't have your name on it. So, and don't put doctor on it, okay? I don't want to see that, unless you're really a doctor. LA County fireman did that to me one time. Every one of them was a doctor. I asked them a doctor and what, they said proctology, and I'm not sure what they were getting at, but Randy, go ahead.
So yeah, my name is Randy. I probably have the least amount of ammonia experience in this room. I don't go on the plant every day, but it is my responsibility to make sure that those people that go on the plant have the tools and the knowledge they need to do the job safely.
Very good. Yeah, and talking to Randy and the team here yesterday, it's pretty obvious that everybody's got a really great attitude. And that's the biggest thing that is important to me in this, is having a positive, safe attitude. Because if you come at work that way, stuff still can happen to you. I don't care how much you try, there can always be a mistake. But if you come at work with a blasé attitude or a terrible over-fear, you're in a bad spot. I ask people all the time how many people are afraid of ammonia, and quite a few hands, and then I asked also, well, how many people respect it? What I want at the end of this class is respect ammonia. You need to respect electricity. You need to respect the propane that you use on a Zamboni or whatever you use. You need to respect these different chemicals and things that we have around us. But we don't need to fear them, because fear a lot of times makes us not learn what we need to learn. Want to hear from our fire guys back here? What we're doing is your name, your kind of position, what you do, and your experience with ammonia. To start out with.
Rob Evans Davies, Canmore Fire Rescue. I've been doing this for 18 years now. Captain at the fire hall. I haven't actually been on an ammonia call, except when I was working paramedic in Cochrane, and we just did standby at their rec center. Other than that.
Very good. Anything about ammonia you'd like to learn today that you know?
It'd be a good refresher to go over how to deal with it. We always use our ERGs, or Candy Tech guides, when we get a call, regardless. And so it'd be good that we meant to bring those. But we've got one in the truck.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll try and reference that throughout the day.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm Brad Johnson, at Canmore Fire for 3 years.
Can I sign your sheet?
Every night. No experience with ammonia. Lots of experience with chlorine.
Well, you can deal with chlorine, you can handle ammonia. Chlorine scares the hell out of me. And we got a guy coming in, I think this afternoon, that works at the pool, and we're finding out they do have liquid chlorine on site. So in the States, we're seeing a lot less chlorine. And if we do see it, we're seeing it in a mixed, water mix. It's just, chlorine is just so nasty when they have the 2-tonners. But out in Tabor, Canada, you guys know where Tabor's at? I imagine everybody around here knows Tabor. The ConAgra there now, Land West, and they have 6 to 8 2-ton cylinders on site all the time, and they're moving these things. It scares the hell out of me. If you break a nozzle off one of those ones, I'm just running. I'm not coming back. I just resigned my position. I told these guys earlier, I'm Scott Melton, by the way, and I'm from Central Washington, Yakima area. And I worked in ammonia refrigeration pretty much my whole life. Been with ASCII for quite a while, and I'm full-time with them now. So, and we were started by a firefighter, fire chief, in Monterey. In fact, Gary Smith ran the largest earthquake disaster. You guys all remember when the earthquake, it's La Palma or La Palma or something. But remember when Oakland was playing in the baseball game that had the earthquake? The epicenter of that earthquake was the area that Gary Smith, our president, was chief over. And he actually ran that whole event. He didn't go home for like 2 weeks. So a lot of what we teach today, some of the stuff for you guys is instant pan stuff. You guys do it every day probably. It's nothing new to you guys, but we're trying to get everybody to work on that same page. So when you guys show up, we communicate CAN reports, things that we can all work together. So even though some of it may be redundant to you guys, help us with that. Share with us your thoughts and concerns as you respond to an event here. We'll also talk today some about, I did walk the facility yesterday, you don't have a lot of ammonia here. You have very, it's 750 pounds, 700 pounds, even 1,000 pounds of ammonia, your impact is is minimal, but 1 cup of ammonia to my face is an emergency event. So it depends on where it goes. And some of the things we looked at yesterday is where does it vent to. And so we'll talk about some of those things today, and I know that this facility is going to make some design changes, not just because of that, but to fix these things. So one thing I want to challenge everybody in here to do in that is if you have thoughts, you haven't been here long, Dylan, but you see something and it doesn't make sense, bring it up. Do you know that the space shuttle, one of the astronauts that flew in the space shuttle, I think he had 12 missions, did a speech for us at an International Institute of Ammonia Refrigeration conference. And he talked about a bunch of things, but the one thing that was very interesting is that he was sitting in a meeting and they were trying to figure out how to eject out of the space shuttle. If things went wrong, to eject. Well, when you're in space, you don't eject. So it was kind of a redundant, it was kind of a stupid question, most people thought. But now on the way up, and look what happened to Columbia. Columbia happened after that. And they just thought they should have a way to eject, but it was very difficult, and they couldn't come to the answer. And they never did get an answer, but the closest they came, and this is an honest story, the closest they came to an answer was a janitor sweeping the floors that happened to walk in the back of the room. And he's listening to him talking, he goes, I hope I don't get in trouble here, but I kind of got an idea. And it was the closest idea they had. The NASA engineers all went, that's a good idea. So sometimes what you see and you perceive as you work around this facility may be extremely valuable to Randy and the team and the people as they try to figure out what to do with this facility. And then input from our fire departments and what they think is really important. I will challenge you today with some ideas. If you've been around ammonia some, understand I'm not here to tell anybody what to do, but I'm going to give you the facts about ammonia so that you can make good choices. That's what this whole class is about. Because I can't expect you or even myself to understand everything we need to know once it happens. Because every event's different. Every single one of them's different. And so there's no way to predict what we need to do. The first thing I want to do when we start out is talk about ammonia a little bit. And this is something that's really important. Ammonia, is ammonia a big, bad, nasty, man-made chemical that's carcinogenic and everything else? No, it isn't. It's natural to our universe, our Earth, and in fact, without it, we wouldn't be the same planet we are. The nitrogen cycle is what makes everything grow. And ammonia is a big part of the nitrogen cycle. Ammonia is the only refrigerant seen by, and I'm not a big advocate of them, but Greenpeace is the only refrigerant they accept as a clean green refrigerant is ammonia. The only one. CO2 is there now too, I think, but CO2 has problems with operational things that you guys, couldn't deal with. So, ammonia's green, it's natural to our environment, it runs in your body all the time. Every single day of your life, you process ammonia. You go eat a big steak, you process quite a bit of ammonia. A cow will produce 1 ton of ammonia a year. This is where you guys are lucky in Canada. You've got some regulation, and provincially and across the country there is some chaos. But you guys are pretty new to the whole regulatory thing when you look at the states, okay? I'm telling you. It's a whole lot different because in California they have to count up all their cows and report how much ammonia they lost each year. I mean, it goes a little bit far in the state. So as you guys are out there, run safe facilities so your government doesn't have to step in and tell you to do stupid things, okay? Just a side thought. But what is the first alarm of ammonia? Smell. And it's the biggest reason most people are afraid of ammonia. But it's the biggest reason we shouldn't fear ammonia. It tells you when it's there. If you smell ammonia and you respond to ammonia, getting away from it at that point in time, there's very few times you're ever going to get hurt. Because at the point you smell ammonia, you'll see in the health and medical aid every day, the point you smell it, you're a long ways from hurt. A long ways. Chlorine, you see, that's why I'm scared of chlorine. When you smell chlorine in a pure stance, you're just a little bit from being hurt. So we got a big window. And I'll tell you what, go ahead.
Roughly how many parts per million can the average person smell?
Of ammonia?
Yeah.
5 to 20 parts is when you start noticing it, somewhere in there. And we'll get to that in the medical today, but that's a great question. You're mostly going to smell that there. And I don't know if we ever came up with a meter for today.
No. So that
we may do a little bit of ammonia in that engine room today anyway, because I can go in there with you guys and I can get a pretty good rough estimate of where we're at.
Our meter does.
It will do it. Oh, it's just not. Yeah, we have to get a little chip for it around.
That's what I thought was the case. I just didn't want to.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
I called and found out after we talked yesterday.
You guys got ammonia meter, guys? You have an ammonia
We
meter?
do, but I don't want to use it because it's gonna,
Yeah. No, understood.
this
I'm with you.
I'll get.
Yeah, and then you got, yep, not sure, you don't have to go any further. Sometimes you go, yeah, I want to try it out, or whatever, and then we'll use it.
My first thought was, yeah, we'll grab it, and then my second thought was like,
I don't want to answer to that one.
it's not dirty.
We'll just put a little bit of ammonia in there, and it'll be at a level low enough to where everybody can smell a little bit, and we'll talk about that if we can get some time this afternoon. But 5 to 20 parts is where most people smell it. If you're around it a lot, like when I was working in the trade, I couldn't really notice it till it was much higher than that because of the olfactory fatigue that takes place when you eat ammonia every day of your life. It burns up your ability to smell it. It's kind of along the lines, have you ever been around anything stinky? I mean, if you spend enough time there, pretty soon you don't smell it. Paper mills is my perfect example for me because paper mills reek. And I've worked in paper mills and been in there where it's just like you think you're going to throw up. And by noon, I can't smell it anymore. So what occurs is that you just get used to that smell. So 5 to 20 parts. But that is the most wonderful thing about ammonia. So you start smelling it, you're alerted, aren't you? I got something up. Now for you guys, you may need to investigate a little bit further. I think if your system back here is in a little building, right, and you smell a little bit outside the door, what that just told you is you may need to go further, but sure as God don't grab that door and yank it open and barge right in. Because you might have just walked into a bad moment. How many people in here have been locked up by ammonia? And I'm talking where you can't breathe, like you get the wind knocked out of you. Anybody? I've done it way too much. So I'm going to tell you something that's scary. And it's terrifying. And we'll get into that in the medical a little bit, but that's what can occur. Now, just because you locked up, and we'll get more into this in the medical, but just because you locked up doesn't mean you're going to die. Get out of the environment. Get to fresh air. Your body will breathe again. But when it breathes, you need to be in fresh air. So you need to move immediately to a fresh air environment. Okay? That's your only goal at those moments. But I'll tell you what, every time I've been hit, the first thought was, I'm dying. Because when you can't breathe, that's what you think. You had the wind knocked out of you, that's kind of that same feeling, oh my God, I can't breathe. So I just really want to hit on the fact that ammonia isn't this terrible, dark, terrible chemical that a lot of people like to perceive it as. It's very natural, it's very much, and you'll see in the video I'm going to play here, there's a lot of uses for it. In fact, running vehicles on it. You know, the first real large use, ammonia was being used before then, but World War II was the first real heavy use of ammonia by any one country. And Hitler was fighting a war against the world. He couldn't feed all his people because he was landlocked. He didn't have a way to feed all his people and troops. And so they'd go to Argentina and get back guano out of the caves and bring it back. And that was ammonia, is what they were doing, is they're getting ammonia out of it. And because they couldn't get enough ships towards the end of the war, he had some really great scientists, right? And they, Fitz and those names, I can't ever get them right. There were 2 scientists he had that actually were the first ones to develop the means of cracking ammonia, making ammonia. So he used it then, and he ran his vehicles on ammonia back in those days. The only products that come out of your exhaust pipe on an ammonia vehicle are water and CO2. Totally no damage to the environment. The ozone, there's no ozone depletion with it. But this gets to the facts for you guys, because we know it is dangerous to you guys, and that's another reason we fear it so bad. But I want to tell you right now, and we'll get to it more later, is ammonia toxic? No answers? Any thoughts? Have you heard it's toxic? Yeah. Is water toxic? If I was to ask you, is water toxic? Yeah, you drink enough of it in a fast enough period of time, and that's the key for ammonia. How much are you exposed to, and how long are you exposed to it for? Because there was a college football player, somewhere in the East here a few years back that got out of practice and guzzled tons of water and killed himself. So anything can be toxic. I have a friend, Paul Noni, he's a toxicologist, PhD doctor in toxicology. I mean, he's highly trained, and he says that's the first thing they teach them in toxicology school, is every single substance known to man is toxic. So let's get over this toxic thing. Yeah, it's toxic. And what you need to know is when does it become at a high enough level to really add danger to your life. So it is toxic, but it's not a poison like other things. And when I talk poisonous, there's chemicals out there, one drip. I worked at a chemical company, and in the 4-hour meeting about the 600 chemicals they have, they told me This one chemical, one drop on your skin, you got about 7 seconds and you're dead. You got to get to water right now. And I said, thanks. Got up and they said, where are you going? I said, I'm going home. I'm alive still. I'm not staying in your plant. And they assured me we wouldn't get in those areas, so we worked. So that's a toxicity, or that's a poison. So a poison is something that's in your system and is killing your kidneys, your liver, your nervous system, and it continues to kill you after exposure. With ammonia, I'll tell you one simple fact. You get exposed to ammonia, you get outside, you get fresh air, paramedic checks you out, you're breathing fine, you have no swelling in your throat or larynx, you have no skin burns, your eyes are fine. It's not getting worse. Period. End of story. So if you're exposed at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and you go home tonight, and at midnight you wake up going, oh my God, I can't breathe, that's a perceived thing. Okay? But we have a lot of people go to the hospital for ammonia later on, even after being checked out, because they believe they were poisoned. You're not poisoned like that with ammonia. Okay, there is not. Now, health effects can be chronic from long-term exposure, and anything that you irritate. One time I worked for about a week and probably about 250 parts per million for a whole week. Not constantly, but throughout the week. And that was the first episode of pneumonia I ever had in my life. Now, they say it wasn't because of ammonia, but I think it was. I mean, it irritated my lungs for day after day. I mean, of course I made my life worse. But short-term exposures don't have any long-term effects on your life. So I just want you to understand, when you hear people all panicked about ammonia, it's an abnormal fear. Okay? It's a fear because we know this stuff's there. People ignore the fact that they drive around with gasoline in the back of their car that can explode. They ignore the fact that they're smoking a cigarette. I love this one. When people are smoking a cigarette going, damn, ammonia's bad stuff. It's like, wow, you're just sucked in ammonia in your lungs because when you burnt that cigarette, you made ammonia. So just understand that. Just play the video here about some of the uses of ammonia. I think you'd be kind of surprised.
Ammonia is the most popular chemical that is used in the world. That is true in more ways than you may be aware of. Ammonia is used to keep food, pharmaceuticals, and other perishables fresh and safe for consumption. A third of the world's population owes their existence to the additional food production provided by ammonia fertilizer. Ammonia is also used to control air pollution and to keep our drinking water safe, as well as to sanitize your home. The use of ammonia is becoming even more popular. For example, ammonia has long been recognized as a potential non-carbon-based fuel. A prototype ammonia-fueled automobile engine now exists that produces zero harmful emissions. We live around ammonia every day, and plant owners are aware of their need to use it safely and to have an emergency plan that quickly detects and stops problems before the release spreads to dangerous levels.
So there's a real key point at the end. We have a lot of uses for it. The real key point you need to hear is we need to stop it before it gets big enough to be a problem. That's our whole goal in this. Because the amount of ammonia that gets out to the community is where the real problem comes in. The ammonia itself isn't the problem, it's how much ammonia gets there. But the car thing, we hear all the time in the States about needing an alternative fuel. We have it right now. Those cars are out there running. And they have no damage to the environment whatsoever, and it's what it is, a hydrogen vehicle. Because what are the two parts to ammonia? Do you guys know? Most of you guys don't have much ammonia experience, so I want to do this right off the bat with you guys. It's NH3. That's your molecular structure of ammonia. And what does that mean? So, go ahead.
Nitrogen, hydrogen.
Yeah, 1 nitrogen and 3 hydrogens. Okay, so it's got a lot more hydrogen than nitrogen. Nitrogen's inert. Nitrogen is the largest part of the air we're breathing right now. But it's got a lot of hydrogen in it. And the reason that it works well as a fuel is it's a hydrogen vehicle is all we're creating. But it's a way to carry the hydrogen. Because the reason we don't have hydrogen vehicles is because of the fact that storing and containing hydrogen is not an easy thing to do. Ammonia is our answer. And in Australia right now, they're not just doing a little bit. It looks like that. I predict right now from what I'm seeing that the vehicles that the first country to really use ammonia is going to be Australia. And once they do it and do it successfully, the rest of the world will follow. So, but the NOx emission, that's another use of it. When you put it in stacks, if you burn coal, they use it in a lot of coal generation plants. They inject ammonia in and/or use ammonia as a scrubber agent, and it knocks down all the bad stuff out of the air, or so it doesn't get out in there. So ammonia's got a lot of good uses, and it's just not this terrible chemical. Just understand, if we didn't have ammonia, we'd look like Mars. They say what do you have to have for a planet is water, but you also have to have that nitrogen cycle. You also have to have that whole process. So just a little bit about ammonia. I don't want you to fear ammonia. It's this terrible, terrible, awful, chemical. It's a great, wonderful chemical. And if we didn't have it, we couldn't grow the food we have. And if it was so terrible, how can we pour it on fields all over the world and not have people on the news going, our food is contaminated by ammonia? You ever heard that once? Never once, because it's not contaminated, because it'd be a lie. I will show you West Texas today, and there are some bizarre ideas. Let's talk about the chaotic curve a little bit. And for you guys in here, you need to understand something. Hey, to my fire guys back there, in every emergency event you go on, is there chaos? To some degree? It can be. Yeah. Pretty much always chaos when you show up, and then you try to grab that and bring it back to normal, right? Yeah. So when you have an emergency event, you guys, you're going to have chaos. Your job is to grab that chaos and get it back to normal as soon as possible. If you don't have a plan, if you're not prepared, and you didn't sit in a class like this, and ammonia's coming out, you may have no idea what to do. So your chaos goes up, and it stays up. Okay? And what happens a lot, when we made this graph, this is the story we made it for, is these are the facilities that we see around, especially in the United States, that say, I'm not going to train nobody. I'm not going to do anything about this ammonia because it's too expensive. You get a facility that has 6 and 7 engine rooms, huge amounts of ammonia, and they got to train 50 and 100 people. We train in Park Rapids, Minnesota. We train 180 individuals every single year for that facility. That's a huge impact on that company. But they know how important it is that they do that training. They've been doing it for 12, 15 years now. But the people that say they don't train their people because it's more expensive, I'll just wait till after this is over with. It won't matter. I'll pay the fines if they fine me. You know what they say every time to me is they don't give one hoot about any of you people in this room. Because you know who's going to get hurt by ammonia? It isn't our firefighters back there. It isn't our community in reality. It's you. It's the guy that went into drain oil and something went wrong. It's the contractor up on the ladder who was doing a job and made a mistake. Those are the people dying in this industry. And that's why I get so passionate in these rooms, because I know it's you that is going to have that opportunity to get hurt. And I don't want that to occur. Because you get hurt by ammonia, you got to try. Or you got to be not paying attention. Or you got to be at the point where you have no idea and you end up with this chaotic curve up top. Okay? And in the States, I always like to say, well, we don't have a plan, so those companies don't have a plan, right? We're just going to evacuate our people. That's all we have to do by law. So they get out to the sidewalk and they're all standing there, and these wonderful gentlemen back here from the fire department show up, and they show up and they say, what's going on? You say, got a ammonia leak over there. And they say, well, what are you doing about it? Well, nothing. We want you to fix it. But that kind of information, a facility you've never been to before, things are going to slow way down, aren't they, my friends? You're not going to get in a hurry about this. And I always tell these facilities, get a lawn chair in case of fear, because you're going to be there for a long time. And this chaos is going to stay up. The chaos is going to get better on the outside because they're going to make sure it does. But inside your facility, your ice and in fact, you can't have this ice rink running and you're going to miss hockey games for a week. Those are the kind of things we need to avoid. That's the chaos you got to live with. So how do we get better? How do we get closer to a flat line on the chaotic curve? What do you guys do in the fire department to help yourself to deal with the chaos of emergency events? Train. And you hit it right on the head. Training is the answer to everything. And you're doing it today. And by being in this class, and you guys that went to our safety day, it was Bob Cole and Troy Baker from Honeywell. I thought about it, and I know that's who it was. You guys came to that training, and that changed whether you know it or not, changed your dynamic of working with ammonia. Because as soon as you learn something, it's not because it's us that asked you, it's because you went out and you went to try to learn. You started controlling your chaos. So I'm going to go over, and I don't have a book now. Give me that book that's not being used. I need that. If we can use it. So on page, I believe it's like 16. No, it's not on 16 hours. Okay, it's on 25. We revamped our book. I got the whole number in my head. I'm going to run a little drill with you guys. And I'm going to show you something that I really want to emphasize this morning is pre-emergency planning and training. Because being prepared before emergency is the best way to keep that chaotic curve flat. If we just show up to work every day and just say, hey, we're going to run the rink the way we've always run it, we're not going to worry about that emergency event because it isn't happening, you're going to be right 99.9% of the time. But that 1/10 of the time when you're not right, your world's going to come to a screeching halt. But I will also tell you at the end of this little event how it can change your life on everyday occurrences. So I'm going to grab one person in the room. I'm going to grab Dylan. Now I'm going to take you outside your realm here, but I want to make the point here today. So it's not necessarily what you would do at your facility, but I want to show you what can occur. And you can take this to any level of your operation, including draining oil. Okay? So, hey Dylan, morning. I need you to go change a valve out. This valve out. It's kind of above the engine room out there. It's up in the air, man. Get that thing changed out. I got work to do, man. Get that fixed. You comfortable? Please don't say yes. No. I gave you a pen and said it was a valve. Okay. It's a simple answer, Dylan. No, I'm not comfortable. Has that ever happened? And you don't have to answer that, Dylan, but think about it, everybody in this room. Has it ever happened where you handed a job you weren't prepared to do? And what are you going to do, Dylan, when you want this job pretty bad? Do it. Thank you for being honest. Some people, I'm not going to do it up. BS! I've been there. I was handed a stack of work orders my first day out of trade school it's huge. And a Thomas guide. We didn't have GPSs back then. We used a Thomas guide to help you find where to go. And I came back 12 hours later with the same stack and a book that was all tore to hell because I couldn't find where I was going that day. My day was all chaos. And I'm telling you what, I tried hard that day. But I didn't ask one question the whole day. So we will do those kind of jobs. And is Dylan at risk right now if he goes out to do a job without knowing what he's doing? Absolutely, including draining oil. And I'll bring it back to that. Having dead man valves, spring-loaded valves, being prepared to do an oil drain is critical. We've had more releases on oil drains than probably anything else man-caused like that. So Dylan, you're not comfortable. Now what about me when I walk away? Am I connected? Now I always say this, am I responsible? And people are like, hell yeah, you're responsible. Yeah, I am. Because I'm the management, right? I'm the person that gave the task. But did I have connection when I walked away? You saw what I did. I got other work to do. Do you think that I'm connected to this? And does that ever happen? We all, and anybody in this room can end up in a management position. I don't care where you're at now, Dylan, or what you're doing in life, you can end up in that position. And when you start managing people, it is so easy to go, just get it done. I got other things to do. I've done it to my own people. I run huge crews and I've done the same thing. So it's easy to do. And when I'm disconnected, you're not knowing what you're doing. Where are we heading right now? We might as well call these guys right now and say, hey, come on over and just set up because we're getting ready to hurt somebody. We're setting up to hurt somebody today. So we want to think about that as we're starting into this drill, as being prepared. All right. It's funny how something like a radio can just squirrel, just distract the mind. Dylan, none of my business. Shut up, go to work. Dylan, so we're going to do this right this time, Dylan. I want everybody to follow on this list because we're going to do this better this time, Dylan. I still don't have a valve for you because I didn't apply it this time. But hey, Dylan, I got a valve out by the engine room I need to change out. We're going to go over this process of how we're going to do this, and I want to go over it with you. How are you feeling this morning, by the way?
Good, thank you.
Good. You feeling okay today? So it's important for me to ask him how he feels?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be ammonia related to do what I'm talking about. And who said yes? Why is it important, Brett?
Because Dylan could be super hungover, or just not feeling himself, or have other things on his mind
and we laugh, but it's so true. I remember in the trade seeing guys take the oxyacetylene and turn on the oxygen and breathe that oxygen with hangovers, and they're going to try to work that day. Because oxygen will make you feel better on a hangover. Just a little side note there. So the reality is we need to know how he's feeling because he can't do his job well without it. Okay, if he's not feeling well. You know the day I fell? I was running 102-degree fever, sick as a dog. I called into my shop in the morning and said, because I'm supposed to also have a partner with me that day, because we're going to do some major stuff. I got to the job, my partner couldn't go. I got to the job, started working on it. It wasn't failing. They didn't need the piece of equipment. I called the shop, said, I'm sick. I don't want to do this today. Scott, we got a stack of workers back in the office for you. Get busy. Yeah. What did I just do? Think what I just said. I'm sick. I want him home. If you're a boss, you're thinking, Scott, just get the job done. Okay? So then the customer came in and told me, I don't need that machine run, Scott, and I really want it all done in one trip, which you're not going to be able to do without your partner here. Why don't we hold off? Called the shop a second time. Scott, we need this done. And I don't blame my contractor, but if I would have gone home right then, I wouldn't be here talking to you guys right now. I'd still be in a service truck. But because I went up on that piece of equipment after that second phone call, I ended up in the hospital. So I'm just going to tell you right now that those choices are really important. So I want to know how Dylan feels. And by the way, Dylan, everybody in this room, if somebody asks you that question and you don't feel good, don't use it as an excuse to go home, but use it for the truth. Now, I'm not on my game today, you guys. I don't feel very well, because we need to know that. So Dylan says he feels good, so let's go over this checklist, and everybody look down here. We're going to set up, and now you're going to start seeing how this training could really make a difference. We're going to start setting up our incident command system, okay? What we're going to do is I'm going to be your lead responder, okay? I've got your back. I'm the guy that if something goes wrong, I got your back, okay? And we're going to have an IC. And we're going to have an IC. We're going to set up our IC. I got to pick somebody for an IC right now. Dan, right? Randy left, so you get to be our incident commander right now. All right, you're in charge. All right. And I'll get a hold of him when I get out of here, and I'll let him take care of evacuation notification. Those are the only 4 positions we really need to worry about. Just understand we're setting this up so you guys are safe if something goes wrong, all right? Next thing I want to go through is PPE. I want you to wear full skin coverage. I want you to put your APR on. I want you to be protected from this ammonia. I don't want to lose you, Dylan, okay? Should you be doing this alone? No. If we got somebody to do it with you, just grab somebody to do that with you. Grab somebody right now to do it with you. Whoever you want.
Right.
Ryan's going to go with you. All right, Ryan. So you guys go over the SOPs. You guys know what SOPs are? Standard operating procedure. I want you to go over that SOP. I want you to be prepared to do this job. I don't care if you've done it 100 times, read it. It's a really good time to review that SOP, isn't it? So let me know if there's something wrong with that SOP. Go over that, get your equipment together. We're going to be on radio channel 4. Give me a call when you're ready to go in and get this job done. And I'll get some cordon off that area and we'll get things taken care of for you. You better ready to go now? Yeah. Do you feel better? You got somebody with you? See how much better off we are right now? Now I call Dan. Hey Dan, this is Scott. Win an Emmy. Play with me one. Hey Dan, this is Scott.
Hey Scott, how are you?
Good. Hey, I got Dylan and Ryan going out to change a valve out by the engine room, and we could have an ammonia exposure. Don't expect to have it. The guys are set up. They've gone to their SOPs. They got their PPE. We're going to cordon off the area. You might help me out with that a little bit, though. Let's talk to the curling place next door and maybe the golf course and tell them we got some work going on just so they're aware. And you're IC today, so I just want to let you know what was going on in case something goes wrong.
Thanks for letting me know that.
Are you good at getting that kind of call? Would you like to have that kind of call from your people?
For sure. Yeah, you'd want a heads up, absolutely.
How many people in this room have ever been fearful of calling or telling somebody they're doing something? You don't have to answer me. I know you have. I know everybody has, or you haven't worked around the trade very much. And I've heard the stories from anywhere from I hate that SOB, I don't want to talk to him, to I like that guy a lot, he's my best buddy and I don't want to bug him because it's my job. There's all kinds of reasons we don't call and tell people things. In an incident command system in the industry, we wait too long to find out who's in charge. Who is in charge of your facility right now? And I don't need an answer there, but if you don't know, and you go do this job and something goes wrong, how long is it going to take to get somebody in charge of the thing? You're going to see in Jose Mata's story, and Jose Mata was drenched in ammonia. It was over 20 minutes from the time the fire department showed up before they knew there was an injured person on site. 20 minutes exposed to ammonia, drenched in ammonia before they got people help to him. That's why you got to set this up. So we got Dan set up. You guys are getting prepared to do your job? Go, Dan.
Can you elaborate on the incident command?
And I will.
Because okay, let's say for what we were doing when we had a contractor in doing those relief valves, like, are you
speak loud so everybody can hear us?
Are you suggesting that we would have called the band fire and been like, hey, this is what we got going on today, your guys are incident command, this could happen, and
no, you don't assign anything to the fire department. And you may not have meant that, but I just want that clear to the group. You don't assign the fire department You call them, they come help you, and they take incident command. What I'm saying is at your facility, and what I'm going to challenge you to do today is set up the structure within your facility. Once they show up, and I don't know how you guys operate, but once you guys show up, you're going to be the incident command on the scene, correct?
Absolutely.
But you're looking for somebody that's an expert at this facility, correct? You're looking for
We
somebody.
need a good history, right? So we're taking a lot of things into account, like the weather, the wind direction,
Yeah.
everything.
But you're going to want their connection too. So the facility IC, you may not see them as IC, but the facility person that's taking that leadership, you want them with you, right? So that's what you're going to end up being in your event, Dan, is you're the person in charge. You're going to get somebody to maybe meet them at the gate, or you might be there, but you're going to have them brought or get together with them so you can start communicating. Okay? And we're going to get further into it as the day goes on.
It's more of a liaison
Exactly.
at that point, right?
Yep.
Because that's your facility, you know everything, and we're just guests with equipment.
Some places, some fire departments tell me they'll make you at that point is the technical expert. Some of them will say they'll do an integrated command. It depends on your fire department. Sorry guys, I get moving around, you gotta watch out. Kind of dangerous, just a caution there. But so now you're aware of what's going on. So what we're trying to do right now is we got guys doing a possibly dangerous task. You're aware of that dangerous task, and you're in command at this facility. If it goes wrong, you're going to be the person that takes care of all the problem, getting things set up. Okay, we're going to get to that. I got to remember, you guys haven't done this a lot, so we'll pull back a little bit. Thank you for asking the question. So I just made you in charge if an emergency event happens. Okay, I didn't make you in charge. You guys decided that you're the incident commander, or it could be Randy. You guys do it together right now. Both of you guys are the incident commander. So we got these guys doing the job. I've let you know what's going on. What you're going to want to do, see, in the incident command system structure, there's a lot of positions, isn't there? Okay. True ICS, there's a whole lot of positions. But you guys don't have the people or the knowledge or ability to fill a lot of positions. In fact, if you look on the back of your 30-minute plan, it'll show the structure. Look at it real quick here. I didn't plan on going here right now, but that's okay. If you look at the ICS organizational chart, and this isn't a full one even for the fire department, but on the right and down underneath, that's kind of some of the positions that can be filled in an IC. But if you look to the left, it's a plant response team, which you guys are. Those positions that are in that box are the ones we want you to be concerned about. But the first four are the only ones that we're really worried about you filling initially. An IC, plant IC, somebody in charge of the emergency event. A lead responder. Let me explain what lead responder is right quick. I'll give you yours back. Steal your stuff. Lead responder. The lead responder is the person that knows that operation of the system the most. That can do the shutdown procedures, determine what needs to happen to that refrigeration system, or if you had a power outage, the person that knows your electrical system is the best. Or if it's a building structural issue, somebody that knows the building structural issue is the best. Somebody that can do physical moves to help alleviate from a safe position the problem that's going on. So that's your lead responder. I took that position with these guys. So we filled IC, and we got that. Now, there's two other positions we want to see you fill. Now, this is initially. We want you to make sure you have somebody to do evacuation. Why? Because you need evacuation coordinator, especially with the public here. You need somebody making the determination, where do we want all these people to go? Do we want them to stay in the rinks? Or do we want them going outside? Do we want your people out of a certain part of the building? You're going to have somebody in charge of that. Because as an IC, you don't have to do all these jobs. You want to direct people to do jobs, then you want to oversee this. Okay, so pick somebody for right now that will do evacuation at this facility for you guys right now. You guys are together, I'm putting you together, so you got a team. Who would be your evacuation right now?
So for me, it'd be my operations team. So today is Janine's normal Friday, so Janine will be in charge of evacuation. And Jamie's our FMT, so he's our technical guy.
Okay, and you're the lead responder today then?
Yeah.
And then we need a notification person. Because now I'm going to ask you a question. Anybody in this room can end up being IC sometime in their life. Do you want to make those phone calls? And we run into this a lot with industry. The industry guy goes, I'm going to make the phone call. If there's a body down and you're standing there looking at it, make the phone call. I'm not telling you not to do that. But if you've got this event called in and you've got a team set up, it's much better to assign somebody that position of notification than to have to do it yourself. Because if you've ever made those calls before, they can take up to 20 to 30 minutes. And then you're not doing anything else, are you? You're on the phone. So this assigns somebody notification right now. Who do you want to be notification in this room right now?
We would normally use our recreation team, which is not in this meeting, but they are sort of our
Okay.
communication with the general public. They're the head of the beast.
Okay.
So
They're the ones call 911.
They're at the front entrance, next to the fire panel. They're the ones that are going to be our
Okay.
communication.
So for today's, just for our drill right now, you kind of had to walk out. I'm kind of running a drill right
Yeah.
now. Who do we want to put in that position in this room right now? Let's assign somebody that position.
Brett, these guys are kind of right here in my reach, so.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This isn't about what you're going to do tomorrow. This is about understanding the process. Because what we did is we set up a dangerous task, and we got Dylan and we got Ryan going to change an ammonia valve, and we're getting this thing right, so they're doing the job. I'm going to handle the job of lead responder right now because I assigned the task. I'm the refrigeration guy. You and Dan are the ICs. You're in charge of this event. And now we've got, what was your job? Evacuation. Perfect. I was challenging her a little bit there. So remember your position, and this is the key point. If this company builds this structure within, says on the ship, this is the position you hold today, you got to remember your position. We've had events go, we don't think like this every day, so the guy's going, what was I supposed to do? You need to remember your position. What was your position? Notifier. So you're going to make phone calls. Now, and the reason that assigning somebody the position of notification as a lead position is because you may have more than one phone call. You have government phone calls you may need to make, city phone calls you need to make, maybe corporate, or no, you don't corporate, but maybe you need to call somebody else. I don't know what your structure is, but if you got 2 or 3 phone calls, and it's a really big emergency event, now we need somebody to be in charge of that to get those phone calls made, make sure they're done correctly. I also suggest getting sheets that are made out that have your address and have all the information for a call out that are laying there in that office area so that those people can immediately make those phone calls. And a simple thing like an address is the thing that gets screwed up the most. So get those simple things taken care of.
We do have a phone list at the bottom is all our emergency contacts, and every supervisor and manager in the town has a card that has to stay in their wallet at all times. So mine is here, and I can make all those phone calls.
Okay. But once again, Randy, if you're running an event with a dangerous chemical and all these things, you want to assign that to somebody else so that that person's taking care of those calls. And if they have a sheet in front of them, you can take anybody out of your office that knows how to use a phone. I mean, if they can't dial a phone, don't put them in that position. Because obviously they don't have the skills they need. But if they had a sheet in front of them, had the address and, simple things, because you'd want to put on that sheet what's the number they gave you at the end of the phone call. Because you may get a number. You may get a what am I trying to say? A case number or it's not the right word. So you have that set up. So now, right now, let's go back over our drill. We set these guys up to do something dangerous. We went over SOPs, PPE, we got cordoned off. You're aware as the commander. You touched Janine and let her know we got this going on. Nothing to worry about right now, Janine. Just be prepared if things go wrong. Your evacuation, you might go out and check the wind direction. You might just be prepared for that. Don't quit doing your job, in other words, but be ready for that. Your notification, you're going to say, okay, are my people in place? Do I have people here? What did we just establish?
Chain of command.
A chain of command and infrastructure to deal with the event if it goes wrong. Because where we started with Dylan not knowing what he's doing, me not connected, and all of a sudden somebody comes running the building and goes, I smell ammonia or I smell something out in the back area. It may be quite a while before we find out. Now let me tell you a story because I did this little drill. And with people that do IC all the time, it goes a whole lot smoother. But we're doing a good job of, I hope, getting you to understand why we're doing this. Guy came to me. He goes, I'm the maintenance manager of our facility, and you really had a nerve with me today. I said, what's that? I want to hear the story. He goes, well, not exactly, but kind of what you just described happened. I had a job to do on the line, production line, on the ammonia system, and I sent one of my guys to do it. And I was in a hurry, and I know my guy, I thought he knew what he was doing. And he does. He just made a mistake that day. But I went back to my office, which is behind the boiler room, because nobody bugs me back there, to do paperwork. And I took my radio, and we had radio connection, but I put my radio on the charger and the green light came on. His radio was failed. And it was way over 40 minutes before he finally found out they had a release going on, and his guy had been hauled off to the hospital, and the operation people that run the lines were trying to shut down the ammonia system. And the whole reason they couldn't get to him is because they kept calling on that radio that didn't work. He's got a phone sitting right next to him. This is something very important to understand. Without these structures in place, we all lose about 6 grade levels in mentality during an emergency event. For some people, that might mean you're in kindergarten now. Nobody ever gets that joke. Do the math, okay? You're in kindergarten. You lost 6 grade levels. Just hang with me. The bottom line is we aren't as smart as we were before, are we? So we've got to understand that those kind of things happen. When I heard this man tell that story, I could feel the hair stand up on my own neck. And I could feel the passion of this man. It will never happen to me again. His people will never work alone again. He has checklists for them, just like I'm showing here. Because he's not going to let that happen again. And that's what I worry for you guys. We go every day, it didn't happen yesterday, it didn't happen yesterday, we're working on it, gosh, we'll get to it, and that's when it happens. And we weren't prepared. So right now, all of a sudden we smell ammonia, and I hear that, and I'm heading out, and this say we do use radios. You guys may not all have radios, but this say all of a sudden you hear on the radio, you guys, somebody smells ammonia by the back of the building. You're going to be calling me, aren't you? Immediately, you're going to be calling me saying, Scott, what's up? And I'm going to tell you, I'm on my way there right now to go find out what's going on. On the way, what am I going to grab? And this is something we're working on for you guys. I'm going to grab a mask, because if I get out there and find there is ammonia, I want to be prepared to do whatever I can to the best of my ability, and I need a meter. I need some way to determine what I'm entering into.
Full face?
Full face, APR. That's what I would want to take with me. And as I head out there, I get out there and I see these guys, they're inside the room, and I see the ammonia rolling out of that engine room, and I get over there and I can't get in with the equipment I've got. What I'm going to do is back up immediately, even though these guys mean a lot to me, and I'm going to instantly get on the phone to Dan and Randy. Dan, it is ammonia leak, and I can see there's guys possibly in that room. I need help now. I'm going to get some fans going. I'm going to try to clean this air up so these guys are safe. Get the fire department to me as soon as you can. Now we're in an emergency event, aren't we? So now you're going to start assigning. Remember what we just did? You called Brent, said, Brent, it went. Get the phone calls made. Get 911 right now. We might have people down. It's rolling around the backside of the building. Janine, start working on getting the evacuation taken care of. For you guys, that may mean calling the curling place, calling the golf course, and telling them to keep the parking lot clear. So you're starting to set that up. Where are you at right now in comparison to where we would have been in the first place? And what did we just do? We just trained. If you did this every time you did a dangerous task at your facilities, I guarantee entering into an incident command structure is not going to be difficult for you. But right now, it would be very difficult for you because you don't do it every day. Okay, so just start making this checklist. This is for you now. Make this checklist part of your everyday occurrence. I'll tell you something. There was a story, and it doesn't just have to be ammonia. A friend of mine, a colleague kind of friend, guy I worked with, Bob Brown, worked in eastern Oregon, Washington area, and got a call and took a job for Americold in Tacoma. And he'd worked for Americold before and didn't really want to work for him again. So when I got there to do the infrared scan, I was like, Bob, what are you doing here? And he goes, they offered me a job, get close to retirement. We walked through the facility for a while, and I went, Bob, this place is beautiful. How many years you got till retirement? 2 years. I'm like, man, no refrigeration. I'm like, all you got to do is make a mean pot of coffee and teach some young guy how to do refrigeration. It was exactly why I took the job, Scott. A few weeks later, he was up changing light bulbs 30 foot in there in the cold room. He got up there and he was changing the light bulbs and the man lift wouldn't come down. He yelled at the forklift driver to come over and push the button on the man lift to let this thing drop. Guy didn't speak English very well. Couldn't get it down. But the guy could understand English well enough to understand, get those pallets and bring those up and get me off here. Bob was a very safe guy, but down he comes on the pallets. On the way down, the pallets caught the racking system, dumped him off, and 2 days later he was dead. Now stop and think if we'd hit this structure. Because the minute I called you guys, Dan, I'm up with this man lift, it's stuck, I'm climbing off this damn thing. What are you going to say to me? Stop, Scott, I'll be right there. We got you covered. And then say you get over there and it won't come down. What about these guys? I guarantee you these guys, they got cool toys, don't they? I mean, you want to play with your toys at some point, don't you?
That's why we do it.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be doing this otherwise. So calling them out to do a high-level rescue, I have not found a fireman in the world that hasn't said, hell yeah, we'll come. I mean, that'd be great. As long as it's not in the middle of dinner, but the bottom line is, you would enjoy this as part of what you're tasked to do in your life, and you get a chance to practice and learn, and now you have a relationship with these guys you didn't have before. See, all these things that we don't do, and the things that we should be doing, once we start doing them, we can look back and go, why the hell haven't we been doing this longer? Why the heck haven't we been doing this? And why didn't we call the fire department? I guarantee you, if Bob could tell you right now, because I knew Bob well, and he was a safe man, he would tell you right now, I screwed up that day, I should have called. I should have got help. I shouldn't have tried to get out of that man with them out. Because it cost him his life. So this is what I'm trying to show you this morning, and I put a lot of time in this because for you guys as a facility, being pre-ready and pre-planning and being prepared to do your job is what it's all about. If you're not prepared to do it, and you just think you can handle it, it's not because you're stupid, it's not because you're not capable as human beings, it's because you never trained to it. Y'all drive cars, right? Anybody here don't drive a car? Okay? You had to learn that one time, didn't you? I mean, at one point in time, you couldn't drive a car. You had to learn how to drive it. So learn how to drive this facility and take care of it. Because you have a lot more threats here than ammonia. You have public here, you could have earthquakes, you could have storms, you could have a million things go wrong that you guys need to be prepared to deal with. So have pre-emergency planning. And by the way, we worked on your emergency plan a little bit, or we'll looked at it yesterday a little bit. Something else I suggest is have a group when you build those. Because you assign the task to one person. Joe, I want you to build emergency action response plan for us, get busy, here's the template. Joe's a smart man, he can go out and he can build that, but who knows besides Joe? Nobody? Okay, so we have Joe build it and then we'll all train to it. But we didn't have any connection to building it, so yeah, we did what Joe said, but I don't think we should do what Joe said because I don't like this. These are where these plans go wrong. So bring a group together to build these. Okay, if you have a group of people input, then you get a much better plan built and everybody's got ownership in it. Because I know for myself, if I write a program, I can tell you what it is exactly. If somebody else wrote it and I read it, study it, and train to it, I can't tell you what's in it. So being part of the process is really important. Make everybody part of the process. So those are some things in pre-emergency I want you guys to be aware about. And having somebody in charge that I just told you. So I understand the dynamics, and I understand the fire department's going to be in charge. I'm not trying to tell anybody that calling UIC supersedes them. It does not. What it is, you're in charge of the facility until they get here, and you always are going to, both you guys are always going to hold responsibility for this facility all the way through. So I need to work with these guys. I'm the person in charge of the facility. I need to work with these guys to get it done. But in Jose's case, which you'll see Jose's story here in a little bit, Jose was drenched with ammonia, nobody was in charge, and it was over 20 minutes before the fire department got to him. This is Craig Miller. This is the owner of the company. Craig Miller's a great guy, but listen to Craig talk about this. And I've talked to Craig and how awful he feels that one of his people almost died that day.
Well, the event caught us by surprise. We look at these things and try to spend our resources on preventing this incident from occurring, but the reality is it did occur. It caught us by surprise. We weren't necessarily prepared for it. You never would have the right management personnel standing right there by the incident. So what we found is nobody stepped up to take charge. That's the point that Captain Guzman made when he showed up on site. He couldn't find out anything that was going on. Nobody was able to step up and tell him exactly what had taken place. In the incident, we did have team members addressing Jose, helping Jose with the initial decon. We also had techs addressing the problem itself. But what we found through the security camera film is there was a lack of organization there. There was people standing around. And moving forward for us, we need to understand that somebody has to take control of the situation so that you meet the fire department when they show up on site. It has to be organized from that perspective, and that's where our next level of training has to go. We spend a significant amount of resources, money, time on prevention. This incident occurred. Hopefully it never happens again, but if it does, we have to be better prepared from that perspective.
This is from a man who almost lost one of his employees. And he knows there's got to be somebody in charge. So just waiting for the fire department to be in charge is not an answer, you guys. Because there is that moment in time that somebody has to be in charge here. Somebody has to be in control of what happens here. And pre-emergency is a great place to be in charge. Being prepared to know. Because let's say we say at this facility, Randy's IC. Randy just left to the doctor. Now who's IC? Also, when you pick an incident commander, and once again, not telling you what to do, somebody to be in charge during emergency event at your facility, don't always go by the structure that the city or your company does. Look at your infinite command structure from who is best suited and best capable and around the most to do this job. Okay, when I say suitable, people also have to be honest about whether they can handle that situation or not. And I was in a training with a facility, and everybody sitting in the room, there were 15 of us, and the plant manager wasn't there yet, was going, oh, he's going to be incident commander, and he's not going to listen to anybody, and he's like that all the time. He walked in the room and said, listen, first thing is I'm not going to be incident commander. I'm going to take care of corporate issues, and Randy, you're IC. And he stands by it. But he knows that he has too many corporate issues at a large company to deal with being incident commander. So he signed it to somebody at his facility that was much more equipped to do that position. The fire chief doesn't always show up, right? You're incident commander on a lot of scenes, aren't you? So understand that it's not because those people aren't capable, but pick the right people. And I told these guys a story yesterday about a guy that told me all day long during training, I'm the IC at our facility, I know what to do, I know what to do. When I put him in front of people, he went to hell so fast, and then he blamed me, and then he was going to kick my ass, and it went sideways really fast. He did. He told one of my partners, I'm going to kick this guy's rear. And I think he had done it. But luckily, we got it shut down. So just understand that you've got to be capable of making that position. Understand that you, as the first person that sees an issue in a sense or incident commander, you pass that role on to your incident commander as you pass on information. Okay? So know who's in charge of your facility, because if you don't, things go wrong, and it could mean people's lives. Because these two guys who smelled ammonia, I went out there to the door and I saw ammonia, and I backed up and said, I'm safe now, Dan, but we need help. We're in a position to get help. One quick last story on this to get the point across. This gentleman came up to us in Park Rapids, and he said to me, me and Bob Cole, some of you guys met Bob, well, both the guys that were there are left now, but came up to us and said, the guy says to us, he says, you guys saved our lives with your training. And I'm like, all right, I need to hear this story because I really want to know. And he says, well, I came right after our training last year, I came into the lunchroom and I was feeling bad and I had a lot of pain in my chest, real heavy. And I came to the lunchroom and I told my partner, I said, man, I'm not feeling well. My buddy says, sit down. What happened to be the incident commander for the facility was sitting right there. And he looked at him, and this man is African American, and he's pale. So the IC guy in the room walked over and said, helped him get sat down and said, good, we're going to get you some help. And he goes, no, I don't need any help. No, you're getting help. I want you making the phone call. I want you out to the gate. I want the fire department in here. I want you two guys, we're going to get his chair, we're going to carry him down the stairs, we're going to have him down at the bottom. Are you ready to be moved? Boom, they moved. And he got through all the heart surgeries and the 2 weeks in the hospital they spent because this guy was messed up. And the doctor told him at the end of all this is the widowmaker. If you would not have gotten to the hospital, seconds made your life difference. So that man that stood up, I didn't save his life. I didn't help. We trained him. I'm proud of that moment. But he did it. The incident commander did it. The team did it by saying, no, you're going to sit down. We're going to get you taken care of right now. But if they wouldn't have been prepared for it, you've been in lunch. You guys have been around long enough. You've seen, watched car wrecks happen and watch everybody stand there and go, damn, that sucks. Not one person's trying to help them out. Okay, these guys are going to come save that life if they can, but there's that moment window where we can save it. I had one when I was young and drove up, and the guy's shooting freaking blood out of his thigh. Hitting the ceiling of the car as I ran up. Not one person was trying to help him. And I reached in and all I knew was, that has to stop. I don't need to be a medic to understand that. So I tore my shirt off, put it on it. Fireman showed up. Took him out of the car, and the guy lived. I don't know if I saved him, but you got to be ready to make that move. You got to be prepared to make that move. Because if they'd have left him sitting in that car, that guy bled out right there. I don't know enough about it, but I know when it's hitting the ceiling, that's probably a bad thing. Huh? So get somebody in charge. Now, we talked about evacuation some yesterday, and this is part of being in charge. And what is your evacuation plan? And I'm going to tell you something that I believe in thoroughly. Just running outside with ammonia releases is not the best answer in the world. Shelter in place for ammonia works, and it works well. Now, I'm not going to tell you whether you shelter or whether you evacuate, because I'm not here, the event's not going on, but I'm just saying you need to look at the possibility to shelter. Because if I told you right now that this building's on fire and I want y'all to shelter in this room with me, how many people are staying? I don't see one hand, and I hope nobody's thinking about staying with me, because that'd be a stupid move to stay in burning buildings, especially on the second floor. But my experience with ammonia is extensive, and if you tell me to run outside in an ammonia cloud, I think you're just as stupid as you would be to stay in this building burning. Because in a cloud of ammonia, it's 50,000 parts per million, it can be immediately fatal. And you're going to send people out into that? Where if you're in here not smelling it, why am I not staying right here? Well, that ammonia's going to get in here. It's already out there. Why am I putting people out there? Watch this video, because you'll see, and watch closely how the people evacuating are reacting as they evacuate. And look where the fire department's set up in correlation to where the people are going. And then watch the guy in the green hat, because he's in charge. See if anybody's listening to him. And then listen to the last guy, where they ended up evacuating to. Because if you watch all that stuff, you'll see how having a fire evacuation plan for ammonia doesn't always work.
Okay, we have something just in to tell you about some live pictures coming to us from one of our affiliates, KSHB. There, an ammonia leak at a Cook's Hand facility in Kansas City has made at least 2 people sick. So you can clearly see they are quickly evacuating that facility there. Again, these are coming to us from one of our local affiliates in Kansas City. Emergency crews, including the Kansas City Police Department and an ambulance, are on the scene to treat people who may have been affected by this ammonia leak. But you can see these workers are taking the warnings very seriously to get out of the building. We'll keep you posted.
We also spoke with friends and families waiting to pick up workers. They stayed in touch with cell phones, trying to make sure that no one vans. A wave of first shift workers flowed out of the building, trying to get away from the ammonia. A hazmat team made its way in. It started around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Kansas City, Missouri fire officials shut down the 3 leaking valves. Now, once workers were out, they kept moving to steer clear of those fumes.
Coming out, going a little further, the ammonia got real stronger and stronger, so that's why everybody moving out now towards the highway.
So the 43-year-old who came in direct contact with it is being treated for burns on his face and his hands, while other workers may have inhaled it.
Now, I'm going to tell you something. Every time you watch these news reels of these events, there's a lot of things to learn. Let's start off in the beginning. What were the people doing? What are they telling you? I'm eating ammonia. They're walking through the cloud. Where was the fire department? The opposite direction. Because these guys don't set up in clouds of ammonia. They're going to set up in a safe location. So when the fire department's already set up and we're still forcing our people this direction in the cloud of ammonia, somebody's making a mistake. Okay? The guy in the green hat was in charge of evacuation. Was anybody listening to him? And no, they weren't. And not because he's a bad guy or didn't do something right. First off, he's running. If you're in charge, kind of keep yourself, but he was running because everybody's going out and he knows they're in ammonia. Because the only plan they had at the facility was if we have a fire, we go out there. And every year, twice a year, we go out there. And when the event happened, we went out there. And out there's where the ammonia was.
So it's downwind.
Nobody thought about it because they were so used to doing that fire evacuation. Not that fire evacuation is bad, but it's not the right thing always for ammonia. So your windsocks, no direction. You're in charge of this right now. You got to know, is that right? And you got to get to that exit and say, stop. I need everybody to rally right here. We're going to make a decision. I see. What are we doing? I got ammonia right outside the door. Well, let's put them back inside the rink. Let's get them sat down. Let's get them, settled, whatever it may be. Those are the kind of things that need to occur at these moments. Where did they end up evacuating to? Out towards the highway. I don't know if anybody in here feels like it, but I think evacuating the highway is probably a bad idea. Okay? That doesn't sound like a very good control to me. It kept getting worse and worse. We have a video that we can't show anymore. God, I wish we had it back. It was Nestle's blew up one of their buildings. Deathwood graded one of their buildings with ammonia. And in the scenes prior to it, you see a long hallway, and a management guy in a white coat, white hat, sitting there going like this. And these people are going out. And he's filing them out the door. And pretty soon they're all back. And he's stopping them. And so they leave again. Well, they came back that next time. They fired him. I mean, in their minds, he no longer meant anything to them. And they all filed back in the building because it was so bad outside they couldn't take it. And luckily they made it to the shelter place they had already designed, that had been looked at for all possibilities. It was a great building, inside the building where it was safe, and they'd upgraded and they bulletin boards like that blown off the wall, ceiling tiling blown out. And then the ammonia leak got so bad outside, you saw the cloud, the whole parking lot was a cloud. If they'd had those people out there where they'd still been in the hallway, somebody had died that day. But luckily they all made it back to the shelter location beforehand. So, which we'll get into it a little bit more later. When you pick a shelter location, pick a good one. This wouldn't be a good shelter because we got one way in, one way out of this room. Just using this room example, not the facility. And so you don't want that. You want to be able to control your ventilation. And this whole building could be a shelter in reality, because they've already got a plan to shut down the ventilation fans. And if you shut down the ventilation, don't bring in outside air, ammonia isn't coming in this building. They have no ammonia underneath the ice. It's all out in the engine room. So the bottom line is it's all outside already. And ammonia doesn't want to come back in the building. And we'll tell you why here in the next section after we take a break. So you saw that one. Let's look at this one here. This is Cranston. Let's see how this one looks.
Well, several industrial buildings are evacuated as firefighters respond to a hazmat situation in Cranston. NBC 10's Brian Cradle has been following developments there. He's live in the newsroom with the very latest. And Brian, things are somewhat back to normal at this hour?
Yeah, Dan, it was an ammonia leak that firefighters responded to on Elmwood Avenue a few hours ago. No one was hurt, and we're told that the crews have just finished their cleanup there. The leak was in the Unicor building on Elmwood Avenue. The fire chief tells us that. He says the company makes electrical parts. Now, he says the ammonia was coming from a 6,000-gallon tank in the back of the building. Ammonia can be explosive indoors, and people exposed to it can experience burning to their eyes, nose, and lungs. So none of that happened here, but several buildings in the complex were evacuated as firefighters went in hazmat gear to shut off the leak.
We had a very good pre-plan. We had a good relationship with companies who store hazardous materials. And so that made a big difference in how quickly we were able to mitigate it today. This particular leak was a small leak, and the anhydrous ammonia did not leave the property line. What anhydrous ammonia does, it can burn the eyes and the nose and the lungs. It's a corrosive.
And as you said, the leak was contained to that one property. I'm Brian Crandall, NBC 10 News.
Brian, thanks so much, and arrested him.
How'd that one sound? I'm going to tell you something. That newscaster gave it exactly. It's a corrosive. It can be irritating the eyes, nose, throat, whatever he said. It was perfect what he said. You don't hear newscasters get ammonia right. Almost never. Where did that information come from? From you, the fire department. And they have a great relationship, and he had pictures there, and he had drawings, and those weren't from the fire department. Those were developed on site and worked with the fire department for that relationship. Do you realize the impact of that release was every bit as big as the one I showed you at Cook's Ham? The one at Cook's Ham didn't get handled. The guy that could shut it down was down. He went out, which is a common occurrence. And they had nobody in charge that took charge correctly. Nobody got the information to the fire department right. They evacuated the wrong places. The thing went wrong, so it went on for 45 minutes to an hour of a release before anybody even got started shutting it down. Where in this one, because they had a plan, they had shutdown procedures, they had it set up, they got this thing shut down, and they thought it was, and they say it's not a big leak, and it wasn't. But it was all because of the planning that was put into the process. So understand that you've got to pre-plan, you've got to be drilling. You talked about that, running drills. They want to run a drill to see how long it takes to get the ventilation shut down. You know, how quickly can we respond to this? Those are the kind of things that are going to make you guys gold. You got fire department here. Where are they going to show up? Simple things like, and I've been told this all over the country, the United States, and actually all over the world now by firefighters, is tell these guys one thing. It's to show up to the right side of the truck. A simple thing like this delays things, and it's not a huge deal, but the fire departments that have told me this get so frustrated because the right side of the truck, now is that true for you? Are you going to be sitting in the right seat?
We go to calls and somebody starts talking to one of the fire guys that jumped out of the back on the left, and then I miss the important info, and we go into a house, and then I find out that the history was given to one of the fire guys. And so now we don't have the right action plan.
Isn't that awful? So thank you for sharing that. Because we had a guy tell in a class, he was a driver, and his IC was right next to him like you guys are. he goes, I gotta talk, when I said this. I said, go, and he goes, yeah, I sit in the truck, this is how I got my muffs on, the truck's loud, we got a big truck, there's a lot of noise, and the guys are talking, they won't shut up, because they're all wound up, and I'm just, yeah. Now can you go tell him that? Because I'm not in charge. I drive the truck, or the engine. So simple things like that are things we need to be prepared for. If you guys talk, and you have a meeting, you talk about these things and know each other, you're going to be able to work together well.
Yeah, but normal people, we don't know that.
That's why that we're in training right now. And that's why we do train.
There's a fire, you go to the first guy you see.
Yeah, the front passenger seat of the truck
is the guy
who you want to talk to. Yeah.
What do you want helmet different than the others? That helmet.
Yeah, what do you wear for, which color is your helmet?
Red. Yeah.
And you guys are?
Black and yellow.
Yeah, black and yellow.
So we talked to the red helmet.
Yeah.
The driver, which color is the hat? Black?
Any other color than
Black or yellow.
Okay, so red is the cheap. That's it. Okay.
But some days I drive.
So, it doesn't always go by the helmet, because the one thing I found is departments around the world, it's different. Not all the time, but it's pretty close to the same thing. And I've also seen white helmets. I've seen different things. So the biggest thing is I haven't found any department that doesn't say the right front of the truck. That's where they said. I mean, the passenger front usually, but just simple things. And and that's not going to end the world, but it's something that I'm telling you in planning you're going to find out. And where do they enter this facility? Are they coming around back, or are they coming out front? All the money's back here, so I think meeting place out front makes sense. It's the address side anyway. Do you use A, B, C, D side of the building?
We do. We'd likely go to the curling parking lot though.
Okay, you would go back there?
Yeah.
Because you guys could drive right into the cloud back there if the winds are right.
We'd look at the winds before we got here.
Yeah, I know, and I'm not trying to say you wouldn't, I just, so the bottom line is we have to have these communications so we know what we're doing. And when I said A, B, C, D side, does anybody in this room know what we're talking about? These are things we need to train to. Address side normally is the front, is A side. May be different here, and it sounds to me like it would be. So you guys need to talk about this, not me.
Well, A side of the building would be the
out here, the high school side there.
Yeah.
So A, and then to your right is B, the back of the building's D, and then C. Is that the way you guys do it?
Yeah.
Yep.
C. Clockwise.
Yeah. Hey, when I talk all the time, what's going on up here doesn't always come out of here. So thanks for getting that. Use the right alphabet.
A is the front and D is the back?
No.
A just goes around the building. So if you take a square building,
not
all square, A, B, C, D.
And if we looked at a building, your building's kind of long here, but your entry's here on this side. If this is A, B, C.
No, we go.
I went backwards. Where'd the racer go?
You go to the left.
Yeah, I went right.
A,
Clockwise.
clockwise. Okay, clockwise.
Why am I even doing this today? C stays the same.
And is there a norm like in Canada or?
That's the United States.
Most union-run departments, or if they're IF, they're going to follow that.
And pretty much all the United States does, we found, except for Phoenix. Phoenix does their own. Phoenix goes to the beat of their own drummer down there.
Phoenix is good though. That's good.
Oh, they are, but they're living 40 years ago when they were the best in the world, and they're not changing. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't need to get into that. Anyway, and I'm not qualified to get into that. I just know that when we work with Phoenix, everything else you guys do, they want to do it different. And it seems weird to me. But knowing these kind of things beforehand can make a big difference. And the reason they do this, because I'll tell you something in this room, I don't know if this is the reason they adopted it initially or not, but you ask in this room, where's north? And you guys are going to be pretty good here, because you got some really good land masses to give you that direction. But there's people who will point the wrong direction every time. If you had my wife in this room and you say north, she doesn't even want to try, because she hasn't got a clue what north is. I mean, honestly, she tells me that. Don't even ask me that question, because I don't care. Well, honey, you do care, believe me. So keep this stuff in mind. And the final thing, and I'll give you guys a break, grab some coffee, use the bathroom. I don't want to do long breaks, you guys, because if we do that, it extends our day out. But I do want to give you breaks. But this last statement, I think, is something you got to understand in here. And this came from Eisenhower. It's not the plan, but the planning process that leads to the successful accomplishment of a mission. And what he was saying is a plan itself this piece of paper is worth nothing unless you make it a verb. Because this is a noun right now. This is a piece of paper. But if I take this piece of paper and I work with you on a group on this checklist, and you build your plan to fit this checklist, and then you train to these plans, and then we bring these gentlemen in and we train with them, that's all verbs. Everything we did there was a verb. And that action takes place and we become capable of running our mission. And it came from a man that ran a whole lot of missions. He's got a whole lot more wisdom than any of us do. Because that was a big deal, World War II. There were a lot of missions and a lot of lives lost. They learned the hard way. And he said what he said. So think about this plan. Build a plan. You have to have the plan, but the planning is where you're going to win the game. Right? So, let's take a break, 10 minutes. I spent time on that pre-emergency this morning and kind of some emergency planning, because that's one of the things that we're up here to do right now, is to start building a better plan for the facilities. And having you here, Dan, is perfect. You guys had an event, moving this planning forward and training forward with your staffing too is, something that hopefully we can do too. But getting this plan to where it makes sense for you guys, and it's a great opportunity at this facility for planning right now, because you're going to be changing equipment. And so if you do that in accordance with your emergency response and get the equipment set up right, you guys are gold. You're not going to have enough ammonia on site to be this huge impact. And if the ammonia is controlled right, we talked about relief valves and where they can blow and how we can control that, you guys will likely never have an event that's catastrophic. Without planning, we can end up with it. But if we end up with an event, and the reason we're here today is because of one substance. Now, all this training is good for all emergency response, but we're here because of ammonia. So as an incident commander, you have to have one thing in mind, is you have to be able to understand the hazard that you're dealing with, what's at risk because of that hazard, and what threats are there. Okay, so we're going to talk about hazard, risks, and threats. And you can define hazard, risks, and threats in about 4 million different ways. Believe me, we debate these things, talk these things all the time as a group, and outside our group with fire departments, with government. But for our sake of our discussion today, our hazard is ammonia. Okay? But we can make our hazard anything else. It could be chlorine, it could be electrical. But we have to understand ammonia to be able to understand the hazard of ammonia. And we have to understand that what is at risk if ammonia gets out. And there's 3 things I want to talk about. What is the first thing we're concerned about when ammonia gets out of our system? What's the first thing at risk?
General population.
Which is life. Perfect. Life safety always, always, always comes first. Okay, and that's my life safety. When I stepped up, these guys are down. I looked at my own life safety and said, I can't go in there right now. I got you guys down, and I want to go get Dylan really bad, and I really want to go get Ryan, and it really means a lot to save these guys, but running in and becoming a victim doesn't help, does it? And that does occur. Over 80% of the time that people try to do rescue without being prepared with the right equipment and the right training, they become victims. And I haven't done you any good at all if I fall down next to you. We both die, you look at me later, and you go, what are you doing here? I'm here to save you. How'd that go? Because we're both here. We're not doing too well at this. So the bottom line is, what I can do in that instance for them to be much better is my shutdown procedures, my running my fans, getting fresh air to them, and getting these guys coming to help us with it. And if we train far enough and we get that ventilation going and we get fresh air to them, and you're going to see this in the medical with ammonia, that exposure went down. The amount of ammonia they're exposed to went down. They become viable saves, which is one of the criteria they're going to use to determine if they're going to risk their lives. And then we find ways to protect their lives. We're protecting everybody's life, and we go in and get a body out. That's a viable move. If I do nothing but run in there and fall down to them, and the ammonia release gets worse, nobody gets saved, and nothing gets fixed. So life safety is always first. Yours, your staff, your community, and then your community. That's how the order goes. Worry about you, take care of the people around you, and then get the community to take care of it. And that's their job. Community will end up their job. But here, we found out that we're tied to the curling rink, right? Just a little bit. We got a golf course here, and it's our community, so we can and we should at least have phone numbers Never tell somebody else what to do. Now, if you're tied to and the city owns the ice rink, you should build your response, your emergency action plan to everybody, and to where everybody's following the same plan. But as far as neighbors that you don't have any control or connection with, you can't tell them what to do. You can if you want, but good luck on that one. You're not as bad as we are in the States, but I know you have lawyers too, okay? So, you start telling the community what to do and somebody dies, you're gonna be, but these guys do have that dispensation to direct people in what to do, don't they? So, I wanna tie into them for the community, okay? So we take care of that. That's what's first at risk. There's two other risks I wanna talk about. What's the other thing at risk? What's another thing? Infrastructure. So building, products, facilities, and that is important. I mean, the operation of this rink has an effect on this community. The operation of this rink has effect on people's lives. And so we have to be concerned about this facility. But that's not number two. It used to be kind of number two, but there's something that superseded. Go ahead.
Environment.
Environment. Bing, bing, bing. There's people who want to move that up first. You'll never get me to teach environment before life safety, because without life, why are we worried about the environment? The bottom line is environment is critically important. Okay, now how can we affect the environment? With ammonia, there isn't a lot of effect to your environment. Where the biggest effect is if it gets in waterways and gets to fish. It only takes 7 parts per million in water to kill fish. So it doesn't take a whole lot of ammonia in water to start killing fish. And you kill fish, that's a bad thing. And I know it's just as bad up here as it is in the States. They wrecked a truck of salmon smolt on I-5 just south of Vancouver in Bellingham, and wrecked the truck, and the salmon smolt spilled out across the road, and they all died. They shut down I-5 for 6 hours for a memorial service for the fish. Whether you think that's ridiculous or not is up to you. I do. But it goes to show how the environment is serious right now in our world. People are not going to accept you killing things. And I guarantee what will happen. You kill a bunch of fish, there'll be a picture of the dead fish and a picture of Canmore Recreation Facility or whatever you call this place, and then the dead fish again. You guys are bad guys forever. Or what they're going to do is they're going to come in and say, tear that ice rink refrigeration stuff out of there. We don't want it in there anymore. So take care of the environment. As far as products, as far as plant life, really it's a fertilizer. There's only been one occurrence, I told the guys yesterday, where I've seen where it actually killed the environment, and that was, I forget what it was over 2,000 pounds of ammonia in one spot probably the size of this room. And it pooled up and sat there, and they added water to it, and they made it worse. And it was just such a high level of concentration of ammonia, it saturated one area for so long that it did sterilize the ground. But that's the only time I've ever seen that. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, like, wouldn't it differ depending on who owns, like, who's managing the assets? Because, like, I would imagine the town of Canmore and town of Banff would, they might want their infrastructure saved before the environment. There was money on the line and stuff. Is that you saying this is the criteria? No matter what happens, is life and limb first, then environment, then
that's a great
infrastructure is dead last? Because I mean, if it was like,
so here, let me tell you,
ammonia, it just made the trees greener out back. I mean, we released it. Well, killed a couple, but then they started to come back. I think if anyone, like the golf course would probably be happy if these guys discharged them. No?
Well, what's the ammonia going to do to the infrastructure? As opposed to the environment, it's big,
motors and stuff,
but that's replaceable, right? So your
environment's not. And so this is a great discussion, and I'd like to go on in this one because I don't know why I get intrigued by things like this, but it's a really good thought, And first off, is the city of Canmore, the city of Banff, going to want to worry about their facilities first? Yeah. Believe me, I work at facilities with food processing that want to think about that before life safety. Now, hell with the people, let's get that product safe. And I had a plant manager say to me, he says, that is life safety. I said, wait a second, you got to talk to me about that one. He says, look, all these people work here. If I go out of business or if this plant goes down, or this whole community's hurt. I said, yeah, but you got a man dying out there. You'll never convince anybody that guy dying's okay. And we can do that. We can say that. You would go with me. Canmore and Banff are going to go with me. Now we get to the facilities and environment, and just what was said by the fire department, what's replaceable, not replaceable, and that's the way the world sees it. So no matter what the city of Canmore says, the reality of the world is this is the stance that has been taken. But mind you, because we're worried about the environment before your facilities doesn't mean we're going to delay on your facilities, because we can prove we're not hurting the environment pretty rapidly. If it's not going to a water source, and it's just a small amount of ammonia going towards the golf course, environment just went out the window. I'm worried about this facility more, and one of the damages that can be here is the loss of ability to have people come to this rink, and that is a big deal too. And what the fireman just told you, and I love that you inserted that, thank you, because life safety and then the environment, and they're going to look at those things with you, and they are concerned about this facility also. But you got to keep it in perspective.
And depending what the product is, the fines for damaging the environment can outweigh the replacing cost with your infrastructure.
And I think you guys are even maybe tougher in some areas than we are. Shocked me when I heard from the regulators in this country some of the fines. I'm, holy God, you guys are serious about your environment up here.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Depending on the product.
Well, let's think about this too. Really, in Canada, one of your biggest products is your environment. I mean, that is what does a lot of what happens in this country involves the environment. So I'm not telling you to not be concerned in the order. It's like, I'm going to tell you life safety. All those other things be damned. So I can improve life safety and protect life safety. That is my sole focus. And at that point, once we start getting that under control, then we can truly start looking at all these things at one time in a large sense. I mean, I can really, in most events I saw, instantly see the environment's not an issue. But I've also been on events where I watched it rolling towards apple orchards in full bloom. And I immediately knew, oh, this is bad. This full bloom will kill the blooms, you got no crop that year. And so then we need to start diverting the flow of ammonia to that area as soon as we possibly can. And I'll show you some things today that you can do to deflect and change the flow of ammonia. You guys aren't. But tarpon covers and diversions, we've done some trainings that just blow us away with how successful we are with tarpon cover. Getting that deflection so it doesn't go a direction. I actually seen where we deflected with tarpon cover, and you would think, well, something's still coming out of the tarp, it would go, and it just kind of floats there even though the wind's blowing. It kind of has its own ability to create its own atmosphere a little bit. So there's things that can be done. But to your point, yeah, the city of Canmore is going to probably be pretty worried about their facilities. But you as an IC are going to cover all of them, right? So what difference does it make? But life safety has to come first. Okay? That's what's at risk. And threats, when we talk about threats, overpressurization of a system is a threat to your system that creates leaks. Just period. Your system runs a high head pressure. High pressures in the system will cause that. You guys aren't refrigeration operators to the largest degree, but liquid lock, if you isolate two valves with liquid in between them, you can blow your system. That's a threat. You guys don't have forklifts. We train in a lot of facilities that have a lot of forklifts. There's a threat for you. I've been all over the world and seen all kinds of things hit by forklifts, but I can't find one forklift driver that's hit anything. But those damn things hit something all the time. They must drive around on their own. I'm not sure how that happened. Although I said this, you guys, this was so funny because I said my little spiel there, and this guy goes, oh no, I hit stuff all the time. I'm like, damn! I said, thanks for being honest, but I think you need to shut up. The black manager sitting in the room. Actually, I told him at break, I said, you must be traveling all over the world to work, huh? He goes, what do you mean? He goes, because you get stuff all over the place. Anyway, the bottom line is, what are threats? And fire is a huge threat. And I won't spend a lot of time on it today, but just have a real clear understanding. We get a fire back in the area that is engine runs, you can have a problem really quick. And we had a facility, an ammonia facility, that the operator, had a small fire in a corner of the engine room. And he thought he could fix it with a fire extinguisher, so he went after it with a fire extinguisher. And he hit it, and it got a little bigger, and he got more, and he got more. And when the fire was done, the screw compressors, 500 horse screw compressor was melted to the ground. Motors were melted down. This building burned hot and hard. They lost the whole thing. And in fact, at that point, Grandview Fire just backed off. They protected buildings around. It was too hot. And they found a pile of fire extinguishers in the middle of the engine room, where it started. A pile of fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers are made for escape. They're not made for you to fight the fire. These guys can fight the fire. That's what they're trained to do. Get yourself out, get safety done. Facilities again. But the guy tried hard, but since he tried for 20 minutes to put the fire out and didn't call the fire department, it was just that much time before the guys that can really do that job got there. So Don't underestimate fire. We can have a small fire in the corner. I'm not a fireman, but I work with a lot of firemen that have told me a lot of horror stories, and a garbage can fire can light this building up, take it down in a heartbeat. When you see a fire, you know, small fire, get it put out if you can, but get people called right away on fires. Also, just because the fire's out doesn't mean that there's not something burning. We lost an engine room to a fire this last winter. I was on the scene, and everything was put out. The next day, we were sitting down in there, and all the snow was melted off one part of the roof, and it snowed all night long. Our fire's not out. And then we saw puffs of smoke. And when I called the fire chief and I said, hey, you guys need to come on back. Oh, man, it can't be burning. He knew it could be. He just didn't really want to send his crews out. They just were all out all night. And they came back out, and they had to cut ceilings out. And it took a long time for them to finally get that thing down because it got up in the ceiling. So that's about all I'm going to say. Don't wait to call the fire department on fires. If you start getting a fire, get them out here, show them what it is, make sure things are taken care of. We had ammonia leaking because of that fire for 7 days. Because we couldn't get in. The structure was so damaged, we had equipment hanging from above where we need to isolate. Hundreds of pounds worth of equipment hanging above our heads. The fire department wouldn't go in, we wouldn't go in. The final move was the SEP dropped on the 4th day. The structure was so weak. And we were able to get in and shut it off. It was 5 or 7 days we had ammonia leaking out. So don't let fire get going, because fire's awful. You know what started it? This guy, and I could tell it in the States because you guys aren't from down there. I have to be careful down there. The guy tied a weed burner to a post to heat the engine room because they were freezing up their pipes. An open flame weed burner. Great move, guys.
That's why he was trying to put it there by himself, so nobody knew what he was.
Yeah. Well, it's not uncommon up here for the construction guys to use a tagger torch to warm up a room.
Yeah.
Well, I used to do my service truck. I used to tie it to the frame of my first service truck, but I was in there. I turned the damn thing off by left, you know, but it still wasn't a smart move. Anyway, right quickly again, don't forget the structure, you guys. Somebody in charge, plant IC, notification, lead responder, and evacuation are 4 positions I want you guys to be able to fill initially. You guys, and if you hear people that are religious to the incident command system, one thing on this before we get into characteristics, they will tell you have to have a safety officer. Okay? But those are guys talking about doing entry. Now you have to have a safety officer. You don't have to have a safety officer because you're doing no entries. If you want to assign somebody to the position of safety officer, go ahead and do that. But it's the need and means of putting a safety officer in is to protect the crews as they make entries. It's not just to have the position filled, okay? No position that should be filled if you don't need it. You don't need somebody doing legal during your emergency event. You might. But initially, that isn't something I'm going to worry about. That's not going to save one life or shut this system down. So just do these 4 positions. When we start talking about ammonia, I want you to start understanding the characteristics of ammonia. You hear that noise? That shh. Did you hear that on your release? Noises like that?
I wasn't that close to it.
If you walk back to this engine room back here and you start thinking you might smell ammonia, but even before you smell it, you hear a and you see this, you got ammonia leak. And if you see a cloud like this, you've got a liquid ammonia leak, not a gas. Now in a refrigeration system, you have gas and you have liquid. A liquid release, everybody in here should understand, is a much worse release, isn't it? Because a liquid release is going to put more ammonia in there at a quicker rate. High pressure liquid release is your worst leak by far, above any. Okay? And if you see a leak like this and you hear that it's likely a high pressure liquid release. And I can tell you when you see a cloud like that, it's liquid. You will not see a cloud like that on a gas release. Now, it sounded like you had a cloud form. It could have either been liquid, but it also could have been a much smaller, lesser density cloud, because you will pick up moisture. Right conditions, you will see a vapor to some degree, but it won't sustain a cloud like this. Why do you think we see this cloud? Because ammonia is a clear, colorless substance. It looks, if you put it in a pot, we do it all the time, it looks like 7-Up. The only reason it looks like 7-Up is because it's bubbling, it's boiling off. But it's totally clear. Why do you see that cloud?
Pressure. Because of moisture in the air.
Moisture. 100% moisture. In fact, every cloud you see in the sky is because of moisture. It's because of water. What you see when you see a cloud is water. It's the same with ammonia. Ammonia loves water, and so when it comes out, collects that moisture and makes it visible. So the reason you're seeing that cloud right now is because it is a liquid release that has the ability to pick up a lot of moisture. Okay. Now, it come out of the pipe, it was liquid in the pipe, but initially when it comes out, it starts changing. What is it doing? Boiling. Perfect. It starts boiling. Why is it boiling? I can tell you've been in my classes. You're getting them dead center. Why does it start boiling? What temperature does ammonia boil at? Guys go in their DOT book. Fire guys always do that. They cheat. They always get their DOT book out. It's actually in your other literature too. It starts boiling at minus 28 degrees. So in our environment, most of the time, we're above minus 28 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's important to mention here.
Yeah, it is important. You guys are better. Go to Australia. Those people get pissed at me because I'm talking Fahrenheit. It's like, God, I don't convert to Celsius in my head. I don't speak Celsius. So I try to convert for them, but minus 28 degrees Fahrenheit, it starts boiling. You're usually warmer than that, but you are always warmer than that. So it could come out like water out of a hose, right? If it's minus 40 degrees, no. It always boils to some degree, and what's the other thing that controls the rate or controls boiling of a substance? Temperature and what?
Pressure.
Pressure, bingo. So as soon as it comes out of this pipe, what was driving it out of the pipe? Pressure, the pressure of the system, whatever that may be. It could be a tank, it could be a transportation tank creating the pressure. It could be 100 pounds, it could be 150 pounds. It could be 200 pounds. It's driving it out, as soon as it comes out of the pipe, the pressure lowers because it's in the atmosphere. And the temperature's usually higher, and it's going to start boiling. But even at minus 40, it's going to boil some. You're going to get a lot more liquid on the ground at minus 40, but you're still going to get that boiling in that cloud because of the pressure difference, okay? So it came out, it was a liquid, and it starts boiling immediately, and what you get is an aerosol. What's the definition of an aerosol? Liquid droplets and training gas. So you got, initially when it came out of this pipe, I got a lot of liquid droplets, don't I? If this started boiling, so you got a lot of liquid droplets and some gas. As it moves farther out, it's going to boil more, and you're going to have less and less liquid droplets, and you're going to have more and more gas. Makes sense, right? Boiling on. It's being driven out of the pipe by the pressure of the system, and you can see here, if you look at it, we're losing that pressure release somewhere right here. Well, actually, probably more here. But the energy's carrying it this far, so probably your end of energy release is right about here. And look at that cone. It's really important to understand this, especially if you guys have a rail car off or something. Is that area, because on a rail car, this could be 50, 100 feet out before you get past that sides of that, there's no ammonia. This is blowing right past. So what's happening, if I had a leak right here, you guys may not even smell it. But those guys out there are in trouble. Why? Because as it goes out and loses energy release, then what controls where it goes? The environment, which is wind, humidities, temperatures, objects, temperatures of objects, is going to control where it goes. So initially in that release, this area here on the sides, there's no ammonia. We've done tests where we've walked right up to the edge of huge clouds, I'll show you one in a little bit, and set cones down 25 parts per million, and we're on the edge of the cloud. I'm not recommending doing this. I'm just telling you this so you understand. Once again, what I'm doing is giving you information to predict, because it could be you out there, Trent. You could be standing out there the first guy looking. You've got to start sizing this thing up. You need to start telling somebody what's going on. And it's not always visible. So you got to start understanding this. Came out of the pipe. It was liquid. It was driven by the pressure of the release. Came out, lost pressure release. It picked up moisture immediately. It's visible. And is it going to go up or down? Up. Okay, why does it go up?
It's lighter than air.
It's lighter than air. You're right, and we're going to get to this. You're 100% right. Ammonia is just call it 0.6 density, where air is 1. So it's lighter than air. It's like helium. But there's another dynamic here that's going to control where it goes. And we already have talked about it. So it's 0.6, it's lighter than air. It's actually 0.5973 or something like that, but 0.6 is more than adequate for it. It's lighter than air. But what does it love? Water. So now it collects that moisture, it's visible. So you bound in some fashion an ammonia molecule with a water molecule. Now what do you think its density or weight is? Higher than that of air. So it's going to drop. So if you have 100% zero humidity, ammonia's gone. We do releases in Yuma, Arizona, hot and dry, 50 feet from an 1.5-inch hose, under 90 pounds pressure, you can't find ammonia. In the middle of summer in Yuma, if I had an ammonia leak, I'd just sit back and wait for it to get done. Because it doesn't hurt anything, it's gone. So understand the dynamic here. On this release and any release at this point, there's one occurrence happening. It's going out, boiling off and transitioning if it's liquid, or if it's a gas that's coming out, and it's going to go from here to Mother Nature. It's going to go from here to Mother Nature and the sky. Period. Fact of life. It's going to go there. What you're trying to do in this class, and what we're trying to do in describing this to you and the characteristics, is you be able to size up between the point of release here and Mother Nature, where's it going in between? Because that's what's really important. I know it's going up there, and I know I got a leak. Now what's in between? It's just like a math equation, or what's in the middle. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but somehow stupidly in my mind it did right then. But, so, back to the transition. It's driven out of the pipe by the energy release. It forms a cone, a perfect cone. It comes out, and as soon as it loses energy release, it's taken over by the environment. It's already picked up moisture, so it's become heavier, so it's going to drop. Even though it's lighter than air as a substance, it's going to drop because the moisture it picked up. It starts dropping. What controls where it goes besides that moisture? Because the moisture is going to hold it down. What else controls it? We've already talked about it multiple times this morning.
Temperature,
Wind and temperature. Let's stay with wind though for a minute. So wind has an effect on it. So what direction is the wind blowing? That's what you're going to determine, right? You, not just for evacuation for your group, which is the most critical thing, but you as an IC, so you can also start determining, are we worried about the school? Are we worried about the golf course? Are we worried about the curling rink? Where is it going? Okay, so we're sizing that up. You got a windsock back there. May need a little bit of help there. It's maybe not the best of conditions, but we got a windsock. And it didn't work. We watched it work yesterday. That tells you the wind direction. Is that always accurate down here? No. You've got to start sizing up the wind down here. Now, we had asked you, do we have anything that can use as a eraser? Do you have a...
I'll go grab it.
It's a rag thing.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Well, my old back's killing me today, guys. Wow. Okay, so what I'm talking about with the wind, we build what we call eye-level wind indication, and I do this because it's so simple and so overlooked by people when it comes to ammonia. Take a street cone, put a piece of PVC in it, and we cut ours about 2.5 feet, 2 feet, and we get couplings for them because then you can easily store it. Don't glue it together though. We had one of the customers, they went and built this, and then they glued them all together, and it's like, well, now it's not very portable again. It's 5 foot long. But if you have 2 foot pieces and then you put the coupling on it, put another piece on it, and tie a piece of flagging tape on it. That's all you need. Set those out around your event. You've got so little ammonia here, I don't know if you're going to have the time to need it, but it's a really good tool, and it's a really good tool. We're training air gas who delivers ammonia to do this, and they're going to put them all in their truck. I mean, this is nothing. They carry cones already. All you need to do is get a pole of some kind, flagging tape. There's no money in this. Yes, sir?
Okay, so maybe you said it before and I didn't get it. But that cloud, when it's gonna go in the air, okay? How long is it gonna stay over there, and what's dangerous? Because when it's gonna come back, when it's gonna go down, it's dangerous. When it's gonna fall on people, what's the...
Well, we're getting to that to some degree, and I'm not sure I understand exactly what the point of the question is when is it going to dump on somebody? Or
yeah, this is that part that it's dangerous, or
well, if it's a hot sunny day, then it's gonna keep rising pretty good. If it's nighttime and it's drizzly out, then you got a problem. It's gonna come down and linger lots.
It also depends on where it leaks from.
So let's say it's going here, and then it go down, and it's fall on you guys. Then it's dangerous because it's fall on them.
Yes, it can be dangerous. The levels at which it falls on those people is going to be determined by the amount of the release and what type of release it is and where it was at. So,
if it's still full of ammonia, maybe.
But it's disseminating as it's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So the further it goes down the wind, the better. Just stay with the conversations. We're not done here yet.
Okay.
And in the end, and I mean this, if we haven't got it clear for you in the end of this discussion, then come back to me on that. But I think we're going to cover everything you're getting at. The only reason I stopped to do this right now is because I want you to understand the wind controls it along with that moisture. So the wind is something we have to go predict at all levels. And I wasn't going to do this, but to make the point, we had a complex of cold storages at a facility that were kind of like this with little engine rooms off them. At the corner of every one of them. And they had a huge packing facility here that was 3 stories in some locations. So the roof line at the height of this building, if you looked at it from ground level, those buildings were this tall, and the engine room was this tall. And the relief lines coming out of these engine rooms were below the roof line. And then this building was at this roof line height. And the wind was blowing in this direction. Okay? And this is the relief valve that was blowing ammonia out this direction. And I looked at this when we showed up on scene, and I said, well, all we had to do is come around the building here and hit, and I didn't get into this. This building went all the way down here. We just come in, and we're going to come around, we'll go in the engine room door, and we'll shut the engine room off. We'll be safe the whole direction. Because the wind's blowing this way, so it's going to be blowing it away. But this building's solid. And we missed that thought. So that ammonia, and this relief valve is below the roof lines. So when the ammonia was coming out, going towards this building, it was hitting the building and going both directions. Even though the wind was blowing this way, wind would hit that building and turn this way. We came around that corner, I'll just tell you, we came around that corner and it hit hard. And I turned around to find my partner, he was long gone. He was quicker than I was that day. And I did the same thing. So just understand, you have to know what's going on around here. You got trees, you got buildings. You've got to understand if it gets down, where's it going to go? So you'd have to start predicting that in between buildings. So this is where eye-level wind indication can really help. Now, part of your question here is it's going downwind, it's dropping because of that moisture. The wind's controlling it. What are some things that, it may not answer, but part of what we need to talk about is, we talked about wind changing its direction, but is a big wind a good thing or a bad thing? Really strong wind.
Well, I think a big wind is good because it's going to put it farther than you. That's all.
You're right. A big wind will cut the downwind dispersion rate by half. In other words, how far the cloud goes with any impact is going to be cut in half with a large wind. I'm not doing exact numbers. 30 mile an hour wind will do this. I'm just saying, in a general sense, a strong wind is a good thing for you, which is counterintuitive at times. But it is, a big strong wind is good. Now a bad wind is a light, breezy, puffy wind, because it's really not getting energy to the ammonia, it's just moving it nicely over to the curling rink, and it's putting it over there. You'll see that in this video in a minute. So once again, it came out, it was a liquid, it started boiling at minus 28 degrees, it started transitioning, it was an aerosol, liquid droplets of turning to gas, it was a dense gas aerosol, which is starting to be more gas than liquid droplets. It gets out here and it's just a dense gas. At this point, it starts losing its ability to hold as much moisture. So at this point, it starts becoming a straight gas. It can't hold the moisture. It starts spreading out further and further. The molecules do. The moisture drops out, and it becomes an invisible vapor.
So if it rains, it's a problem, then?
Yeah, and we'll get to that. Okay. But out here in front of this, do you think there's ammonia there? Absolutely.
Where?
Out in front of it, where you can't see it, there's ammonia there. But you can't see it because it's lost its ability to hold the moisture anymore. And if you have a gas high pressure relief going off that vent we were looking at yesterday, you may not see anything. Because it's a gas, and it's a high pressure gas, and it's hot. And it just doesn't pick up the moisture enough to be visible. And those are the ones that get people hurt. When I talked about being locked up by ammonia, nobody I've met that was locked up by ammonia was locked up in this cloud. Because if you're in that cloud, they aren't here to tell me the story. You're dead. You're not going to be in that cloud. And by the way, you're not going to walk into that cloud. Because the minute you get into the edge of that cloud, you're going to start getting hit hard. Just like I did come around that building. It's invisible, but it told me to leave right away. But out here in front is where people are going to get into it. And that's where you're going to be evacuating your people. And that's what you saw in the video earlier. You didn't see any ammonia there, did you? But those people putting their arms over their face were eating ammonia. Guaranteed. That's why evacuation is such a critical move around chemicals. With chlorine, you see it all the time. It's the nice thing about chlorine is it's very visible. Ammonia is invisible. Okay, so you need to know where the stuff is at. The wind's going to control it, the temperature, the moisture. But when we talk about energy and objects being temperature, what about that black truck that this is coming to? So let's watch this a little bit further. You see the cloud drop because of the moisture? It's going over towards a black truck. What is that black truck?
Heat source.
It's a heat source. What does it do around that truck? It goes around it like a force field. Why? Because the truck's hot. This describes a characteristic of ammonia you have to understand. Ammonia doesn't want to go to a warmer place. It wants to go to a cooler place, Mother Nature, or behind the truck where it's cool. But once it came in contact, or could come in contact with heat, it's going to move away. Ammonia comes out of a system. It's going to go from the lake area to Mother Nature. What's it going to do in between? If there's a lot of humidity, it's going to drop. And it can drop on people, as you just said. How much? I can't tell you that. It's got to be the amount of the leak. So you got to start determining that. I'm going to show you the video in here in a minute and tell you a story that will help you understand what I'm talking about. It can drop on people because of the humidity. The wind's going to control what direction it goes. So you got to know what direction the wind's going. Objects like pavement, objects like vehicles, objects like walls, all have an effect on this. Okay? A snowbank will have an effect on this. Snowbank may hold it a little bit, give it some more moisture. In this event here, the ground is wet. The moisture in the ground is giving more weight to the ammonia. These are all things you got to analyze when you start looking at it. Now the gentleman right there in the front walks in behind this cloud after the ammonia shut off. What does he read? Nothing. This is the cool thing about ammonia, folks. You shut it off. You get it soft. 100% soft. It's gone. There is a very low time frame in between that. It's just extremely cold, drizzly snow, cold, bad day. Minot in the Dakotas was an example of this. The leak was at night. It was 9 or something rail cars of ammonia wrecked, and they ruptured all these ammonia cars, and the cloud lay over the city, covering the whole city, and stayed there. As soon as the sun came out, it was gone. Almost immediately. And there were smells around for the whole day. You just don't.
9 cars.
Yeah, 9 cars of ammonia in the city. You're going to have some smell of ammonia. But the impact was nothing. But at night it was terrible, and you brought that up, thank you. You know, nighttime's worse. Why? Because it's dark, there's no heat. It's wet. It's usually more moisture. It's cold. And that ammonia got down and laid down in the city. But as soon as the sun came out, it changed it. So blacktop is kind of a benefit to us, or pavement. It can be a heat source that'll drive it up. Once ammonia gets past a certain point, it's going to go straight up. But if it's still picking up humidity, you guys don't get huge humidity up here, do you?
It's everybody dry.
So your ammonia's going to have a tendency to go wet. We're the same in the Yakima Valley to a large degree. Seattle's not like that. There's places in the world that it's going to stay down a lot longer. So, once again, what's a good day for ammonia release? This is all you got to remember. Now, there's a lot of complications, and there could be a lot of
A dry, sunny day.
Dry, sunny, high wind day. Great day for ammonia release.
Let's open it.
Yeah. Wait a second. Fred, hang on there, buddy. Hang on there, buddy. Can we keep him away from valves for a while? No, you're good, man. Thank you. And what's a bad day for ammonia release? Wet. And we'll talk about rain a little bit because that keeps coming up, and it's something we need to talk about. A cold, wet day with no wind or very low wind. That's your worst day. Minot. And the Dakotas were cold when that thing happened. There was snow on the ground. The snow was all gone afterward. Not because ammonia heated up, but they mixed together and it actually took the snow away. It absorbed all the moisture out of the snow into the ammonia cloud. The snow was gone. It was amazing. But that was a huge release. But a cold, wet day is the worst. Now, rain or snow. Let's talk about that. If you have a heavy rain, you got a lot of water coming down. Believe it or not, it's just going to, in all cases I've ever seen, it's gone. It's just mixed, diluted, and gone. A drizzly day is bad, and I have seen drizzly days that just hold it down really bad, and I've seen drizzly days where it really isn't raining, it's just misting. And this was at the coast, and it was a pretty large release, and it kept the cloud down, but it also kept the pavement reeking for a long time. So we didn't have enough water to wash it away. We had just enough water to put it on the ground and keep it there. And then it boiled off. When the sun came out, it didn't take long, but it got bad again for a little bit after the sun came out. So, yes, sir.
So let's say it was an early morning and the golf course has their sprinklers on. Would it be attracted to the golf course a little more than going up?
If it was low when it came into that moisture. Yeah. Now, this is a misnomer that's been taught around the country, around the world. that it will turn 180 against wind to go for water. Bullshit. And I'll just say it point blank. It's not going to turn against the wind to go for water. It's not intelligent. It's just when it's around water, it's going to absorb the water. So if it's going over the surface over the top of a body of water, that moisture's coming off that water, it's picking it up, it's making it heavy and drop. Ammonia doesn't go, hey, there's the water, let's go over here. And wind has a much bigger force, but it's going low towards that, or it's dropping because of the humidity towards that golf course. Yeah, the sprinklers on, the sprinklers are probably going to knock you down.
Stay in that area.
It's going to be enough water with sprinklers where it's going to dilute it.
So, what's the general rule or thumb, I guess, in terms of when would you choose to just let it go to atmosphere versus trying to knock it down with fire hoses? When
we're going to get to that. I don't want to go too far yet. I will tell you just a personal, and it's not personal opinion, it's through study.
Okay.
I always want it to go.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold it back.
You always prefer fans over.
But if I've got a body and a rescue and a life safety issue, and I deem at the moment that's my best course of action, I really don't care about the aftermath.
Yeah.
I want to save that body. But water is, on a pool of liquid ammonia, so we talked about that minus 40 degree day, and some of it is staying liquid in the pool, never put water on that. Never.
It's going to create
it makes a mess. It'll erupt on you. And I'll show you a video of that. So we're getting into this. I love it. I'm getting you guys your juices flowing. You want to know more. It's we'll get to this in a second, but yeah, go.
I'm sure you looked at it yesterday, but with our condensing tower out there, where there's a large water supply, but a large fan supply as well, is that going to kind of make it stay there in a haze because it's picking up the moisture from the condensing tower, but the fan's drawing it up?
Not likely in a release around the condenser. If it's a release in the condenser, it's going to have impacts on how the ammonia is going to go, but those fans have a lot of force. It's going to put it high in the air. And actually, that's a mitigation that could be put in place, is to have all your relief valves go into the tower, and then when an alarm happens, the water and fans come on, you're lifting it 30, 40 foot in the air with moisture, making it heavy. You're going to maintain some of the ammonia in the condenser, and you're going to put the rest up high enough not to impact the community. So we have facilities that they call them a scrubber. You can actually buy scrubbers for ammonia. But they're pretty expensive. They're a big, huge maintenance issue. Tanks of water are better. We talked about all that yesterday. But the problem with condensers are if they're a galvanized condenser, you do that and you're going to ruin your condenser. Because ammonia reacts with zinc and galvanizes zinc. So stainless condensers that a lot of people are putting in now, and believe me, there's a lot of people putting stainless, you could do that pretty easily. You could bend into there and use it as a scrubber system.
Our ammonia stack is right off of our cooling tower. So, would one of our best options be to just shut off the water supply and let the fans run and help push it up?
The only way you could truly answer that is do a smoke, or have a release. A smoke bomb off the top of that, if you could
see what happens.
And see what the condenser effect is on it, because air movement is really quite a strange thing. I can tell you, I could draw you a picture of what it does in the first 2 to 5 feet off the top of that condenser, but how that air movement changes after that is so dynamic. It's an equation that is really hard to predict. Wind is really a difficult thing to predict in general. Believe me, millions of dollars have been spent on plume modeling around this country on releases around the world, and they're still studying it. Nobody's ever nailed it because it's just unpredictable. So the condenser may or may not be a help to you on it. I don't think it's a tool that has been designed to be an answer to your problems. I'm not going to put it in my plan. Unless I have some design criteria, all you're doing is guessing at that point. You may be making it worse. You might make it better. But it's also not going to draw directly to that condenser. Now, if the fans are on, it's going to pull the air in, so if that ammonia is dropping, it's going to pull it through the condenser, and then it's going to, water would help. But it's just not designed in. I can't predict it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Now, in the future, it might make sense, because you might design it to where it goes into the condenser. Then it makes sense.
Design it so you bend your stack right in the middle of the fans.
And it just sucks it right in. If you do that, have some way to divert that line away from that condenser. Because sooner or later, you're going to go in there and clean it. And we had this happen. We were sitting in class talking about it. The facility had all the relief valves going in this huge condenser. And they went inside it. They were piped inside. And it was a scrubber system. And it was a stainless condenser. They covered all the bases, except for poor one guy sitting in the class was sitting there and he started getting more and more pale. And I'm like, wow, something's up with this guy. Finally, his hand comes up slow and he goes, I have to go in there once a month and clean it. You're telling me the relief valves all point in there? And it's like, yeah. Oh, and it's like, oh. And we were all white at that point. We're like, holy God, man, you killed this poor kid. And so what they did is they went and put a secondary line on with the T, and when he goes in the tower, and you can't close either one of them. Yeah. When you open one, you close the other, and vice versa. Yeah. And so he goes in there, he diverts it away from himself. And now that poor kid's going to live, but man, he'd been in trouble in there. You ever seen those holes? You try to get out of there in a hurry. I mean, I don't get in them anymore. Oh, I don't fit anymore. Something happened. They got smaller. I think they built those holes smaller. I want to go back to this because you need to understand this process again. Once again, I want you to watch this cloud one more time because you're going to see it invisible in a minute. It came out of the pipe. What's driving it out of the pipe?
Pressure.
Pressure of the system. And that pressure of the system is going to drive it so far out until it loses that energy release, right? And that distance would be determined by the amount of pressure, the amount of release, right? In that area where it's being driven by the pressure of the release, you have a cone. And it's going to stay in that cone shape. If you have a cloud that's this consistency, what is the state of the ammonia inside that pipe? Liquid. And it comes out, it starts doing what? Boiling. It boils at what temperature? Minus 28. It starts boiling, but not just through the temperature, also the pressure drop. So ammonia starts boiling, it makes a cloud. What does it immediately start absorbing? Moisture. Water. So that makes it heavier or lighter than air once you absorb the moisture? Heavier than air, so it drops. What do hot objects do ammonia? Bad juju. It wants to get away from them. And you see it once again in the truck. So I know this made a lot more questions in some people's heads, and I knew that was going to occur, but now you start understanding the characteristics, you can at least ask questions, right? If you don't understand these characteristics, it's very difficult to do it. Now, we said it's the same as invisible vapor, and here it is. You can't see it on the left, but you see that on the right? Yeah. That's ammonia. This was an infrared camera. This is a gas detection camera called a gas finder. They're a $100,000 piece of equipment. And I have this camera on the scene, and you can see the ammonia as he releases it. There it comes again. But you can't see it with the naked eye. Now, you'll see a gentleman walk in here in a minute and walk into it waist deep. And this gentleman walks into it, and he stays in it. Did he stay in it because he was being callous and didn't care? Bring it back here a little bit. No, it's because his meter was reading 0. This is starting to understand the characteristics. He walks into the cloud. This is Kent Anderson. He's the past president, International Institute of Ammonia Refrigeration. We got 100 people sitting behind us. I'm on the camera. Kent's standing in ammonia. I go, Kent, you're standing in ammonia. No, I'm not. I got 0 parts per million, Scott. I don't got any ammonia. Kent, believe me, you got ammonia. I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to embarrass me when he gets mad at me. It's like, Kent, you are. Well, I've never seen that camera. That camera's wrong. This meter, I know it's right. Kent, lower your meter. Holy shit. Now he went. Why was it staying low like that? Look at where he's releasing it. This is what I asked a minute ago. Where it released from also has an impact. If it's released low, behind Mike here, the wind's blowing just in the same direction he's releasing it. So the energy of release was driving it downwind, and the wind kept it down, and the ground's wet. It's just laying right down low. Even though you can't see it, it's still picking up some moisture. So it stayed low. It just perfectly laid on the ground. And he's reading up here. Which goes to show you, if you're going to go read with the meter outside, you better be reading up high, medium, and low. And you better not move very fast. These meters don't react real quick. That one's fairly quick. But still, move slow, take your readings, then move again, take readings, move again. Kent kicked out, he was reading over 200 parts per million, and we don't know what it was because he left. But the bottom line is, that cloud's still there. And that's the one that gets you. That's the one every time I've been locked up by ammonia, every single time was invisible vapor. I never got locked up by a cloud, because I've never been in a cloud. Well, I have with masks on, I have with SCBAs on, but I haven't been with nothing on, because you don't get there. So hopefully this gets you to see what's going on. Now, This cloud went downwind because the wind was taking it and it's moving, and you saw, this is the same location I showed you in the last one. And you saw in the last one, if you paid attention, there was a guy out front taking reading. And in the first one, the cloud's coming and Bob was backing up, and I went up to him. Part of my job was to get all the data, and I said, Bob, what'd you read? Nothing. I said, Bob, you were backing up. He said, Scott, the cloud was coming at me. I'm like, okay, I did it. He knew to back up. His instincts had told him he never got any ammonia readings. He didn't stay there long enough because he couldn't look down the barrel of a cloud and stay there. He just started backing up. Because he knows what that cloud means. But out where he was at was dry pavement. So now on this release, it's staying nice and low. This is wet pavement, the wind's taking along, everything's, ammonia's just happy, it's staying low. What happens when it hits the dry pavement? Went straight up. Bob was out 15, 20 feet beyond the wet pavement. On the dry pavement, he never got a reading on this one either. If he'd have moved into the wet pavement, I think he'd have got a reading. Which leads me to another story real quick. We're in Texas. And once again, we were doing releases just like this. And why we have somebody walk in from the sides is to establish the plume. So if we have a release coming out here, making the cone, and it's going to go out here and start spreading out. At about 25 feet out, I'm going to walk in from this side with a meter and have somebody walk in from this side with a meter. And when they start reading 25 to 50 parts per million, they're going to set a cone down. And then if you moved out further, by the way, you don't move out this way, you move out this way. Why? Because the cloud's getting wider, right? So as I move out this way, and I set a cone, I don't want you guys to do this during an event. I'm not telling you, this is characteristics we're talking about. This is not response. Now on a larger release on the highway, the fire department might do this to determine where the plume's at. But you set these cones out and you get this. So I was, on this day in Texas, I was moving in to set the cone, and I ended up right here. And Gary Smith was moving out at 200 feet. Our president, ex-fire chief, he's moving in, and he had moved into the center. He started in the center, actually, because he was out far enough at 200 feet. He wanted to take readings, and he was reading well over 200 parts per million out here. And I was standing in front of the cloud. And we got a captain here. He'd be looking at me just like Gary did, going, Scott, get out of there. What are you doing? You can't be a cowboy. I got no PPE on. Did you know what I was reading right there? 0 parts per million. Now, why was I reading 0 here, right 25 feet in front of it, and he's reading 200 parts? Because it's Texas. It's the middle of summer, it's 104 degrees, and we're on pavement. That pavement's so hot you can see the heat radiating off the pavement. What is gas, ammonia gas going to do as soon as it comes out of the pipe? Go up. So it did go up. Came out of the pipe and went up. But it's Texas. They don't have dry conditions. High humidity, that day was well over 85% humidity. So even though it was invisible, it got up here in the atmosphere, picked it up, and came back down in the air. So when you were asking where can it come down, I can't tell you where it's going to come down. I can tell you it can come down, and I can tell you the fire departments have told me over and over again, damn people lie to us. And what they're saying is the neighbors call, you don't call. And they come here and go, you got an ammonia leak. I don't have an ammonia leak. The hell you don't. They go out and find it, and then instantly they think, well, you guys are lying to us. No, we didn't know. I'm telling you, that relief valve there goes off. There's a good likelihood it could be going off right now. We wouldn't have a clue it was going off. Until the curling group or the golfers out there go, holy cow, we're smelling ammonia. So understanding these conditions. What level was it? It was 200 parts per million, right around 200 parts per million, 200 feet out from a small release. 200 parts per million will not kill anybody. It will not put anybody in the hospital in reality. People will go to the hospital, but not one of those people at 200 parts per million exposure need to go to the hospital. Unless they sat there for about 14 hours or 2 hours, then they maybe need to go to the hospital. But they're going to go to the hospital, so you got to understand that. So your question was so valid, but it's not answerable. But what it can be is you know now enough to say, we just bought those new meters. Let's get somebody over here by the school. On our property still, but we're next to the school, let's start getting some readings. Fire department shows up, it's going, we know it's going that direction. We can't get any readings on site, then they can go over and start taking readings at the school. You might be able to too, but I'm just saying they're more equipped as far as being a public responder to go do those tests. So that's why I want you to understand this. Not because I can tell you where it's going to drop. Can it damage and hurt people? If it's a visible cloud like that and it drops on somebody, hell yeah.
Because for me it was going in the wind, in the air, and tell why?
Yeah.
So it can come back now.
Yeah, it can. It depends on condition.
Okay.
So when you're going to see that is a very humid day. It's got to be extremely humid for that drop to occur. If it's a rain day, it's already dropped. So it's got to be hot and highly humid. You're never going to probably see those conditions here. But now you understand the dynamics of life, hopefully from this discussion, to where you can start, as an IC, start making good judgments of what you want to do with your people. Okay? Anyway, this was really fun with the camera because this is the first time we really used it. It was so cool to be able to see that ammonia so clearly. This is a large release. Once again, I'll put the sound on this one for a minute. If you walk back behind your building and you hear that kind of noise and see that kind of cloud, just back the hell up. It's going to be done here in about 15 minutes. That big a leak with 700 pounds in your system, it would probably take 15 minutes to be done. Okay, that's a big release. But I'm going to play it back again because I want you to understand something. On large releases, because that ammonia, and we'll get to this, is so cold and it's picked up so much moisture, it becomes very dense, very heavy, and very volatile. And it creates its own environments. Large releases like this are nasty. You will not predict which way they're going to go. You watch this one going to the right, heavy. Here in a minute, you're going to see it go to the left. In fact, there used to be a class standing there by that fire truck. You see them leaving. If you're going to have a release outside, I'll guarantee you one fact, if it's a long-term release, before the event's over, you will move people if you have them outside. They will not stay in that same evacuation point. I can almost guarantee you that, because it changes. Now, if your evacuation point's over here at the school, and the winds are going this way naturally, it's probably not going to be able to get over here. But there are 32 hours, which ASCII's been doing this since 1984. Every year, thousands of pounds of ammonia, testing ammonia releases. We have never not moved our class multiple times. So just understand, outside ammonia is much more volatile. You know, if it's caught up in a building, that's where we talked with them yesterday. Not that this is the answer, but containment is an answer to a release. If the system is designed for that isolation, for containment. But letting it go to Mother Nature, back to the question earlier, is my answer every time. Because I've been around a lot of ammonia releases, and it's going to go away. I like it when it goes away, you guys. I'm really happy when it's gone to atmosphere. So, but is that the right answer every time? No. But just understand a large release outside has a huge impact. Next one you're going to see is a test we did involving a car in a cloud of ammonia. It was a cache for clunkers. We had a truck and it was running in the ammonia cloud. Here's the cloud. There's two guys in level A suits. They're going to pick up those cones, watch to the edge of the cloud for testing purposes. Not for emergency response, but we're studying. And they're going to set the cone down when they reach 25 to 50 parts per million. They're in the level A suit because that cloud right there will kill you right away. Okay, so that's a big cloud. But out here we have a truck in it. We put a truck in the cloud because a gal died in an incident, a tanner incident down south. I think it was in Alabama or Mississippi, somewhere down there. And she drove past the barricade. They pulled a hose off a truck. They dumped a whole bunch of ammonia in a huge cloud. And they had a barricade. Well, they drove past the barricade, drove right into the cloud, and they found her inside. After the cloud went away, they found her there outside her car dead. And the theory was she drove in the cloud, it killed her car, so she got out. It's a little old lady that drove past the barricade. She saw the cloud and went, why are these people putting barricades up? It's just a fog cloud. Well, fog was ammonia. So she drove by it. Why she got out of the car, nobody will ever know, but I think the lady got confused, scared, and jumped out of her car. I think it's that simple. But once she jumped out in that cloud, it killed her. So we wanted to also know what would happen inside that car. Because if I'm going to tell you that shelter-in-place works, if I'm going to tell you stay inside, step in a closet if it's your only answer, if I'm going to tell you that, I'm going to be damn sure about what I'm telling you. So we put monitors inside the vehicle, running vehicle, windows closed, ventilation system not running, but it's just a car, and we took readings. Outside the cloud, we were well plus 50,000 parts per million. We pegged up every single meter we had in this cloud. We've done that a lot of times. In the car, what do you think the levels got up to in the car? 15 minutes was in the cloud. How much was the level in the car? 5. Well, that was optimistic. Wow, that'd be really cool. 400. We hit 400. In 15 minutes over a car, you're going to get ammonia in there. Maybe the pressure that release was driving right
What
over
brand
the
of
car.
car was it?
It was a Chevy pickup. Nice pickup. That crash for clunkers, man. They wouldn't let you buy those trucks. I told them after we did this, can I have that truck? It's a nice truck.
You know, that's enough though that somebody's gonna
panic.
They're gonna want to get out.
Yes.
They're gonna. Is it better out there than in here?
Yeah, and it isn't. And we know for a fact getting out will kill you.
Yeah.
But, and we're not here to, and this study wasn't to say stay in your car or anything else. It was for us to know and understand. Because we're not going to tell the general community to stay in the car, and if God forbid this ever happens again, because the general public's going to get out of the car. Okay, and we'll show you, I'll show you Mickey Johnson's not part of this program, but I will show you Mickey Johnson because she did. Everybody around her died, and she got back in the car and lived. Her and her child lived.
Did you do that with the car running?
Yes.
And it stayed running?
And it stayed running.
So that little old lady died of old age.
You know, I actually like your answer. I think I'll say that. Can I use that? Because that's really good.
That's what happened.
She did. In a large sense, she panicked and freaked out and got out of the car. And I'm not telling you to stay in your car. I hope you never see something like this. It's going to be a real rare occurrence. But I'm telling you, 400 parts per million, you'd live. And that cloud, you won't. Now, what you said is 100% right. 400 parts per million, nobody. I love ammonia, and I've been around it. When you hit 300 parts and above, it starts getting really uncomfortable. It's really that point where you're going, we were doing a release, and I overdid the ammonia a little bit. I don't use bottles anymore. I put ammonia in a bucket with a tarp over it, and I put it in the space, and I puff it out, because I can control it. With a bottle, it just has a tendency to peak too much. And I was at 324. I'll never forget looking at it. And these firefighters are coming through, and we're having them use a wet rag. We'll get to that in a minute. And they're coming through, and this gal comes in and wants to start talking, and I'm like, and she was the last one. It's like, would you please leave? I've been here for about 5 minutes, and I'm really uncomfortable. And I should have had a mask on, is what I should have done. But, so yeah, it's really uncomfortable. It makes you want to leave. And you're going to want to get out. But if you know there's a cloud outside that door, and it sucks in here, guaranteed out there's going to be really bad. So let's do it right now. So if you were in the bathroom, this happened, you're in the bathroom, and all of a sudden you start out that door and there's a cloud of ammonia rolling down the hallway. What's your best move? Step back in the bathroom. Get a wet rag, put it over your face. Does that make sense? Is that wet rag helping you? What do you think? You can always disagree with me, you guys. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing.
No, because it's wet.
No, because it's wet, okay. What happens when you breathe?
Yeah.
You're pulling ammonia.
Moisture there.
You're pulling ammonia to you. What the rag is a filter.
Yeah.
And it's not just a little bit effective, it's hugely effective. In fact, I wish we'd have been set up a little bit better here. We may send some ammonia, but when I can control rooms, I take them up to 50. This is another occurrence that's really interesting. When people have never experienced it in 50, they come in and they go, oh my God, I'm going to die. We don't give them a wet rag then. We make them suffer the 50 parts. They come out and they're just like, oh my God, that was awful. I raise it up to 150 and give them a wet rag, and they come in, got wet rag in their hand, and they're like, this isn't so bad. How can somebody take 3 times as amount when they were just in their room?
They're ready to use it.
Well, it had nothing to do with the rag. It had to do with this.
Yeah.
Their perception at 50 parts is, I'm going to die. They went 50 parts, they came out, and they went, I didn't die. They go back in and go, I can live with this stuff. And we don't tell them exactly what. We tell them we're going to go 50, 150, and sometimes we've done 300. I don't know if we'll do on 300 anymore.
Refrigeration mechanics sitting there and they can't even smell it. You walk in and you're
They smell it more than you think. They just know how to live with it. So the bottom line is that occurrence, but then we'll have them put the rag up. And I have never seen once where I haven't seen somebody go, oh my God, that works really well. We did it with the Sunnyside Fire Department in my area, and those guys were adamantly against doing it. And we had one of their bays, it was a separate bay they had built for washing their trucks. Really nice deal they built. And so I said, let's use that bay. And so I had ammonia in there, I took it up about 200 parts per million, and I told them I wanted to go in, and the firefighters were like, no, we ain't going in that damn stuff, da da da. I said, guys, you don't have to go in, I can't make you go in, but I've got it set up, and here's some wet rags. They all got their wet rags. All right, we'll do it. And they all went in there, and every one of them, I couldn't get them out. I had to open the doors. They all had their wet rags, and they talk. And this is so bad. They were just like, dude, guys, move out. No, we're good, man. It's like, no, you're not. Leave. So I just opened the doors. Because they were having so much fun playing in the ammonia, believe it or not. I mean, we had one of our instructors teaching in 200 parts one day. I'm like, Grant, you don't teach in 200 parts per million. Okay, it was meant for them to experience and not to sit in here and give class. So, back to our story, the car didn't die. The little old lady would have lived. And this would have saved a man's life if he would have understood this. Because in Singer, California, a gentleman went over, a refrigeration guy, to open a glycol valve to allow flow through a heat exchanger to cool, and they turn it on and off every day. And he reaches down to open the valve, and he's on his cell phone. And there's a guy standing there talking to him. And he reaches down, and instead of opening the glycol valve, he opened the oil drain, which didn't have a plug in it, did not have a spring-loaded valve in it. He opened it up. And if you've ever drained oil, initially the oil comes out, there's no smell whatsoever. He got the valve completely open before he realized it was ammonia. Then they had a cloud. He had to run. It blew straight from the area of the release to the doors of the bathroom. And there was a guy in the bathroom, 28-year-old man, and he was in there, and instead of staying inside, he ran out the cloud. And they found him there dead. 20-year-old, 3 kids. He would have never died if he'd stayed in that bathroom. But he didn't know. Now, Jose Mata got hit with ammonia so bad he was soaked in it, and he escaped. What's the difference between those two people? Training, understanding. And I don't expect anybody in this room to go from 0 to 180 in 2 seconds. If this is the first time you're learning about ammonia, you've got to keep going to it. Because Jose Mata's wife, Sandra, says over and over again, the reason Jose lived is he went to 9 years of these boring trainings. And she said boring trainings so many times I was about to go up and say, Sandra, stop saying boring. The point is, it is boring sometimes. But you're learning something in here, and it could be the smallest thing. The day I fell, you know, one of the first things, not the first things, I'll tell you about those later. One of the things I thought about on that floor when I was paralyzed, so I was paralyzed initially, was that first aid. I started thinking through first aid in my head. Why would I even think about first aid? Because every year for my whole life I've gotten first aid. Okay, I got a cracked head, I got a broken back, my brain's swelling, oh my God, I'm in shock. And I decided I had to get out of the room, was the only real option. But it went through my head. Why did it go through my head? Just like this will go through your head now, hopefully during an emergency event. And hopefully you'll make good choices. And hopefully when these guys show up, you've made enough good choices to where they can just continue on the good choices to where everything goes smooth. And it did for you guys without a plan, to a large degree up in Banff. I mean, a lot of things went wrong, but nobody died. And to me, a successful event is nobody died. The next part of success is we get it shut off quickly. And if we do both those two things, we're in good shape. Those bad things are going to happen in life, aren't they? People die in car wrecks all the time. You guys see that Times Square deal? Did you see that car? Guy drove into Times Square, killed 1 person and 13 were injured. Just drove right in the crowd. I was just there last year, and man, it's awful. The car is a mess. So bad things happen in life. You got to be prepared for them, and that's all you got to do. Do you see a problem with this picture? I do. Go ahead.
Blue sky.
Say it again.
Blue sky.
Oh, blue sky. That's a good thing. I thought you said that guy.
The guy in the orange vest doesn't have PPE on.
He's got a mask on, actually. He's got gloves on. He's got skin coverage, but that's not enough on that big a release. And we saw it immediately. See, what we do is we do these releases. He's upwind, isn't he? And he's on the right side of the release, but if that part fell over, and we looked at each other and went, oh my God. In fact, somebody, the radio, I think it was Rick, one of our instructors, goes, on the radio, he was safety, he goes, what's Bob doing in there? And I heard somebody on the radio going, doing what he always does. And I went, oh my God. And we pulled Bob out, put a guy on level A there. This is how easy things get screwed up in life. We didn't have a problem that day because we put somebody else on it. But if that had fallen over on Bob, we could have had a really hurt guy. So anyway, once again, understanding the movements of clouds. Once again, watch the change in directions on this cloud. It's rolling to the left, and then it turns and rolls to the right. You also see that is ammonia, by the way, guys. That's 100% ammonia. So, yeah, Bob's gone. Did Bob show you this in class?
Yeah.
Did he talk about himself behind there? I bet he didn't. The 2 guys up on the hill are a funny thing there too. I can't get it stopped. This is a release we did off the roof last year, and we did it as a liquid so we can see it. A high pressure relief valve would be a vapor, but it shows you what happens. And this is height. We talked about height yesterday. This is probably what's that ladder, 15 foot off the ground, and behind that building, but it's a drop, it's a hillside there. We're probably 30 feet off the ground, and we never got one reading on the ground during this release. And this is in Monterey, so this is on the coast, so there is humidity. So height on your relief valves does make a huge difference. Getting it up above people makes a big difference. In fact, exhaust fans on newer engine rooms have the ability to lift the ammonia 30 foot above the roof line, and when the ammonia comes out through the fan, I want to stop here. When the ammonia comes out of the fan, it hurries in. As soon as it starts exiting, it pulls in outside air. If you build a new system and you want ventilation, do one of those. And they're very expensive, mind you, because the liability issues is why they're so expensive, because they guarantee a bunch of things. But you will never have your impact on your community on them. Because you're now, 50, 60 feet in the air before it ever even gets a chance to drop, and it's already been dispersed with air. By the time it gets back to the ground, you're at 20 parts per million.
When you say expensive, roughly
20 grand. Paying for a fan, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And don't quote me on that price.
Yeah, but
it depends on the
ballpark
size.
is
Where you can buy just a straight heck fan for less than $1,000. So it's 20 times the cost.
Yeah.
But it's 20 times the impact too, because the heck fan probably won't even meet code. And you put a straight fan on there, it's probably not going to meet code. So you got to look at what the options are. This one here, we did this release inside the building to see what the levels would be in the upper levels. And Troy still fights me on this from Honeywell, because I said immediately, I said, it's not going to go upstairs. Inside this building is open, just like these. There's no doors. This is a 4-door. They use these for drills and urban combat. And there's a shaft, a stairway shaft right inside the door. And so the study was to find out if the ammonia would make the second, third floor. And Troy says that, and I said, no, it won't, because it's going to go right out these doors. And we ran the test, and Troy said, so you were wrong, because it did. We had about 200 here and 50 at the third floor. Well, I didn't say none of them would get up there, just it never got high levels, because it went out the sides. But all that aside, we learned so much more when we do these studies than we plan on learning. You see that ammonia right there going to the door? What do you think the parts per million are inside that building right now? 0. I was blown away. We couldn't get the ammonia to go in the building. Why? Now let me explain. Energy release is dissipated before it gets to the door. As that ammonia is coming towards that door, what's going out in front of it? The air out in front of the ammonia, so it pushes it in there. This building is cool, but that cloud's, and we're going to show you in a minute, that cloud's probably minus 40 degrees. It's much cooler here than it is inside that building. But also, as you push an expanding gas into a space, is it going to go in? Absolutely not, because it can't go in because it's higher pressure inside. Until you use the energy release to push it in. We weren't getting any ammonia in there. And you watch, Bob had to push it forward, farther forward. Just step it back just a touch so you see it from the beginning. Nothing was going in the building there. Believe it or not, and we had meters, I have recording. Nothing was going in the building. Look what we had to do. He had to put the energy of release driving it into the building. So when you're worried about shelter in place, don't worry about it. Can it go bad? Yeah, we've had them go bad because they left the fans on. We've had them go bad because they shut the fans off but shut off the wrong fans. Because fans bring it into the building. But naturally, ammonia is not going to go in here because an expanding gas, which ammonia is, does not want to go into a smaller space. A cold substance doesn't want to go into a warmer place. You put those two dynamics together, ammonia doesn't want to come in the building. It doesn't want to come here. If you force it, like in New York City when they had their leak, it was inside the building already, and there was so much pressure inside that building, it saturated the sheetrock, but also made other rooms because it had that space. It was trying to expand. It was trying to get out. So that is different. But outside to inside, it's not coming in this building. If that was outside those windows, I see a cloud roll in this building, you guys can run all you want. I'm going to sit down and watch the cloud go over the top. As long as I can shut the ventilation on. Because I know I'm going to live in here. Outside, I may not live. Shelter in place is so much more effective than a lot of people have found. And in fact, the world, not just because of us, because all the trainers are doing this now, shelter in place is the first move in most cases for ammonia. We got inside the building, you'll see it roll out the sides. We got about 200 parts on the second floor, and we got 50 on the third floor. But look at that cloud rolling behind the building. And then the wind changes, and it's going to start coming out. Part of it's because of the volume, but then you're going to see the cloud move in another direction. Look at it now rolling out from there towards this direction, towards the left. You're getting some out of the building. And then the wind turned directions again. You'll see it here in a second. It's moving quickly to the left. And now it's going to start moving back towards us heavily. And we started moving everybody out. And at the end of this video, we cut it off a little bit too soon. Look at it coming back this way now. It turns again. Watch it start moving away. It stops. It never gets to Jim there. This is an inside one. I don't really care about this video, but when you saw the end of the last one, it actually never got to Jim. Jim didn't have PPE on. He was our safety guy. It's like, Jim, you need to be getting out of there. But it never got to him, and it was heading there hard, wasn't it? But by the way, the class was standing over here, and they're all gone. If you ever come to our 32-hour class, wear tennis shoes. Funny story is a gal from EPA shows up, and she got out there in high heels somehow. And we had a release going on, and it was coming at us, and I remember herding people out, and I looked back, and she's sitting there going like this with her heels stuck in the ground. And she didn't want to leave her shoes. I said, leave your shoes. We're out of here. So just be ready to move during an emergency event. Ammonia outside is going to change directions on you. The one inside the building, I'll just tell you something. If you have a leak inside a building, you're not going to have that because of the way your engine room is. But if it's in a big room, ammonia is going to do two things. It's going to come out, it's going to want to go up, it's going to pick up, and it's going to drop. In cold rooms, when we've done studies, it'll do this for a period of time until it gets an expansion, fully expanded, then it just fills up the room and settles out. And then it'll slowly drop and rise up and down. So people ask that. The reason we've done those studies is because people want to know what level do you put ammonia detection. Low level ammonia detection, I want right here because that's where I'm at. High level ammonia detection, you can go high towards your vents. That's why we did the studies. Show you the shelter in place just to drive that point home one more time. There we go. So that's a block building with, in the sun, with visqueen plastic duct taped to the cinder block. You ever tried to duct tape the cinder block? It doesn't work very well. We actually have frames we put in these windows now. But we're doing this, and there's people inside that building. The back doors are open. Because what is that face of that building sitting in the sun? Hot. And we're pouring cold ammonia on it. It's making it boiling rapidly, and it's going straight to Mother Nature. It's not going to go inside that building.
We're conducting a shelter-in-place exercise. The ambient inside temperature is 57 degrees, and we're doing an aerosol release onto a vapor barrier. 2 feet away. We're 3 feet away. Jim, what's the... How many words per million?
What do you think you read? 0. Way more than 100 times we've done this, and we've never gotten ammonia in that building. We do have frames in there now, and we do wear masks. EPA and OSHA come to our events, and OSHA was standing at the event and said, "Do those guys have masks on in there?" Well, no, we don't have any. I don't care what you think you have in there. You duct taped visqueen to the building. Put masks on. That's the way we put masks on now. We're still getting nothing in the building. So does that cloud make sense that came out? The ammonia comes out, it starts boiling if it's a liquid, and it's going to become an aerosol dense gas, a dense gas, invisible vapor in the transition. It's going to become heavier than air if there's humidity, but in the end run it's going to go to Mother Nature. Heat drives it towards Mother Nature, cold and wet keeps it down. If you understand those and those things alone out of this class today, you're more prepared to deal with an ammonia release than you were yesterday. Keep learning, keep going. There's a reason that we have 8-hour refreshers in the United States, because year after year you hear the same story and you're in that boring training. By the way, after 8-9 years, it gets real boring. You've heard the same spiel over and over again. We try to change ours, but the bottom line is the same story, isn't it? But after those 9 years, you learn something. Yes, sir.
Are people commonly freezing their hand and stuff? Like not from a cloud, but at the release?
Yes, and I don't have that in this, we actually had a guy in a Lovelace suit that broke his glove.
Because it froze.
It froze. You don't ever put any part of your body in an aerosol. And if you do hazmat with ammonia, you need to stay out of that aerosol. It will break your equipment. Now, they do make thermal gloves, and if you're going to make entry into something where you have to shut it off, let's say a truck wreck out, you've got to get into it, get thermal gloves on that can handle that kind of cold with your rubber to protect from the chemical, and then you go in and do it. We've done it purposely, and we've done it imperfectly. The guy that broke his glove wasn't supposed to put his body in there, and he did. Once you get around a large ammonia release, it can be pretty easy to end up in that aerosol too. So you shouldn't put your body parts in aerosols. These guys should never even be around that. That's way beyond what you guys are going to respond to. For you guys, just tell your people, don't, if it's an aerosol like that under pressure, just get mad.
Yeah, because we'd be likely to put on a link cap and go and just turn off the valve.
If the valve itself is impacted, knowing refrigeration, find another valve. There's usually another valve. If you have to get an aerosol, I'm going to look for different options. Because once you start entering that aerosol, it's all bets are off.
Encapsulated suit would just crack.
Yeah, we've had those happen. There is a suit out there that'll take it, but nobody here has it. It'll also take flame at the same time. It's the most awesome suit in the world. And I think they're $10,000-$12,000 per suit.
It's probably more than that.
Yeah. Well, that was back then. Yeah. So yeah, and that was 15 years ago. They did it in Europe, and Norway made one, or Sweden's made it. The Swedish people make a lot of cool stuff, and they send it to Norway to be tested. I'm not sure why, but they don't want to hurt themselves. There is suits that can handle it. Your suits probably don't. I don't know what you've got.
No, that's just a regular plastic.
So if you understand those characteristics, this talk about a couple other things here, and the coldness of ammonia. So watch this video, and we'll talk about it. Because this is really some important science here.
They are in degree C. I will record that in degree C when you can convert that later. Okay. The ambient is about 36 degrees C now. We've measured the temperature of the liquid, and I start to do that now. You can see it here. It's already almost minus 48, 49 degrees. It has cooled down far below the boiling point. And when I take this probe up, you can see how quickly it goes down to minus 62 because of the evaporative cooling effect. That was the thing that happened.
And that is refrigeration. That's what happens inside your system. When it changes from liquid to gas is when you absorb or release the most amount of time. Without the change of state, refrigeration wouldn't happen. So we have to have a change of state. But how did this whole thing occur? There's a few things to learn here. So we got our big vessel, or bowl, or whatever, and we put the ammonia in, and there was a level of ammonia in there. How did we get that in there? If it boils minus 28, or it was way over minus 28 in there. Well, the volume of ammonia that we have to put in there, what we do is put a hose in there, spray an ammonia in here, liquid, and we put a tarp over it. And so as that ammonia comes in there, just like when he pulled his probe out, as the ammonia goes in here, it can't all get out, and it's changing state in here, and it refrigerates this. It makes it cold. As you lower the temperature, you lower the pressure. The whole thing gets cold, frost builds up around the outside of this, building insulation on it, and the ammonia gets cold and sits down. Because now it's colder than the surrounding environment, and it doesn't want to move. So it'll sit in that bucket. We do it all the time. Take the tarp off it, it'll start blowing a little more rapidly. You shake it, get this splashing up on the sides as well. But you can put ammonia in a vessel like that and set it out, leave it at 78 degree air for hours, and it'll still sit there because it made itself a cold home. It was self-refrigerated. So when he put the probe in there, he was reading how cold this ammonia got as it boiled and self-refrigerated. It made itself cold. And what did it get to? Right around, the temperature in there was right around minus 40 Fahrenheit. I don't want to use that number because it's easy math for me in the next part of the description. But about minus 40, but when he pulled his probe out, it went down close to minus 80, didn't it? And what happened there, when he pulled the probe out, it's got liquid on it, and it boiled off rapidly when it hit and it cooled the probe. That changed the state. It was refrigeration that cooled that probe. Okay? And so why are we talking about this right now? Because it's important to understand what's going on with this ammonia. Is minus 80 degree or 40 degree substance on you going to be a problem? So you should have some vested interest in this because that's a freezer burn right away. So it has those effects, but it also controls, when you start talking about dropping and where it moves, when we talk about all this, that temperature has something to do with it too, because if we have a liquid release out of a pipe, and we have our ground outside is rough, and there's a point that there was a pool here, and that drops in there, this could fill up. And this is now minus 40 degree pool, just like this, and it's sitting in there just fat, dumb, and happy. You know what the best thing to do, so you get people out of the way, is throw tarp over it. And let it lay there. It won't bug anybody. I can take the tarp off this after it settles out and have you walk around this and you won't smell much. Now if you're on the downwind side, always if wind's blowing over the top, it's going to take it out. But we do it all the time when we walk people up and look down in the bucket. What's happening there? It's self-refrigerated. They'll set cool on. Have you ever tried to barbecue or run a heater in the winter and the propane tank gets frosted and then you can't use it anymore? The same thing happened in there. That ammonia, you're taking the gas off the top, the liquid's boiling. As the liquid changes state, it cools the vessel. The pressures drop, and now you got 0 pounds pressure coming out of your tank, and you can't barbecue anymore. It's the same thing that's happening in that. It's just a bigger hole. So refrigerant laying in a pool, you need to kind of leave it alone because it's pretty acid. Can I borrow your cup? Sure. So in this cup, if I had a half full of ammonia right now, how many people are worried about it in this room?
That's enough to kill you.
It's enough to kill you. Throw it in your face, you're in trouble. I always do that to you. Wouldn't do that to my worst enemy, but the bottom line is this is not hurting us right now. You guys are probably not smelling it. You guys in the back, I guarantee you're not smelling it. We're in a room.
It frees your hand though.
Yeah, it would. I'd hold it. And if I'm holding it,
lasts pretty quick too.
actually it won't. We do it in glass breakers all the time, no. If you were to
dump it, yeah.
I mean, if you had the sudden shock could break it. But if it were sitting right here, it's sitting right there. Nobody's really, you're getting a little whiff, but you're pretty safe. Now if I pick that up, pour it on the floor, what's going to happen?
We're going to run it out.
I'm leaving. You're not going to die in this room, but I'm leaving because it expands over 800 times its volume. Think about that. Over 800 times the volume of this pretty much filled this room up, didn't it? Okay, it's going to be pretty low levels. Why does it expand that fast? That temperature. Once again, it boils at minus 28. What makes it a great refrigerant is it boils at minus 28. It works in a different realm than we live in. So it has a really good ability to cool things. It expands 870 times its volume and fills this room up. And it's because of the temperature difference it expanded that quickly. Okay, so let's think about that for a minute. We had minus 40. And this to say the ground that we pour this out on is 60 degrees. Plus 60 degrees. What's the difference between those two? 100 degrees. That's why I use the number. You can start seeing now. It's easy math. 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Right? Okay. So anytime you introduce two substances surface to surface with an extreme temperature difference, what occurs? Every single time, a violent reaction. With anything, you ever put water in a frying pan? See it dance? It's because it's a violent reaction because the temperatures are extremely different between the two surfaces as they meet. Ammonia does not like our environment. Ammonia isn't made to live in our environment. If you took ammonia and called the molecule of ammonia a being or a living creature, it doesn't like this. It would like to live in Pluto or someplace like that. Where we like our environment, it hates our environment. So every time it comes out, it's reacting violently because it doesn't like the environment. So it fell in this puddle in the ground and made itself a nice little cold home. Ammonia's happy right now. Leave him alone. Because if you piss him off, he's going to get violent. So just understand the temperature difference. To make it a little bit even simpler, how many people in here have a hot tub? One guy does. Good for you. Awesome. How many in here sat in a hot tub? Good. All the rest of you get a life. Because the bottom line is you sit in a hot tub once in a while, it's pretty comfy. But tonight, you get done with class and you got your hot tub and you're going, man, I got a cold beer. Scott made me sit in and listen to him all day. I sat in that hard chair. I want to go sit in the hot tub and drink cold beer. You get there tonight and your thermostat failed. And it's at 200 degrees. 100 degree difference. You stick your foot in there, what are you going to do? Jump. I hope you don't get in very far because you're going to the hospital. It's an extreme difference in temperature, isn't it? For our bodies, 200 degrees is way too hot. For ammonia, 70 degrees is way too hot. 50 degrees is way too hot. 20 degrees is way too hot. See what I'm trying to make here? You gotta understand the characteristics of ammonia. It doesn't like our environment, and if it made itself a home, leave it alone. If it hasn't made itself a home, it doesn't like it here, it's trying to go up there. If it picked up moisture, it's hanging it around. So now we gotta predict, where's it going, how's it gonna get there? Because it's gonna try to go to Mother Nature sooner or later, unless it's in a pit. And even in that pit, over time, it will slowly go away. The problem with a pit like that is it might be there for a week, and we can't wait a week to get rid of it. So we've got to figure out a plan to get rid of it. Yes, sir.
So when it's sitting in your pail like that, when you're doing your demonstration, if somebody were to give that a little knock, is it similar? It would just blow up, like same as like superheated water does.
But what happens then, like I said, when it splashes up, the side up here was warmer,
Yeah.
and so it hits. It's just like pouring on the ground. It comes in contact with a much warmer surface and it boils rapidly. Okay. So that's what happened when he had that vessel there, and when you pour it on the ground, it boils rapidly because of the temperature difference. Yes, sir.
When it's sitting in that pot and it's just doing its thing, what are the parts per million, like from like 2 feet, 4 feet, 10 feet? Like where does it start?
You get 10 feet above it, you probably get none. 2 feet above it, you're going to probably start getting a couple hundred. You get down on the top of it, down into the vessel, you're going to get thousands. And you don't want to stick your head in that bucket, believe me.
But if you're a tall guy and you're standing up over it, looking down at it, would you even smell it?
Dan, we do it all the time. We have whole hundreds of people walk around a bucket looking at this level, and they never get in. Now, if you go down the downwind side, we have problems. I usually stay on the downwind side in a safe spot just to keep people from coming there, because don't walk on this side of it. What do? Walk on that side. And that's just people. But you may get on it down if you got wind. Because what happens then is, like I was showing, if you didn't have this tarp on there and the wind's blowing across this, some of the wind's doing this, and it's going to take it out. But it's really mild. If you have a tarp over it, it works really well. So now what I do when I fill up rooms like this is I'll take that bucket, I'll put the ammonia in outside with the tarp, I'll let it sit there and calm down, and then we'll move the bucket with the tarp up into this room, set it down, let it calm down again. And then when this room here, if I put a bucket in here under control, I might get 5 parts per million through this room. Hold the tarp off for a few minutes, give a little bump, all of a sudden we're 250. Put the tarp back over and it's good and solid. Don't do that at home, okay? We're trained professionals. I don't know if we're trained professionals or not. Now, when I said about not disturbing this puddle or this bucket, here's what it looks like when it does it.
Liquid ammonia, the reaction is much more violent. The mixture in the bucket heats up due to the chemical reaction. Such a reaction must be avoided under all circumstances.
Now, you saw that blow up in the air. That's what's happening. Because that water is right around 60 degrees, and that's 40 degrees, and that's a 100-degree difference, and boom, that ammonia's coming out.
So you're dumping water onto the ammonia?
Yeah. You saw the frost on there?
Yeah.
By the way, that's another thing you can learn from this class. If you see an ammonia leak, and there's a pipe or a piece of equipment that is coming out of it that has frost on it, you have liquid there. You will not have frost on your pipes or the area of release unless you have liquid. Gas cannot make frost. Okay, so if you have frost, you have liquid. So when you saw that liquid, that frost on there, water sitting in a bucket doesn't get cold enough. See, that's what I'm saying. Ammonia's a good refrigerant. Water's a good refrigerant. It's at higher temperatures and happens to become solid too much for us in our environment. So just understand that as I tell you this, I'm telling you the facts so you make a good choice. I had said one time, never in class, and I made a huge mistake. This was all me. I said, never put water on ammonia. And a guy's hand came up. And it didn't come up a little bit. It came up with some serious intent. And you know that as an instructor when it comes up. And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, hey, you said never put water on it. And for 30 years we've had a plan. And he wanted to go on. I said, well, stop. I said, you just said something really key to me. You said you had a plan. Can you please tell me your plan? He says, right next to our facility is a hospital. And we, by law, we were going to have to, the government, the county said we had to do something. So we put a misting system by our condenser, and we have the ability to collect the water as it comes off and contain it. And the misting system only works on a vapor. It never works on a liquid. And he explained this very detailed plan, and I had to stand in front of those 100-some people and say, you need to follow your plan. He said, you said never, I made a mistake. Never put water, and this is what I say now, never put water in it without a plan. If you have a plan and you're truly honest to your plan, now there's and you have a reason And that's a move you make. What are we doing here? Learning information to make good choices. Is it a good choice? I'll tell you what, putting water on liquid, it would be really hard for me to find a time when that would be warranted, except for Jose's case where the liquid was in his clothes. Now water's all in the answer. So we have to do a lot of water. But we've had CA rooms and freezers with large puddles of liquid on them, and the cases where people put water on them, they made a mess. In Shreveport, when they burned down that building, they'd already put water in that room, CO2, they had sprayed all kinds of crap in that room, and all they did is made it worse. They never helped a thing. But here, the Salinas Fire Department, as I start this, I want to preface, I have huge respect for firemen, and I joke a lot. And some of it's funny, some of it's not. I realize I'm not a good comedian. But I want to have fun in here today. There's a reason I do that. And I pull jokes. So I have huge respect for firemen. But on that case, what do firemen want to do when they show up?
Spray water.
Put wet stuff on the red stuff, right? And then they want to get an axe out and cut a hole in something. That's mine. 'Cause I swear to God, they're the best axemen in the world. So once again, just kidding, guys. Don't kick my rear or anything. My grandpa's the one that got me on that axe when we had 2 fires on buildings we had. And both of them, they got them put out really well, saved the buildings, but they cut holes in the roof. My grandpa was always so pissed. He's like, they cut the friggin' holes. Well, that's how they put the fire out. Now I understand that. But back then, it was just all these holes in our roof that we had to fix. So Salinas Fire Department comes to us at our 32-hour event, which they come. We usually have 2 or 3 different fire groups with us. We usually have the U.S. Army hazmat team with us. We have a lot of people with us, and Salinas Fire came to us one year and said, we can knock that ammonia down with water. And we said to them, we know that, and we realize that, and we won't debate that with you, but we don't really want to do that in these drills. Well, they kept bugging us. So finally I was like, fine, put some water on. And actually it was the best test we ever ran because it proved so much of what we've been saying. So when you initially see them come in with the water, the first reaction the ammonia is going to have is to run away from the water. So if you're going to use water, fire guys, with your hoses, I don't know your spray patterns, but use your spray pattern, the right spray pattern, which would be misting, I would assume, and get out in front of the aerosol. And you need to be out at least a foot or 2 in front of it. You're going to find it, but if you go right in on it, you'll see that run from that water. He's driving it around the back of the building because there was a sensor behind the building that initially was reading 0. As soon as they drove it, we went up well over 300 parts for a short period of time. So they actually contaminated another area by chasing it too aggressively. So something to be learned there. The next step is he chases it, but he does knock it down. Just like he said he would. But now where is it? See, this is part of it you got to understand to make the decision. And this is also a point for me to talk about aqueous ammonia and corrosive, okay? But what I want to start with here is they put the water on it, drove around the back of the building, so we had a higher impact area than we had before. It captured the ammonia and made aqueous ammonia, which is a liquid. So ammonia and hydrogen air, even though it's liquid, it's an aerosol, and the wind's controlling it, and the heat of the building's driving it away, and all these good things are happening in reality. We put the water on it, we captured it, good thing. So now it's a liquid, now it's in the ground. What controls what direction it goes? Gravity, which is downhill to a stream, to a creek, to a river, and there's those dead fish. So if you have a way to contain, then that changes the dynamic. But even with containment, because here it never got to a creek, it never got to a river, it did come out far enough to move our class once again, which before the class was standing there just fine. So behind the building, bigger, much bigger area impact since we put the water on it. And then we knocked it down to the ground. So we got done, everybody moved down below to our next events where we do the big ammonia releases, the ones you saw earlier down below. And Bob and I went to clean this up, and it was hot. I mean, when I talk hot, I mean hot ammonia. We're reading 1,000 parts and better all around this area. So Bob and I looked at each other and said, let's go down below. We'll come back later today, and it'll be gone. We came back 6 hours later, and we were still, Bob had to put a level B suit on to get in there. 6 hours later, it was still boiling off out of that aqueous ammonia. And we were at 300 or 400 parts per million, which in the States, by law, we have to put a suit on. And so, once again, I'm not telling you not to put water on it. Just understand, if you go put water on it, you have impacts. Doesn't every move we have a good effect and a bad effect? What effects, what's the balance point? What are we doing it for? Why are we doing it? What are we trying to accomplish? Another thing about water that you got to watch out for is if I have a tank I wish I had time to get into this more today. By the way, that's why refreshers are important too, because we make emphasis different things we focus on each year. But if you have a tank full of liquid, just sitting on a truck, just wrecked in the highway, and you got a hole right up here above the liquid level, it's getting gas out of here, it's going to boil this liquid, isn't it? And if you have a leak above the liquid line, this is going to start frosting. You will never lose all the ammonia out of a tank like that. I mean, over time you would, but most of the time you're only going to lose about a third of that ammonia at the worst, if it's leaking above the liquid line. But if I have a leak below the liquid line, it's not going to change the pressure in that tank until the liquid is below the hole. So now start thinking about something. If you have a hole up here, a hole down here, and we roll that tank over, you just made it to where it'll self-refrigerate, most ammonia will stay in the tank. Now that's not an easy move to make, that's understood. But we have done it in events. If you have 5,000 gallons of ammonia on the side of the freeway that's leaking out, you can be days getting this thing taken. You get that thing rolled over, get that venting for the gas, and your problem solved. Put a tarp over it, way to go. So that's some dynamics to understand with that. And I had another point I was going to make. I got sidetracked on that. Oh, why I was saying that. Another thing is, so you start spraying water on this tank. If this tank is 40 degrees and your water's 60 degrees, did we help? And this has occurred too, where they put warm water in a cold tank on ammonia release and they made it worse. And if this is self-refrigerating, it's down in the minus range and they put 60 degree water on it, you just pissed it off. Because there was one event, and I had some video of it, they told me I couldn't show it anymore. This fire department was out there and it had done that, self-refrigerated, but it was still leaking, and they went and put water on it, and it just started coming back. And then they, of course, instantly, the installation, no, wait, stop, something's wrong. And sat back and quits, and all settled down, it's getting better. Put the water on it again. It's like, damn it! But they only did it twice. The second time, they're like, okay, I think we get this. We're making this worse. No more water. It can happen if you don't understand the characteristics. To anybody. We can all make bad choices. Jesus Christ, I've made enough bad choices in the trade that where there were many days I thought I lost my job for the stupidity at home. That's why I love teaching, because I learned the hard way out, and I don't want you to. I want to share the right with you. Make good choices. That's what this is all about. Water, if there was a body laying there, and it's the only choice I got to get that body out, I'm putting some water on it. I'll deal with the aftermath later. If I've got a leak, and just because I'm scared of the curling place, nobody's complaining, they're all sheltered, everybody's happy, and I start putting water on because of fear they might get impacted, I don't know if that's a good choice. Why don't we move them out the other side of the building, get those people out of here, get the golfers to go out in another direction, get people out of the area, and then let's make a plan to deal with this with maybe fans, because that pool of ammonia, if I put a fan right here, blowing air this way, just taking it off. I put a man over here. I don't draw very well. You already know that. You got a man over here with a meter, and he reads it, and when the levels start getting high, because there's a fence line to the school right here, coming up, turn the fan down. Or wait, how about this? Why don't we wait till midnight? It's laying in that pool, why don't we just wait till midnight when everybody's gone and nobody's around, and then let's just get the fans and let it rip. Or maybe even wash it down with water. But now we're not going to impact the community while we do this step. Because I know a lot of times we make steps thinking it's going to help, and we don't necessarily help. Salinas had all good intentions that day, and they learned a lesson. First thing they said to us was, see, we were right, we can knock it down. And I said, yeah. What do you think about the cloud on the ground? Well, that's not so good. Make a good choice. Now, what about flammability? Is ammonia flammable? I want an answer. Is ammonia flammable?
In the right situation.
Yeah, there it is right there. I didn't mean for the video to keep playing, because I want to go over this first. In the right situation, it will burn. So while everything is, and I'm not a fire science guy, but one of our guys, Steve Franklin, is, he says water can burn in the right conditions, the right chemicals, I don't know. He tells me that. Okay, everything can burn. Ammonia can burn. This is propanes. Propane, when it burns with a lot of energy, really fast, and explodes, doesn't it? So you can see that on this chart. It goes up and down, it burnt really quick, and went boom. This is ammonia's. Ammonia burns very slow with a lot less energy. Why is that important? Because when we talk about flammability, I want you to sight the gun in on the target. Because saying that ammonia doesn't burn got a firefighter killed. more than one, but one in fact we know of, Percy Johnson. And he died because the DOT book back there said it was non-flammable. Now what did it say? Could be flammable
It
under
says
third
that if
conditions.
it's a tank and it's on fire, unmanned lines.
Although-
It doesn't even want you to, if it's a large fire with a tank on fire.
Yeah, well, you tanks, yeah, I don't put water all over it.
Yeah, it doesn't want you there.
Oh, it doesn't want you there at all, because it's going to deflagrate, yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Although ammonia does not meet the DOT definition of flammable gas for labeling purposes,
It can,
should be
right?
treated as one.
Yeah. And so we're getting better, but back in the day that Percy died, it said point blank, it's not flammable. And so they went in with the conditions of not worrying about their level A suits, not worrying about melting their suits to their skin, and it burned. Okay, so we need to understand that it can be flammable under the right conditions. Real quick, Randy, is the guy going to come up and let us know when it's time?
Yeah, he's like 10 minutes away.
Okay.
Getting ready.
Good, we'll finish this out. We'll finish the flammability out and we'll have lunch. So hang with me.
I know it wasn't for the coffee because I'm
Yeah, anybody that's saved for that coffee's got a serious problem. No, that was actually good coffee once it got hot. Anyway, so it can burn, but it deflagrates, it doesn't explode. You could explain the difference between deflagration and explosion better than I could, probably.
Bad.
They're both bad. I agree.
I want to be there for it, but.
A deflagration is less than the speed of sound or something like that. An explosion is above the speed of sound, the way it's been described to me. And ammonia goes woof, and propanes will go boom. And I'm with you. In this room, it makes no freaking difference. I'm dead.
The difference between your hollow organs blowing out.
Yeah,
Just dying.
Yeah, just dying slowly, babe. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like the concept of what we're talking about. So, what does it take to make anything burn?
Ignition.
Ignition,
Fuel.
oxygen, and fuel. Okay, so our fuel here is going to be what? NH3, right? But we have to have an ignition source and the right amount of O2. So to have the right amount of oxygen, we have to have the right amount of fuel to make that mixture right, just like in your car, right? If you're going to have your car run right, you put just the right amount of fuel in with the air to make it burn, right? If you have too much fuel, it doesn't burn. If you have too little fuel. You've seen everybody put a match in a bucket of gasoline and it doesn't light off? I've seen it too. I've never had the balls to do that one. I've seen it done, but, and what it is you're passing that area of flammability fast enough, which is a risk you're taking. Anyway, so we got to get this mixture right. But this start right here, we have to have the ignition source. What temperature do we have to have, heat-wise, to ignite ammonia? Very specific number. And it's 1204 Fahrenheit. 1204 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's 600 and some Celsius is what you have to have to make it ignite. That, nobody has debated in all the history of the stuff I can find. These numbers now we have some debate on. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm also going to tell you why I don't care. Everybody gets a little too involved in these deep discussions. So to get this mixture right, I have a low end or lower explosive limit. By the way, in the back of your books, there's all the definitions. If I use a acronym and you don't know what I'm talking about, you can look in there and most of them are there. I spent 2 years with ASCII trying to figure out what they're talking about because firemen love to talk in acronyms. And they talked to Gary developed all of our stuff in acronyms and I couldn't figure out what he was talking about. But LEL means lower explosive limit. You could also see LFL, lower flammable limit. So we need to know what the lower percentage we need to have and the upper. Okay, so the lower for ammonia has always been said to be somewhere between 15 and 16%. Okay? Somewhere in there. Why these numbers have varied some is because we got more pure with ammonia. What does anhydrous mean when we talk about ammonia? Anhydrous ammonia. Anhydrous means without water. And we've gotten better at the purity of ammonia to we're closer to 99%. That changes this number. We've also got some other things that change the numbers on our refrigeration system. But so there's been a variance in these numbers. The upper explosive limit has always been around 26 to 28%. And I don't care about these numbers at all for us. Now, hazmat team maybe needs to know that. But for you, once you turn the power off and back off and these guys are taking care of it, I'm good. I'm not going to ever re-enter until it's below and the leaks stop. I'm not going to turn the power back on. So I don't even really talk about this much during the class. Because the upper is not my concern. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, now we've got enough, we're not going to be flammable anymore, now we can go ahead and go in, because now you're in such a big cloud that your health threats are so huge, why are you going in there? It's just, the upper limit doesn't mean much for this section in this class. If you're a hazmat person and want to get into those high-level discussions, okay. But for today, I don't want to talk about this. But I want to talk about this. 15 to 16%. Does that focus, can you guys understand what that means? Might make it easier, you've heard parts per million. So we know a million parts of air would be saturated, and anything less would be a mixture. So this changes to percent to parts per million. What's 15% in parts per million?
150,000.
You got it in our classes. He said 150,000, and he's really good, and he's really right. 150,000 ppm. But how did we get to that number? We added 4 zeros. And that's all you have to do to convert a percent to parts per million is add 4 zeros. So we're at 150,000 parts per million. Now I told you a visible cloud starts at 50,000. 50,000 parts per million. Right? So that's going to be a visible cloud, isn't it? That's a big bunch of ammonia right there. That's the ignition source. That's what can be. Okay, with pure anhydrous ammonia with nothing else involved. Okay, that's the problem with refrigeration. But this start right here, 150,000 parts per million. If it will burn or ignite at 150,000 parts per million, do I want to wait to shut off my electrical, which is my main source of ignition, till it hits 150,000 parts per million?
Shut it down right away.
Should have done it sooner, shouldn't I? Because I want to tell you something, that light switch back there in the room, once I flip that switch, what goes on that switch every time, on and off?
Spark.
Spark, every single time. Why light switches go bad. Why electrical equipment contacts go bad. That light switch hasn't got the energy likely to do it, but a 480 volt starter does. The 220 volt starter does.
347 volts.
Yeah, you guys use different.
Yeah, like these lights are 347.
347, but these are fluorescent, probably don't have the energy because of the way they're designed. But a starter, but to keep with it, a starter in an engine room or in your engine room, a starter or a set of contacts have more than an open flame, more than enough heat. That's why we don't put boilers in ammonia engine rooms. Standing pilots, hot water heaters. You don't want to do that because that's the source of ignition. So we want to eliminate those.
Certain plants where they like have their MCC in a separate room, then
Yes.
all their...
And code now in the States is that you have to put it in another room or have ventilation or build Div 1 Class 1, which means it's explosion proof. Which nobody's going to do because that's really expensive. It's a big bunch of money to put Div 1 Class 1 stuff in your engine rooms. I may be getting a little wrong on Div 1 Class 1, was it Div 1 or, but it's high level explosion proof equipment. So yes, and if I'm going to build a new engine room, I'm going to get the electrical out of it, if I can. Okay, so we got to have the power shut off before it reaches this level. And we say in the United States at 1/4 or 25% of the upper, or the lower explosive limit is when you shut off. 1/4 of it. Okay, at 1/4. Why? Because you want to be really safe. You want to shut off that source ignition early. But just like was said a minute ago, you don't want to shut off when it comes to explode, you just split the bomb. And this 25% comes from the NFPA and fire protection agencies. That number's been the common. Now in Australia it's 20. Is it different up here? Or do you guys use 25 too? Quarter of?
For ammonia specifically, or
for any substance?
For the lower explosive, we usually go off 10.
Yeah.
10% what we're looking at for our readings and everything. At 10 we get concerned.
Are you parts per parts or 10%?
10%.
Yeah.
10%.
And which is plenty low. Okay, so we'll get to that. But anyway,
that's like 40,000. So your cloud is, if your cloud's at 50,000, then
you're concerned.
If you can see the cloud.
So you're saying 10% of the LAL?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're really saying, because the pretty much around the world it's 25 to 20. Like I said, I know Australia's 20. If you're doing 10, you're really safe. I'm not going to complain about that. So 10% or 25% of this, but I'm going to use 25 because it really plays into the world, because the same equipment gets pretty missold. Europe's going to be different when we start working over there more. I'm going to have to deal with that. But, okay, so a quarter of that we shut it off to be safe. Now, but we're talking about a refrigeration system here, so I'm not even going to cut this into quarter to go through the discussion, down by 3/4 actually. I'm going to talk about something else. Is there something in a refrigeration system that can change this number? What do you use to lubricate your machines? What do you drain all the time you're talking about? Oil. Well, you put oil in with ammonia, you change this number automatically. And it's always been said with petroleum-based oils, that changes that number to 8%, or 80,000 parts per million with oil. That's been said forever, and it's really close to right. Nobody debated it. Reason they're debating this now is because we got polyester and synthetic oils. But during an emergency event, do I have time to figure out what kind of oil's in that system? Unless you remember and know real well, and you've done the studies, and you've gone to a manufacturer that will take your oil and ammonia and mix them together, and guarantee you nobody's going to do that, because they don't know the mixture coming out of your system. So this is what's been said forever and proven to be a fact. That's where I'm going to stay, because I don't have time to deal with it. And there's some other reasons too. So 80,000. So what's a quarter of 80? 20. So my board's getting all messed up, so let's go 20,000 parts per million is where the explosion rate, lower explosion rate level starts with refrigerant on, is what's been said. Now it's going to vary, but to set a number, we're going to go with 20,000. Now you guys said 10. Well,
now just to clarify, 10% of an LEL is when we're concerned about us being in a building or a room.
Yeah.
Right? We don't.
Yeah, and I realized that when we were talking different things. That's why I thought, just keep moving with your discussion instead of trying to. Yeah. So at 20,000 parts per million is when we're all worried about the inflammable. Okay, we may be out of there. I would be way out of there way before then. But the bottom line is 20,000 is what's been said forever. And what do you think is most readily available to you, handheld or fixed, to detect ammonia? Readily available. You can go buy it right now. 20,000 parts per million. Why? Because they didn't sell the higher ones, because everybody was going with 20,000. So worldwide, everybody's been going with 20,000. That's what you can buy. And in fact, fixed monitoring can go 20,000, but most of them don't even sell a handheld that goes 20,000. There are a couple. Ray will do it. There's a couple others that'll do it. The old Honeywells would do it. The new Honeywells are 15% or 150 or 15,000 parts per million. But so we set this 20,000 parts per million, and if you don't have detection, they'll read that. When do you shut off?
Before. As soon as possible.
As soon as your meter picks up. So if the highest meter you've got to read your room is 500 parts per million, when are you going to shut off? When that meter quits reading. And that's much lower. Now I found out in Winnipeg, they shut off at 300 parts per million by code. I still think that's too early, but they're really safe. They'll never blow up a building in, what's that province? Winnipeg's in Manitoba. They'll never blow a building up there. That's way below the source ignition or rate of burn. What most facilities in the States are doing now is somewhere between 1.5% to 1% is where they're shutting off their engine rooms out. And then they put the fixed in, so it's 15,000 parts per million to 10,000 parts per million is where they're shutting off. Because now we're even a little safer. And I guarantee you, somewhere in this range, at or below 20,000 parts per million, you're not going to blow up your building. So get it shut off then. But don't wait until it gets to 20,000, because Nestle's blew up their facility, and they said it blew up at 21. So it's pretty close, isn't it? So I want you to understand this is where we're worried about it. This is what we're worried about occurring. This is what we need for it to occur, and we need to know where can that occur. Is outside, inside different? Absolutely. But inside, it can have some pretty devastating effects. This is Borden's ice cream. We had no video of this. Nobody ever took any video. Borden's ice cream, they showed up on a Sunday, and there was ammonia rolling out in the street all the way around the building, because the ammonia engine room was the whole basement of a city block. That's a big engine room. And the whole basement's full of ammonia. They dumped, in their estimation, they had already dumped 90% of their charge in that basement floor. It's rolling out the windows. The fire department shows up and goes, we can't even get close. They were 2 blocks away. They set up their instant command post. They're getting ready with their level 18 to make entry. On their way over to starting over to the building, gentleman pulled up and says, I'm Marvin. Really, his name is Marvin? He says, I'm here. I know what is leaking. I can fix it. I have no gear. Fire department at that point, back in the 80s, said, here. And they put him in a suit. How many people in here have been in a level A suit? You like them?
No, it sucks.
Oh my God, it's nice to hear a fireman. Most of them tell me, oh no, I love them. I'm like, you love a level A suit?
There's a lot of dumb firemen.
Steve Franklin works for us. He did love them. Steve loves hazmat. I mean, he's ate up. I think he's all in his head. But the bottom line is, those aren't comfortable. And Marvin gets close to the scene, and he gets scared. Whether he's claustrophobic or not, I don't know. But I know he freaked out. And so he said that. And the 4-man team with him went back to the command post. Because if one man don't go, nobody goes. And they pulled back, and they unsuited Marvin and said, Marvin, this is the best salute known to man. You're going to be fine. Boom! It blew manhole covers out of the street. It blew popsicle sticks over a mile away. And 5 people would have died inside that building right then.
Shrink wrap.
Yep. And worse yet, the explosion was pretty powerful because of that whole city block. But if that had been propane, you'd have leveled. There were high-rises next door. They've been high. Not one window was broken with high-rises. If that's propane, you'd have done more than broken windows. You may have taken buildings down. But see, this is what I'm saying. We're sighting the gun. What is the truth? Ammonia can burn. It's a pretty small window, not considering the DOT regulations we find. There's reasons for that, though. There's a whole lot of political in that. And nobody's taking you guys into consideration, in my opinion. That's pissing me off. But the bottom line is it can burn. It can burn in a small window. It's got to be right with oil that opens that window up. We have to consider every refrigeration system has oil, and we can't say there's a part of that system that's not going to leak oil out with ammonia. And guys that tell you that are full of it. I've worked on too many refrigeration systems. I can find oil anywhere in your system.
You're saying there's not on that one?
Yeah, and on certain parts of the low side in a liquid system, you shouldn't have oil. Or I mean, on the high side, excuse me. On the liquid side, you shouldn't have oil. But I've drained it out of a receiver. I mean, they're full of it. It's just people that want to, anyway, get off that. So they decided it was non-flammable, and it could have killed people. In Pat and Percy's situation, it did kill somebody. So what happened in Pat and Percy's story is I have to sit down for a minute. They had a leak going on Friday at the Lamb Weston facility in Shreveport, Louisiana. And it was so bad, they couldn't get in. But their only PPE was rain gear. I'm talking rain pants and a raincoat. And APR, respirator mask. And they got inside and they were burning up. They couldn't stay in. So they did all their isolations, looked at it and said, we can't get in, let's wait till Monday to fix this. We'll just let it vent off. Is that a bad plan? Now waiting until Monday, I understand in our world today, it's not going to make people happy. But the point of letting the levels drop and then making entry is the wisest thing anybody can do. With ammonia, let it drop off. Get it isolated, let it drop off, and then just go in and lower PPE and work like we should. Because you heard, I can't read that. What should say that it's the...
At 10% of the LEL, we won't go in, even with hazmat suits, because we'll just get shrink wrapped at the level. So,
and that's a very safe, and I
ventilate and try and make the environment right.
And that's where I really believe that making good choices comes in. I think that's a great choice. I think it's, why?
It's not our emergency.
So if we shut off the power and we prove power off, then that changes that game a little bit too. So anyway, in this one, they were going to let it drop, and they came back Monday. Here's the point. Friday it was a bad leak. They couldn't get in. They let it wait till Monday. Good plan. Let the levels drop. They get there Monday, and it's as bad or worse than it was on Friday. Is there any red flags in this room? I don't care if you do refrigeration or not. If it's worse on Monday, something didn't get done. And if you don't understand that, just listen to my words. If it gets worse by Monday, you missed something. And they did. One valve. This hot gas defrost zone, and every so many hours it would turn a valve on, automatically dumping ammonia back into the system that was leaking. It was part of the system. All they had to do was isolate one more valve, and this leak would have been gone on Monday, like we said, but it wasn't. So they went to Pat, or they went over to the fire department and they said, hey, we know what we need to fix. We can't get in. We want to borrow your equipment. And Pat and Percy said, no, we don't loan out our level A hazmat team equipment, but we are a hazmat team, and we're more than happy to come over and help you. So they came over, read the DOT book, it's non-flammable, the whole team went in. Facility guys in their raincoats again, didn't work. They bailed out, the firemen bailed out. They got outside and they told Pat and Percy, they said, look, this is a valve you need to put in. We can't get in there, but the forklift's in place. You get in the cage, move forward about 15 feet, and you're going to be there, go straight up, and change that valve out. If you change that valve out, everything's good. All right, Pat and Percy, even though the hair stood up on their necks and they knew that they were probably shouldn't go, they went. It was not flammable. They had level A suits on. What is there to fear? So they went in, and in the midst of moving around, because the floor is wet, ice on the floor, CO2, they've done all these things, there's a mess all over the floor. They start moving, they can't find the valve, they can't see with their flashlights because there's such much a cloud of ammonia, and they freak out, let me take that back, I use the wrong word sometimes. They couldn't get to it, so they backed up. When they backed up, they hit a wall, and they went and changed directions, electric forklift. This is directly out of Pat's mouth, so I've worked with Pat. Pat just passed this December, he passed of cancer. Anyway, they changed direction, the electric forklift arced, and it blew up. And Percy Johnson died. The only thing left of his level A suit was his helmet. Percy, all that was left was his helmet. The rest melded to him. And Pat's, there was, quite a bit melded to him, but he lived, and lived a long life. So, deciding this stuff's not flammable is a bad choice. And that 10%, I wouldn't fight with that nothing. You know, I agree with it. Why kill somebody over an ammonia leak? Your facility here isn't going to be big enough to be long-term enough, none of your facilities, to make that kind of choice to risk that kind of life. But we also can't be afraid of it to the point where we never do anything with ammonia, because it doesn't burn outside that window. I mean, I guarantee you, unless there's some other substance, if you're at 15,000 parts per million, 10,000 parts per million, and below, there's no ignition. And if you turn your power off and there's no boilers and all the power's off at the pole outside the building, nothing ignites. So at that point, if we need to make an entry, we're in a pretty safe place. But we got to know where that safe place is. And that's why we set our numbers really low, because we don't want to be in the danger zone. But we also don't want to think it's like West Texas, when they said it was anhydrous ammonia and it was not, and think it has the force to blow up with that kind of force, because then they're going to want you to take this facility and get the hell out of Canmore, because you could blow up the whole city, which is not true with anhydrous ammonia. So that's a good thought to stop on and go have lunch. We're going to play the picture of burning ammonia at the end, and it'll be a good way to get started again anyway when we get back. So let's take a half an hour for lunch. What is it right now, 12, straight up? Just be back up here about 12:30, okay? And if we get back up here, we'll get out of here by the latest 4 o'clock. So we talked about the flammability and the ranges of what we need to do, but for you guys here, and I don't know what you got for detection over there, one of the problems is right now we don't know what level we got. We got detection, but it isn't reading a level, right? And I know that's getting addressed too, so you've got to be able to know the levels. But if you don't know, one of the things I'm gonna give you kind of a range for some things to understand what you're looking at. Because if you can't read the percentages that we talked about, you're going to be guessing. Well, if you see a visible cloud, it's somewhere between 40 and 50,000 parts per million, most of the time. So if you see a visible cloud, we're in the range. And once again, if you see a visible cloud, you're not going in. And if you see a visible cloud, from what was explained to me, you're not going in. So at that point, it's shutdown time. So that's the first key you're going to have. If it's enough to where you can see it, everybody's done. As far as shutting off power, your main source ignition, where are you going to do that? Where are you going to shut off your main source of power? On this facility out here, I think it's probably pretty easy. Because it's a standalone skid, so you're just going to find that service to that, shut it off. But it would be really advisable to get together with your electricians and or your team or your drawings and get things together so that you can tell for sure what sources could need to be shut off. Because on a skid like that, I would just shut everything off. Control and main run power. Because there's no sense leaving it on. You've got ammonia out to the condenser, I guess that would be, but then you're going to shut off anyway. So yeah, I can't see any time leaving the power on. If you got a major release, just shut her down. Be done with it, because where you're at right now. Now in the future, as you build a new system, you want to build in those mitigations to where you can use your system to pump itself down. I know some of the units we've talked about, you don't pump them down. You shut them off. So once again, it depends on your equipment. But don't ever consider ammonia non-flammable, but also don't consider ammonia to be explosive at the rate at which you need to worry about the whole city of Canmore. If you did deflagrate that engine room out there, there's going to be no impact. The cars next door, because they're so close in the parking lot, might get a broken windshield. I mean, that's the worst you're going to do. So really, flammability for you guys is a pretty small thing. But I wanted you to see it and understand it. And I wanted you to also understand it's different inside and outside. We'll get to that after this video. This is what ammonia looks like when it burns. But before we get there, 15 to 28% mixture, 1204. You need to know this stuff. It's going to be on your test. Some of the source ignition, these won't be on there, but understand electrical spark is your biggest, or arcing is your biggest source. But don't ever put boilers in there and stuff like that. That is ammonia burning. I'm going to start this over again, because watch the plastic. That's your level 8 suit. But this is the true rate. This is ammonia burning, and there's no time-lapse photography. This is the rate it burns. And that was your source ignition. So a few things to think about here. It burns kind of slow, doesn't it? But it burned that whole room down, didn't it? There was nothing left. So another reason to keep combustibles out of your engine rooms. Keep oils, excess materials that don't need to be there, keep them out of there. Because once that ignites and burns, everything in there is flammable is going to light up. You got to take care of your combustibles. The source ignition being that light bulb, you know, I mean, it's got a glass, and it's not hot enough. The light bulb itself is not hot enough, but now you got minus 40 degree aerosol hitting a 500 degree glass, and it's going to break. That filament inside is more than enough to ignite ammonia. And the Nestle's explosion, what lit it off was a water cooler. The little clicks-on relay inside of a water cooler is what blew up that building. They shut off their power, but they didn't shut off their 110 standard power, and the water cooler decided to make cold water and blew the building up, or deflagrated the building. So understand that you know the source ignition can be a multitude of things, but once again, you know, when you look at this burning, it burns very slow. Why do you think it's burning that whole room? So this is a really important point to stop on, because in your books, and we'll get to it as I come through it here. Got to figure out which page I'm on now. It's got NFPA placarding, and it should be on page, it's not in color, but on page 34. You see that little placard there that says 310? How many people are aware of those? NFPA placard. You should be. If you aren't, then I got a concern. NFPA placarding, what those are for is to alert somebody what's inside the room in there as far as conditions. The left one that has a 3 in it is colored blue, and that is for health. When using NFPA placarding, it's 0 is not bad, and 4 is really bad. That's the rating system, 0 to 4. So if you have a 3 in the blue for health for ammonia, does that make sense? Absolutely, ammonia has health effects. It should be rated up there pretty high. It can kill you at the right rates. On the top one, the one that has 1, that's flammability. So it's got a 1 in there. That means it's not really a worry, isn't it? But what we're doing in the States now, and I don't know what they're doing here, but the standard is going to become, if it's inside, if ammonia's inside a room, it's going to be a 3. No longer a 1, it's a 3. If the ammonia is outside, stored outside, it can still stay a 1. And the reason being is it's much more possible to burn ammonia inside than outside. Not by a little bit, by a lot. And I'll tell you why. First off, if you have a leak in this room versus out in the middle of the football field out there, where are there more sources of ignition, in here or out in the football field? In here. Okay, so that's your first thing. Second thing, if you have ammonia released inside this room versus out in the football field, which one has the ability to build levels of ammonia quicker and easier? In here or outside? In here, because outside is going to go away. So containment is a big part of this. Also, if I have a leak in this room, back in the corner coming into this room, it's contained, it's not getting out of this room. All it's got to do is find a source ignition, and there's a guarantee it has the right percentage somewhere in this room. Why? Because it's contained. At the point of release, it's theoretically 1,000,000 parts per million, isn't it? If it's a liquid release, it's never going to be, it's going to have some air in it. And then it's going to 0 somewhere in this room. So somewhere in there, there's that window. A flammability window, once you have a leak in a contained room, guaranteed somewhere in that room there is that window. No matter what the levels are reading. The only question is, will that ammonia reach the point of ignition at the right window? And it's harder to make those things happen, but inside much easier. Now once it reaches that source ignition in this room, there's another problem. Because once it reaches the source ignition, a 1204 that I just erased inside this room, and it ignites, all the rest of the ammonia that may not have been at that level disassociates. So what am I saying? We had a leak coming out of the corner of the room, fanning out, and our 1204 was right here, and it hit the right percentage and it lit. But there's ammonia all throughout this room at much lower levels. When it starts disassociating, it means it splits these two in half. So now you got a little bit of nitrogen and a whole lot of hydrogen in this room. What happens then? Everything burns. That's what you're seeing right there. The levels in every part of that room were in the right window, although this may have been because it's the containment so small. But in all reality, as it burned, it should have put itself out, but it didn't because it disassociated, and hydrogen is way more flammable than ammonia. That's why it works in cars. It's a hydrogen vehicle. So once it starts burning, it's going to burn the room down. Outside, if that occurs in the football field, we don't have the source ignitions, but we find one, and it ignites. First off, getting the right window there is going to be hard because it's expanding out through the whole environment. But once it deprecates or lights up and disassociates, that energy of the burn is going to push some of the hydrogen away. And it gets too small a percentage where it won't light. Ammonia outside, when it's been lit outside, goes whoop really quickly and it's done. It will not sustain flammability. Inside it will sustain it because it does disassociate it, but also what's in this room. A lot of flammable material. Sitting in this room right now, there's a whole lot of flammable material. And once you hit that, boy, that hammer is burping back up on me, I apologize. It's going to burn everything down. So inside it's much more threat than there is outside. Okay? So the next video kind of shows a poor example, but it is trying to ignite it outside. Turn the sound off on that. They got a pit of ammonia right there, you can see it, and he puts water on it. And as he puts the water on it, he makes a cloud, and the cloud starts going downwind. And if you watch closely, the flame will get bigger. I just think it's really hard to tell in here what's occurring. But the thing that you need to understand is that ammonia never ignites back over the pit. It never sustains flammability. We've done many tests to try to burn ammonia outside. You could see it dancing there. Put it out for a second because it was too high. Did you see that towards the end? And the next one will show it even better. Now, as we start this one, I have some things I need to say. I understand outside it's really hard to sustain it. We had a truck go up an overpass on I-5 in Sacramento and it ruptured the tank. And the tank launched underneath the freeway and dumped the full contents underneath the overpass. So in some ways we were contained, weren't we? And a piece of metal happened to fly over from the truck and hit the power lines and make an alarm. And it did ignite. And the fire department responded not because they were called, because they saw it. Their station was right down the road. They just got back from another call and watched this thing go up. Holy cow, get back in the truck, boys, here we go. They got over there, it was done. It was gone. There was some grass burning. Because ammonia won't sustain flammability outside. It's very quick, it's very sudden. This is a test done back in April 1965. I always remember that because the year I was born and the month I was born, so it's easy one to remember. For fun here, I want you to watch how safety's changed a lot since 1965. These guys got harbor hats on. I'm not really sure why, but they got some trip, slips, and falls they don't seem to be aware of, and they got some burning material around their legs they don't seem to worry about. But this one dude should be in the Olympics throwing tar balls because a dude can rip a tar ball. So watch this, and we'll see what they tell us here.
Literature indicates that ammonia, to become flammable, must be concentrated in air from 16 to 25% by volume.
That's 1 ton of ammonia.
Preliminary tests have established the flammable range as being far higher than the irritant range. It is therefore deemed safe to approach the pit with burning torches and test flammability by throwing the flaming waste into the pool and the surrounding area.
75 foot, man, that's awesome.
The torches are burning at a temperature sufficient to cause ignition if the vapor and air mixture is in the flammable range. But repeatedly, torches fall into and around the pit and no ignition occurs. Massive ammonia spill is attacked with water. Sampling devices have been recharged and the fire hoses with combination frog and straight stream nozzles are played into the pit. Addition of the water causes a boiling reaction. The evaporation rate increases immediately, as evidenced by the intense, heavy vapor clouds. Near the top of the vapor cloud, a flame is now visible. One of the torches on the downwind side of the pit had not burned out. Apparently, the concentration of ammonia vapor has increased to the flammable range under bombardment by the water. The flame is pale orange. It does not extend far downwind, perhaps 30 feet. Nor does it propagate back over the pit. As the volume of water applied is varied, the size of the flame changes. When more water is added, the flame burns more intensely. Then, as the streams are reduced, the flame dies back. It is not self-sustaining. The cactus tests confirm that it is difficult to ignite ammonia. Only after stimulation by adding water did the vapor concentration become sufficiently high to support combustion. Ammonia odor is reported 250 feet downwind. The flame is apparently consuming only part of the released vapor.
Some interesting things on that. Before they put the water on it, 50 feet from the pool, 1 ton of ammonia, 1 ton in the ground, they couldn't get readings. Afterwards, 250 feet downwind, they had readings. It wouldn't burn before they put water on it. After water on it, they could make it burn. Because what they were doing is that violent reaction, right, once again, and the expansion rate was expanded to where it could make flammability. So you want to think about what we're doing. Once again, choices to be made. But they chose to believe that ammonia won't burn from this test. This was outside. You know, this was in different circumstances than in this room. Now we have video that shows it'll burn in a room, and we need to consider it there. But we can't start calling it what it was at West Texas. So, you're going to have to bear with me real quickly, but I'm going to play West for you right now, because it plays in better right now than it does later. So, did your partner have to leave for very long, or?
I don't think so.
Because I wanted to make sure he saw West Texas before we play this. So I'm going to preface this a little bit. You guys know what I'm talking about, West Texas? the city of Weston, Texas, had a fertilizer plant, and it blew up, and it was bad. And they called it anhydrous ammonia because there was anhydrous ammonia on site. There was also ammonium nitrate on site. And something to understand here, if this occurrence at this facility created an atmosphere because there's a couple people in high positions in Montreal government that now are pulling out perfectly good ice skating rinks because they're afraid of ammonia because of this incident. And I actually rode with two guys that are firemen, volunteer, and linemen for the power company. And I happened to do an infrared scan with these two guys. And at different times, in different years, both of them have said the same thing to me. We pull up to CA, controlled atmosphere, refrigeration, storage, with ammonia, and both of them have said the same exact words, so I know they talk to each other. But both of them said, oh my God, these places scare the hell out of me. And I'm like, why? Because when it goes, it's going to blow up all Hood River. No, it isn't. No way in hell. Oh yeah, it would. You saw West Texas. West Texas was not anhydrous ammonia. West Texas, all the anhydrous ammonia tanks were still sitting in the same spot they were beforehand. And next to it were silos that were gone. Don't tell me it was anhydrous ammonia. It wasn't. They know now it wasn't. I was hoping you'd get to see it, but I don't have time to wait, so we'll play this. But this, watch the different, see, it's important for you to understand the characteristics of ammonia because you got it into your facility. It's important for you to understand the characteristics of ammonia to keep yourself safe. It's important for these guys to understand the characteristics of ammonia because they're going to have to help you fix this problem. It's important for you to understand this to keep your community from finding out you got ammonia and wanting you to get it the hell out of here. Because once you do that, it's an impact on the whole community. And believe me, you guys remember when they came out first and they said PCBs in transformers? It's a wet transformer. It's an oil transformer. It's a substance within the oil that was carcinogenic, PCBs. And we had to get rid of them. And we have. And actually really bad for the fish. So we've gotten rid of it all. When they first came out with that, I went around Portland, Oregon, pulling doorbell transformers out of people's houses because they were terrified their kids were going to die. And I would tell these mothers, there's no PCBs in that transformer. Oh, yes, there is. No, there isn't. Yes, there is. There can't be. PCBs are in liquid form. There's no liquids in that transformer. I don't care one out of my house. That's the kind of stupidity that happens because people get afraid. And this is what West Texas did. And honestly, there's an engineer, a city engineer in Montreal that believes, and she does a presentation from what I've been told, I haven't seen it, thank God, because her and I would not get along, where she shows one slide, ammonia, next slide, baby, next slide, baby dead. That's insanity. So you need to be prepared for these things, because what we're doing is we're building a target for you today, and I want you to hit there. I don't want you hitting out here. I don't want you deciding it's non-flammable and killing somebody, and I don't want you to get so afraid of it. Oh, we're building a new system. Let's get rid of that damn ammonia stuff and put in some system you're going to replace 2 years from now for twice as much money, or a system that doesn't work for you. So understand that. So just watch the rest of it and listen to the guy in the yellow tie, but please don't believe the guy in the yellow tie. The guy in the yellow tie has no idea what he's talking about, and I guarantee he makes more money than any of us.
worried. There are homes level, there are businesses level.
Right now, we have a tremendous amount of injuries.
The ceilings were down even in the halls, lights, there was a water leak, so you're standing in water, wires were hanging down.
We are still missing several firefighters that were on the scene.
We do have confirmed fatalities.
There is massive devastation in the downtown west area.
We were taking them out through the open windows, putting a mattress across the window.
There are some worries that there could be chemicals in the air that people are breathing.
Massive explosion of anhydrous ammonia.
They focused on ammonium nitrate.
Anhydrous is still smoking.
Does it know how much ammonium nitrate they had on hand?
The explosion released anhydrous ammonia.
This investigation is now focused on the ammonium nitrate stored here.
Anhydrous ammonia, by the way, played a key role in a deadly explosion at a fertilizer plant in Texas earlier this year.
Ammonium nitrate is at the facility, and that is potentially explosive chemical.
It's a massive explosion that involves ammonia. Businesses storing more than 400 pounds of ammonium nitrate are required to report it.
Fire caused the tank to fail, leaking ammonia gas, which exploded.
Where the ammonium nitrate is being kept on the property,
There was fear that there was a second big tank of this anhydrous ammonia was going to blow off and
ammonium nitrate released in an accident of this sort can release the energy of several truckloads of dynamite, enough to set off a 2.1 magnitude earthquake in terms of intensity. And how are they set off? Here we think there was anhydrous ammonia, which can be set off with water. Here is the working hypothesis. There was a fire explosion. Firemen were called on site in a routine operation, but the hose water might have set off anhydrous ammonia, creating a chain reaction of explosions releasing the titanic force which can level several city blocks. We may have to rewrite the book on this. The EPA's regulations say that it is okay to have this amount of material because nothing is going to happen. But there's a rare sequence of events. The right temperature, the right pressures, and the right amount of water will set off anhydrous ammonia.
This week, state and federal agents will release the findings of the deadly plant fertilizer explosion in West. The state fire marshal's office and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives will announce their findings Thursday afternoon. Investigators have spent nearly a month combing a 93-foot wide crater.
Today was the first time investigators said on the record that it was ammonium nitrate that exploded.
Late today, authorities absolved the firefighters of any blame for causing the explosion, which some speculated could have been triggered by water used to fight the fire.
The ammonium nitrate that exploded was equivalent to approximately 15 to 20,000 pounds of TNT. This had a huge impact on my community in Asti because I would guess 60% of our instructors are firemen, and this really hit home. See a guy named Melton? He has not a clue what he's talking about.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Dr. Cuckoo. Dr. Cuckoo's full of cuckoo. He gets paid a lot of money to say a lot of BS on TV. We had a guy that said, man, I watched him all the time. He said, but I loved him. I'm not watching him again. You put water and ammonia together, it reacted violently because of the temperatures. And the gal said in the video, you have a chemical reaction that causes heat, it will not ignite. You put water and ammonia together, it is not going to ignite. If it would ignite, the first thing I told you when I said don't put water on without a plan, I would have said, don't put water on it. But it doesn't ignite, neither does ammonium nitrate. Let's get honest about it. Ammonium nitrate in this format is meant to be put on fields, which you use for fertilizer in a solid form, and we irrigate.
I guess we blow up all our farm fields, huh? The guy doesn't know. This is one tank, they said they were afraid there was a second tank was going to ignite. And that ammonia tank ignited and exploded. That was a fuel bunker. It wasn't an ammonia tank. It was a fuel bunker. And the fuel bunker, ammonia nitrate, fuel, ammonia nitrate. Have you ever heard this story before? Timothy McVeigh blew up a building using diesel fuel and ammonia nitrate. Ammonia nitrate was stacked in rooms this big, completely stacked from one side to the other, just loosely. And they had a fire, and they had unburnt fuels from the fire reaching that, and that's what likely the explosion was. I'm not an expert on this, but they did come to the ammonia nitrate was the answer, but it wasn't water and ammonia nitrate, it was the fuels. Because that bunker that burnt was a fuel bunker. So, and there is a lot of debate on what started it. Some people say it's a lightning strike, and then I've heard all kinds of things. I don't know. I just know it doesn't matter to me. But I'll tell you, all those ammonia tanks, it took them 20,000 man-hours to figure this thing out and figure out it wasn't anhydrous ammonia. When the anhydrous ammonia tanks were sitting in their saddles, those are concrete saddles with no straps, sitting in the same place they were before. Never moved an inch. And then it took all these hours, but the tanks were all full. The same level of ammonia in them as it was beforehand, before the event and after the event. And why is it taking so long to study this thing? Because there were people like this guy that, we got to rewrite, you heard him, got to rewrite the books. You put that together with a teddy bear sitting in a wheelchair. You put that together with 12 dead firemen. You put that together with the pictures that show city blocks of buildings gone. And I don't blame the gal in Montreal for her statement, but it's not anhydrous ammonia. And it's not even ammonia nitrate when handled properly. It's a misuse of chemicals and a misunderstanding what was going on. You know what the sad thing is? Those firefighters were getting ready to pull out. That's what I just found this out recently from a guy that was actually involved with this whole event, the investigation. There was calls on the radio. They were pulling out because they knew it was too hot. They had to get out. And they just seconds from making it out. And then we lost them all because of it. But I don't want you guys to let this stuff go around. It's not true. So we take one of the best chemicals, and we believe it or not, God gave us, in my opinion, and we throw it away because we're terrified of something. And gasoline can't do that to you. We're not getting rid of gasoline. Electricity can't kill you. 30,000 degrees on an arc flash, 9,000 psi of force. And we're going to be afraid of ammonia? An arc flash in your engine room right now can have 30,000 degrees. It can melt, not melt, it can take steel to vapor instantly. So there's a lot of things to be afraid of in life, guys, gals. We don't have to run around afraid from it. We do if we look at this stuff. So just keep in mind, we're trying to sight in the rifle on the target. Yes, I'm an American, so I use gun analogies too much. We aren't all a bunch of murderers, though, no matter what anybody thinks. I haven't shot anybody yet. I've had guns my whole life.
The guy in the yellow tie, you have a chance.
I used to think I wanted to meet him, but Gary Smith, our president, actually reached out to him, and you can't get to him, you got to get to his people, and reached out to him, and
wasn't too interested?
No, not at all. And the scary thing is not just not interested. We were told that he was an expert and he could say whatever he wants. So I'll never listen to him again. But that shows you the news and the media. Also, did you see, and if I get a chance, I'll show it to you, but don't need to, is if you've seen the video where the state patrolman runs into the cloud of ammonia to save somebody on the old dirt road and he goes down? Do you think that one's real? Everybody did, because millions of people and our instructors were teaching it as real until we found it.
If it's on the internet, it's true.
Right? So false, they did that as smoke, and it was all meant to be a training video. And it says that. And the people that put it on YouTube took out the disclaimer. The guy that made the video was pissed. We got a hold of him. And the guy that supposedly died, the cop, he's still alive, he's retired. It was smoke. And you can't run into ammonia cloud. And you're sure as hell not going to run into ammonia cloud and save somebody. So we got to remember, what we watch on TV and the internet isn't always true. Now that's flammability. Let's just talk about health effects for a little bit. This is really important to understand, because out of everything we do here, understand the characteristics is the first and foremost thing you have to understand if you're going to be part of a team to respond to ammonia. But if you're going to work around facilities where possible exposure to any chemical are, you need to know what those exposures mean to you. I asked yesterday, I said, do you have any other hazardous chemicals on site? So the fire department would probably ask you if they want to talk to you. And they said, well, nothing in any large quantities. But believe me, I've worked in facilities that people worked there for years and had no idea they had dangerous stuff around. Did you guys know that hydrogen peroxide in pure form is extremely dangerous? A facility I worked in, they've got pure hydrogen peroxide in tanks right by workstations. You get a leak there, you could have a serious injury. Okay, so you got to know what's around you. But as far as ammonia goes, if you look up here at the screen right now, this one isn't necessarily in your books. The rules of 5 are, what page did you get that on, buddy?
6.
Good job. 6. So you can turn to 6, but these first couple I wanted to go over mainly because we put these in this slide, and there's some things I want you to understand just purely about ammonia itself. First off, it's not a poison. If it were a poison, your body couldn't process it like it does. You can truly process ammonia at levels within your system that could be deadly because of inhalation issue. But as far as the substance of ammonia being present in your body, you've got to get a lot of ammonia before it's actually going to destroy your body from inside. Okay. Asphyxiation bugs me because when we say at 2,500 parts per million, for about 10-15 minutes, that exposure could be fatal. Likely will be. And it is because of asphyxiation. But if you don't understand the pure topic of asphyxiation, you can be in trouble. If we talk about asphyxiation, now we have CAs in the Northwest, controlled atmosphere. And we take the level of oxygen down to about 1-2%. You cannot live in 1% oxygen. We do it to put the apples to sleep, just for fun. Apples breathe oxygen just like we do. If you take the oxygen away, they go to sleep. That's why you can eat apples year-round now for a lot less money, because we can sell apples year-round because we put them to sleep. So we drop the oxygen levels in those rooms, and you open the door, and that lack of oxygen takes the movement of air, displaces the oxygen outside the door, and you have no idea if you're being hit by it. None. I was standing by our door of our CA one time, and I was standing with my grandpa and dad talking, and I opened the door and blew the door open, and I remember feeling really happy. And the next thing I know, I was laying in the orchard with a big knot in my head. The orchard's about 100 feet from the door, because my dad and grandpa drugged me over there because I passed out in front of the door and hit the ground, because I lack oxygen. Ammonia won't do that, and I've heard people teach this, and it drives me insane. If I get enough ammonia in this room to displace the oxygen so the O2 level is too low, you are so dead before you ever reach that point. So it's not displacing the oxygen, but at 2,500 parts per million and above, in 10 minutes, your throat is swelling because of the burning that's going on, your tongue, your lungs are getting it in there, and it's eating up the alveoli. You're building liquid up in your lungs like pneumonia. These are the things that are killing you. And if your throat closes off and can't reopen, that's kind of asphyxiation, isn't it? I think you guys know.
If it's 700, it's causing permanent eye damage, then it's definitely eating your lungs up.
No, 700
if it doesn't get you right away, you'll get acute respiratory distress within 24 hours.
But at 700 parts per million for a short-term exposure, no, you're not going to be burned up. At 700 parts, it starts getting into your eyes. You're filtering as you breathe. So you're right. I can't.
But if it's causing permanent eye damage, which is what it says.
Yeah. It can start creating. That's where you start seeing. So understand all these numbers is where you start. That's the bottom end of it. Very conservative. Okay. But at 2,500 parts in 10 minutes, 2,500 parts in 10 minutes of breathing that, we're going to get to this more detailed in a second. At 2,500 parts, if you breathe it for 10 minutes straight, now all this stuff's happening and you're going to die because you can't process oxygen anymore, right? But it's not because of lack of oxygen, it's because your body can't take on the oxygen anymore. 700 parts per million, you were talking about eye damage, that's where it begins. So if you don't have anything on your eyes, have you ever been in ammonia and had your eyes burning and watering and you're blinking really rapidly? That's what you're feeling is ammonia. If it's at 700 parts, at that point you're getting enough parts per million behind the eye to burn out that optic nerve. And that's where the real damage comes in the eyes, is the optic nerve, which you've got millions of villi. And at 700 parts, yes, long enough. If you stay there long enough, at 700 parts per million, you're going to die. A long enough term, but you've got a lot more window there because you're seeing damage, but it's no long-term effects. People lose villi every day smoking.
Yeah, they get food.
Yeah. So that's the difference. You're 100% right, because enough exposure. But 2,500 is where you're getting into that 10-minute range, which is reasonably how long you might be there. 700 parts per million though with your eyes, and you'll start seeing the damage to your optic nerve. Skin burn starts at about 10,000 parts per million. What that means, if I have respiratory protection, but I've got exposed skin, and I want to say this, exposed skin, then you're going to start seeing burns to your skin. So don't wear your safety shorts, okay? Or your tank top. These are all things we've seen. I got a picture of a guy's legs. You can see where the shorts went to, where the socks came to. In between burned up. Everything beside shorts. Regular shorts, loose-fitting shorts, no burns. But where the shorts weren't at, burned up. Socks start, no burns. So exposed skin is something you shouldn't really be doing around ammonia. And by the way, the firefighters' turnouts back there are so much more good turnouts. Good, well-fitted turnouts that are new. You can handle 20,000 parts in those over and over again for short periods. We've done it. I mean, I'm not saying this as a theory. We put firefighters in it. Well, I know one year I put over 50 firefighters in it at one time. Not at one time, but I mean through the sessions. And we never had any exposures. But you have good turnouts. Now, we've had exposure when the guy had to training once, and they tore up on the cuff, and they stood on a blanket, or on a tarp, and it came up their leg. But in general, just walking into a room of exposure 10,000, you're fine. But exposed skin, so are you if you don't have exposed skin. I don't work on ammonia without long sleeve shirts. I don't work on ammonia with my Carhartt bibs on with no shirt on, because my buddy did it, and they broke a fitting flew over, broke a sight glass, ammonia sprayed him in his back, and he's got an area about this big on his back that's a permanent scar from the burn they got. So you wear clothes. Put clothes on. No shorts, if you're going to work on the system, no short sleeve shirts. If you're draining oil, and it may not be your policy right now, but I'd make it long sleeve shirts, full skin covered, and at the very least goggles. Very least goggles. The safety glasses will not protect you from the gas. The freezing of skin, look at this. Positive numbers. That hyphen in the middle is to separate these two numbers. It's not a minus sign. 25 degrees positive to 18 degrees positive, you're looking at skin burns from the temperature. Where does ammonia boil again?
28.
So if you get liquid ammonia on you, you got a burn, don't you? Now if you get water to it fast enough, you can reduce that burn severely, just like you can with a heat burn, right? If you get water to it quickly, and you can reduce that burn. You're trying to beat it back to normal temperature. So don't get this liquid on you. Ingestion, that one I really hate. And I was going to tell you about pH earlier, and I went right past it. I don't feel good all of a sudden, guys. pH of ammonia. What is the pH of ammonia, real quick? Just so we can get this out of our way, because I didn't cover it earlier. Does anybody know? And by the way, to have pH, you have to have water and ammonia mixture, which is aqueous ammonia. So if you got a pH scale, where does it start at?
7.
And the 7's right in the middle. Good, that's good. We'll put that in there. 7's neutral. 0, 14. Some people say 1. I don't care. 0 to 7. This is water, or somewhere in here is water. Neutral. And here is what? Between 0 and 7 is what? An acid or a base? It's an acid. Don't feel bad if you answered wrong. That's why I do this, because you'll remember now. Get it wrong once, you'll always remember. And then base over here. Or corrosive. Where does ammonia fall? Over here. And it'll fall somewhere mixed with water, somewhere between 10.6 and 13.6. 13.6 you've got to work at. Naturally mixing water and ammonia, you're going to be somewhere in this area. At 10 to 11 pH. And I'm not a doctor, but I've been told this by many, many doctors that know is that an acid, they say a base burn is worse than an acid burn. Why? Because I guess an acid burn will scab over as you're getting burned. But a base burn, and especially ammonia, is looking for water. You're made out of water. So if you don't give it another source of water, it's just going to keep searching going deeper and deeper into you. And if you see the injuries, which you'll see some, you can see this to be true. Not deconning is a bad idea. Not deconning fully is a bad idea. Leaving aqueous ammonia on you is just as bad as anhydrous ammonia, except for the freeze part. So if I had a bottle full of aqueous ammonia and poured it all over him, you need to decon him just like you would.
15 minutes.
15 to 30 minutes of water. Now, if I had anhydrous ammonia in here and I sprayed it or threw liquid ammonia on him, you'd still need to flush for that, but you're also flushing for freeze now, aren't you? That's the only difference. Aqueous ammonia doesn't make it safer. A lot of people see it as safer because, well, it's mixed with water now. Not in the high mixtures it isn't. Still pretty dangerous stuff. And you'll see that with Jose Mata. But ingestion, when we call it that 11.6 pH, and I talked to Gary, our president, about it, and he's right. We need to leave this in here. But I just got to get you to understand something. You're never going to swallow ammonia and be alive. My opinion. That's an opinion. Okay, I will preface that. How's your body going to take on swallow ammonia? So I had a gentleman, my opinion, I said my opinion, this guy worked for Chevron, and he worked making fertilizers. And he said in class, he said, well, I did take it. I said, well, tell me. He said, well, it was aqueous. I said, okay, I don't care. Tell me your story. He's working on a valve up high, aqueous ammonia they made, and he had his mouth open because he's trying to make this valve work. I don't know why you open your mouth when you work hard. I do it. Is anybody in here? I mean, I don't know. I remember, never forget my mom told me one time, your mouth is always open when you're working hard. I'm like, hell, I didn't know that. Then I used a weed eater one day, my mouth full of grass. I'm like, wow, I must do it. He says it came out, he remembers clearly it coming out because that vision he had, and all of a sudden he felt it. And he said, the next thing I knew, I was on the ground making moves. He said, this is perfect. I was doing dance moves that I didn't know I could make. He was on the ground. He said convulsing, vomiting, and just terrible convulsions. They took him to the hospital, of course, long ride for him, and kept him. I think they didn't trach him, but they tubed him because they were worried about the swelling. When they got to the hospital, the burns were about here up, but his tongue swelled so bad they wouldn't have the tube. They'd have lost his airway because of his tongue. But the throat really wasn't that bad, and down below the throat, it never made his stomach. His body rejected it.
We've had a few people in town even that have tried to, they drink a very corrosive fluid to commit suicide.
Really?
And it's a very gross death.
Oh my God.
But yeah, they bleed out, they're on the floor. You can see that they've been kicking and moving around, and it leaves blood all over. But they kill themselves by drinking, like, you know, the problem with ammonia is they'd have to put on like oven mitts even, and have it accessible. So there's a lot more, there's things that are just as corrosive that they drink,
but they're not
more accessible.
Yeah, and that's a nice thing. That's a nice thing about ammonia because it has all these built-in factors that make you shut up, you know, that close up things that probably saved him. Where some of these are pouring slowly down their throat. So I guess under suicide, you might, boy, that's going to be a crappy death, I'll tell you what. I'll take about a whole bunch of other ways to kill myself than that. I've heard those things too, so not like that though with corrosives. Anyway, ingestion, if you've got somebody that's, you think they've ingested it, here's my opinion if I ever run into it. I hope to God you guys get here quick. Because I'm not capable of dealing with it. I hope you never deal with it. And the whole idea, and then I've had instructors start talking about don't make them vomit, use milk. Oh my God, this man just swallowed ammonia. You get here and fix this guy. And then a paramedic said, well, we should trach. When do we trach? I'm like, well, you're out of my pay scale. I don't know when you do that. You talk to the fire, you're going to be talking to a doctor. And they're going to help you. And you're going to follow your normal protocol.
I wouldn't pick up a phone and call a doctor. I just had somebody press on the lungs to look for the bubbles and stick a tube through.
And that's your choice. You're trained to do that. I'm sure some not. I wouldn't even pretend to, but I really don't. I haven't ever seen anybody needing to be trached with ammonia yet that lived. But maybe that tells you something too. But Jose's case, he never was trached, and he took it hard. if they're at the point, well, I guess they put a tube down, so that would be,
That makes a difference.
yeah. So I don't know, I mean, that's beyond my pay grade. But I want you to know that I don't think ingestion is gonna come about in your life. If it ever does, you need help. And you guys, if you want to answer that, you need to talk to somebody else. I don't think you're gonna make anybody vomit. And I don't think you're gonna pour anything down their throat, because at this point, you're worried about breathing airway more than you are that, I would imagine. But what do you do for them? And answer my question, what do you do with these guys with corrosive? Have you ever had any that were still conscious, or?
No, I've just gone to where they're dead, but when they're doing it on purpose, you have to be there right away. That you get an oral spasm that just shuts off your airway immediately, right?
Yeah.
People get that oral spasm just from gastric reflux, gets into their airway, and then things clamp off, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting pregnant. I'm not walking off, but I'll tell you what, I'm getting gastric reflux right now. Holy cow. I don't know what I ate, but... All right.
Canadian burger, buddy.
It's like, don't drink the water in Mexico, don't eat the hamburger in Canada.
We got good beef. We don't serve it rare like you guys do in the States. We cook it right through.
Yeah, it was overcooked. Now, you guys are looking at this in your book, is the Rules of Five. This is really important. But it's not exact numbers. They're very conservative numbers. Remember, everything we tell you, nobody, us, governments, or nobody else is going to go say, you're going to die at 3,000 parts per million, and the truth is you're going to die at 3,000 parts per million. If I know you're going to die at 3,000 parts per million immediately, I'm going to tell you at 2,000 you're going to die, because I don't want you to die. Okay, so understand these numbers are all conservative. 5 to 20 parts per million is detectable by most people. Okay? Everybody in this room probably is going to know ammonia's there at 20 parts per million. Okay? I know ammonia's there at 20 parts per million. Even when I worked in the trade, I knew it was there. It didn't bother me. Still doesn't bother me. But even your most susceptible people will know it's there by 50. I mean, most people unsusceptible. People work around all the time. But 5 to 20, you're noticing it, so when you start noticing it, you're in the room, there's nothing, and all of a sudden you start smelling something that's probably around 5 to 20 parts. You're in that room still, and we'll come back to this, and you get up to the point where your eyes are starting to tear and blink and burn, and it just started, you're somewhere around 150, 200 parts per million. So now, let's go back to these numbers here, and that eye tearing is telling you what? What's it telling you? Get out. Get out. Okay, because if you're at that level, you should have left, because somewhere in here is when what the permissible exposure limit is. And the permissible exposure limit is the area at which you can work for 8 hours a day for the rest of your life with no ill health effects legally. Okay, I don't know what it is in Canada. Go ahead.
In Alberta, it's 25, and we can work up to 15 minutes at 35.
That's the STEL. Okay, so we'll talk about that a little bit. So here, thank you, 25 parts per million, you can work in that below 25 parts for the rest of your life. Legally and physically, I guarantee you 25 parts, you ain't dying. You can breathe 25 parts. I kind of wonder, though, if you were exposed to that every single day of your life, if it wouldn't have some health effects, because any long-term exposure, but it's not a carcinogenic, it's not a poison, so that's why they're saying this. Anybody that works at 25 parts every single day of their life, there's something wrong. They used to do it. In fact, the old guys who worked in the ammonia facility said they used to hang them by their feet at the end of every shift to get the ammonia out because it was lighter. I think they're all full of malarkey. They might have done it, but they had no idea what they were doing. Anyway, so PEL is 25. The STEL is 35. So you can work in 35 for 15 minutes and you get out for a while, and then you can go back in for 15 minutes. I don't like STELs because you got to be too scientific in what you're doing. So my policy, if it's 25 here, I would stop at 25. At 25, you can stay in if you put an APR on. The APR is an air purifying respirator. And you can maintain work in that area until 300 parts per million IDLH, most likely. Not any government I found or province changes that. At 300, you got to go to SCBA. You got to go to level B or SCBA. Here in Canada, I believe, their definition at level B may be different. I don't know what your turnouts are considered here.
C.
Are they C?
Yeah.
Australia, they still consider those B, I think. And they can go into canister mass to 5,000. Now, they're doing it all the time. They're not hurt. Those canister mass, when originally designed, were designed for 20,000 parts per million. It's all stipulated for the canister. Anyway, let's stay with what we're dealing with today. So 25 parts per million, you can work in that for 8 hours a day. Everywhere in the world, pretty much is 50. But you have to go to canister mass at 25. And you will stay in the canister mass to somewhere around 300, depending on what the most restrictive policy is. 300 parts per million is IDLH, immediately dangerous to life and health. That means you're going to die over 300 parts, right? No. What it means is that's a level at which you need some better PPE right now. Because we talked about it earlier. 300-400 is when you start saying, this sucks. I don't want to leave. I've dealt with ammonia my whole life. I love the smell of ammonia. I love ammonia. It doesn't bother me. 300 parts, it bothers me. So 300-400 parts, you're going to want to get out. And that's where you need to put on that mask to protect yourself, because you're having an impaired ability to escape. Okay? And that's where the SCBA comes in. You guys don't wear SCBAs, right? Nobody here? The fire department does.
And we're putting it on if we've been called anywhere for anything, we're putting it on from the start. It doesn't matter if it's 3 and 0.
You know, Gary Smith, being our president that was around, he remembers the days where nobody put them on, just like we didn't in the trade. Because when I started in this trade, they handed me a mask and a set of keys. And I said, what do I do with these? And they said, the keys go to the truck. And I said, I think I get that. What about the mask? And they said, well, the mask is for ammonia, but just put it in your truck. And I said, well, how do I use it? And they said, if you need that, you need to find another job. You're not tough enough.
Fire guys in the States will still do tons of stuff without a mask on. In the States, they're more cowboy.
Not many of them I know anymore. I know the union guys and stuff, they have to put them on. They don't get a choice in it. Yeah, and I shouldn't say that. Outside fire. If there's a fire, they immediately put them on. But ammonia, they immediately put them on. But not all of them, I guess. You're right. I'll shut up. I don't know. But I like that. Why not put the stuff on? You have it. It's on your back. For God's sake, use it. Same with you guys. If you have that mask, and you're draining oil and you're not putting it on, why? Give me one good, solid reason why you're not putting a mask on. It's uncomfortable. That's not a good reason. I fog it up. That's not a good reason. Find a way to get defogger in. Okay, there's no good reason not to be putting a mask on, because with that mask you'll walk out. Without that mask you'll stay there. Guy in Boston found that out. Let's finish this out. We'll get to those medical stories. 1,700, so we're back here, 150 is the eye tearing, that's time to leave. At 300, you need to be in SCBA. And if you're in at 150, you're in that engine room, you haven't put your mask on, which you're supposed to put on at 25, and your eyes are blinking and tearing, you're in no man's land, aren't you? You need to back out so you can get your mask to go back in, and you can stand at 300, I think. Check that one out, Randy, but I believe you guys are 300 on that one. Then the SCBA, 700 parts per million if you get caught in there. That is where permanent eye damage can begin. I just want to tell you a story about ammonia in eyes. If somebody takes a drop of liquid ammonia straight to their eye, I think it's like 7 seconds and you're going to be blind. You have to have immediate water to fix that, because that gets in your tear duct and goes immediately to the back of your eye and burns out your optical nerve. At the very least, it's going to take out your retina. I know at least 3 people that have serious retina damage, and that's not good stuff. They can do better at replacing them now than before. What's the answer to eye damage? Goggles. You know what even better? Put the mask on. You got your eyes and respiratory. Full face mask, you got it all covered. So I'm going to tell you something about eyes. Thomas here gets it in his eyes. I want your help. And Thomas is going to whoop the hell out of me. And I'll tell you that because I took ammonia to my eyes one time. We were pulling a check valve out. So if you imagine the room that we were in, something like this, the exit door is right here, there's a screw compressor package right here, and we're taking the check valve off here, there's a ladder right here, I'm standing here, my partner's here, and there's an eye wash bottle right there. Just lucky as hell. So I pulled the check valve out and set it on top of this 6-foot ladder, but it's noisy in there and it stinks because what we're wearing for PPE, short sleeve shirt, t-shirt, No goggles, no safety glasses, no gloves. I remember pulling the check valve out. And the check valve, you get a check valve, the inside of the check valve, the part that moves on a lot of them is a bowl. And that was full of ammonia, and I had my fingers, I can remember feeling it tingle in my fingers. It was oil and ammonia mix. And I wanted my partner to listen to me because we couldn't hear each other because it was so noisy, because I wasn't wanting to be in there. Higher levels, probably 300-400 parts in there. I want to go outside. He's on the upwind side. He's fine. And he wouldn't listen to me, and he kept wanting to fiddle with the machine, and I wanted him to go outside with me, so I went like this. My fingers were dangling in the oil, in the ammonia. And I just remember at that point screaming and spinning in a circle. He grabbed this water bottle immediately because he watched stupid Scott make his move. He hit me with the water here, drug me out, and there was a stairway coming down right here. They laid me down on the stairway, and he had a guy up behind me. I don't know how he got with these people so quick. A guy behind me, holding my eyes open, and he had a hose in my face. That's all he had. Fire department showed up. They said, keep on the water. And they went and built this thing with a nasal cannula, the thing they put in your nose for air. They taped that to my nose, right here, taped my eyes open, put a saline bag on it. And off I went to the hospital. I got to the hospital, and I remember the doctor, I never saw him, but I remember hearing his voice say, it says here in the book, flushing for 15 to 30 minutes, flushing for 30. They put little cups in my eyes, off hoses, and they flushed me for 30 minutes. By the time it was over, I know what waterboarding feels like. And it sucked. But I'm going back to this point, I want help with Thomas over here. Because my partner had bruises all over him. I spit all over him. He was pissed about that more than anything else. He said, you son of a bitch, you spit chew all in my face. But why was I fighting?
Does it hurt like hell?
Does it hurt like hell? And you're so right. And what happened, it bugged me for a long time because it hurt like hell, but I'm a refrigeration. I understand ammonia. I know to flush for 15 to 30 minutes. Why am I being such a jerk? My eyes hurt so bad, it hurt my shoulders. And you'll see John talk about that. He got way worse than I did. But I remember feeling it down in my neck, the pain. And he's putting water in my face. And water is not a normal thing to spray in your eyes. Because I remembered one day sitting in class trying to figure this one out. Because I remember yelling at him, you're hurting me, knock it off. So my mind was telling me he's hurting me. Because I don't remember, I was in shock. You guys, I had no control over myself. That's why I'm telling this story, because I've heard instructors go, it's real simple, just calmly open your eyes, you go over the water and flush. Oh, hell. I spun in circles.
Has anyone tried to use one of those on themselves? An eye wash? It's not easy.
Yeah. And when you're hurting that bad, you ain't getting it done. So you need some help. And that's why we need help with Thomas, because he may be, and by the way, let's say Sebastian and I
trying to do this yourself. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. Let's say Sebastian and I are the only two here. And he got in his eyes, Thomas got in his eyes, and we're working on him. We got to get him to water. I need your help for that. But the minute I can get him slowed down enough to get the flush going on good, one of us has got to go make a phone call.
So Sebastian knocks him out.
He's not going out! That's a scary, awful story, but funny. Guy electrician I worked with, I come to the facility, he's not there. We're doing there for a scan. I love going with this guy. I'm like, where's he at? And he had a heart attack. He's off. Oh man, that's too bad. And the guy that was telling me that he had a heart attack got sheepish and walked out. Okay, he had a heart attack. Is he dying? And that's what, no, there's just more to the story than that. I said, well, what's the story? And he goes, well, one of the other electricians walks in the electrical room and he's next to an MCC bucket and he's kind of twitching out. And the guy had learned, you got somebody on electricity, you don't touch them, you get a board and you knock them off. And so the guy got the board out and beat the shit out of him with the board. He was having a heart attack. They sent him to the hospital. His injuries from the beating were worse than his heart attack. Verify before beating somebody with a stick, okay? And it is amusing here, but I felt awful when I heard it. And that's why the guy couldn't talk about it, because he was feeling pretty bad about what he'd done. All right, so that 700 parts per million is where eye damage begins. The 700 parts, what I experienced was greatly above that. It was mixed with oil. That's where the real damage was going to come to me. In John's case, it was way above 700 parts. John's blind. 1,700 parts per million is bronchial spasms start, and that's where your epiglottis and vocal cords will close. What's happening, and once again, I'm not a doctor, but I know because they tell us, is what happens, your body says, nope, not going to breathe it. So it locks up, and I have locked up. When you lock up, you're not going to breathe. and I don't mean this to be crude, but I ask people that have had it, what did it feel like to you? Because when I talk to you guys and tell stories, I want to know the truth. I don't want to just go with mine. And the guy raises his hand and he goes, Scott, I'll tell you exactly what it feels like. And this is the best analogy I've ever heard. He said, it feels like you're looking for another orifice to breathe through. And it's 100% the truth. You're trying so hard to breathe and nothing's happening. And it's not going to happen. I'm vibrating back there. Oh, I'm going to get rid of that. I felt like I was getting shot. You're not going to be able to breathe. It's very scary. So you're in this room right now. Joe, you just got hit, and you're locked up. Do you think you're going to feel a sense of panic? Yeah. You can't breathe, so maybe you can't see. Okay, what's your first job right now? The only job available to you, the only thing you need to be concerned about right now. What do you need to do?
Well, I need to get out.
Stop right there, because that's it. You're doing a good job, but get out. That's your whole job right now. The only thing you need to worry about is getting out. Because right now, in this room, we just took ammonia. I'm locked up and I panic and I try to run out of this room and I go over the top of the table and I knock myself out. As soon as I come unconscious, I'm going to start breathing again. If I'm in 2,500 parts per million, I got 10 minutes and I'm dead. This is why you got to understand you can lock up from ammonia. You're not going to die. Nobody that's taken a hit, they just locked them up. They're 50,000 parts, something like that. You're more than locked up. You're never going to run out of this room. You're going to drop right there. But everybody that's locked up, they got out, is alive. Everybody that locked up and got out is not injured. I've been locked up way more than I should have in my life, and I have no injuries from it. I have many, many friends. Bob Cole, one of our instructors. You guys were taught by Bob. Bob ate a lot of ammonia. He worked in a facility that made ammonia. And they didn't have any PPE, so he locked up a lot. He's alive.
Sorry, locked up. What do you mean by locked up?
I just explained it. You can't breathe. Your epiglottis, everything closes. You ever had the wind knocked out of you? No. Okay, well, when your epiglottis and vocal cords close, it's a clamp. So right now, if I just plugged your nose and held your mouth closed, and you couldn't breathe.
Locked up.
That's what I'm calling it. It's not a technical term.
I know.
You're
from Montreal.
From Montreal. God bless you, man. Can you teach me how to get around in that town? Because I can't do that very well. Anyway, so if we lock up, if we can't breathe, we have to get ourselves out. Okay, so we have to be calm enough to do that. You're going to feel panic. But if everybody in this room, and this is more than ammonia, I get tired of watching people unaware in this world. You shouldn't be anywhere where you don't know the exit is. You shouldn't be anywhere you don't know where that exit is with your eyes closed, or the power goes out. So always be paying attention to how you're going to get out of here. Now, if I took the ammonia up here, and I get to get out, and I paid attention, it doesn't mean I'm not going to hit these tables. It means I'm going to hit the tables with a plan. You hit the table, bounce, hit the table, bounce, I'm finding a way. Firefighters learn how to go around walls, right? That's awareness training, isn't it?
Or thrown.
Or thrown. Yeah, actually, no, I laugh, but I guess it's amazing that you guys got that ability. So anyway, we're going to find our way out of here. That's important, because if you go down in here, you're going to breathe again if you go unconscious. And there's people that will teach you're not going to breathe again until you're in fresh air. That's not true. Because once you've locked up, your body no longer knows what it is. But you're not going to get a second chance at this most of the time because you're going to pass out, right? Because you're not breathing. If you have enough air for a second breath, you're going to go, and it's going to be over again. You're not going to get a third one. You're going to pass out. So you need to start moving out of this room, okay? But if I have mask on, I don't have to worry about any of this, do I? Mask will get you out every time, okay? They're not made for long term. Your canisters won't handle 50,000 parts for 2 hours, but they'll handle 50,000 parts to get out this door. 2,500 parts is where you start seeing the fatalities. 10,000 is where skin damage begins. That's first, second, third degree burns upward. 40, 50,000 is immediately fatal. At 50,000, you got to understand that first breath, that first amount that made it past your epiglottis, it's going to close off, and it's going to close off. You've got enough volume of it in there to start eating up. And you closed off, which is allowing it not to leave, you just ate yourself up. And you're going to go unconscious, and you're going to start breathing freely, and in that much you're going to die. So keep that in mind. Now, what's really cool here is beyond this, is the Eagles. You guys ever use Eagles up here? These numbers are awesome. They are very conservative also, but the Eagles were not just one group doing this. Government and a bunch of people did these studies on this. It describes it in your book. But the Eagles are a roadmap. So an Eagle 1 is the area, and I'm going to paraphrase you guys. I'm not going to read out of the book. I'm going to paraphrase it. The Eagle 1 means all susceptible individuals, which means COPD, PD, asthma, so everybody, whether you got a health issue or not. At 30 parts per million up to 8 hours is going to have no long-term health effects or anything else. They're going to be irritated. All right? They're going to start knowing it's there and they're not liking it. Nobody's dying here. Nobody's even injured here. So Eagle 1s is people that are just irritated. Eagle 2 is the area of which all susceptible individuals are going to start seeing short-term health effects and inability to escape. So now you've got some worries to start worrying about. But they're not dead yet, and they're not even close to death. They're getting in an area where you better be getting them out or getting them some protection. Eagle 3 is the area at which all susceptible individuals will either experience death or long-term health effects. Okay? Death. This is where you're starting to die. Now, why are the Eagles important? Well, for multiple reasons. Do you think that if we were all exposed for the first time in our lives to 50 parts per million, which would be in the vicinity of the Eagle 1, we're going to be all happy-go-lucky about experiencing ammonia at 50 parts per million? No. Do you think the community that's at this facility that just walked out the back of the building and experienced 50 parts per million is going to be happy?
No.
But you know at that level of exposure, if you have a meter and can read that area, that they're okay. So now you can reassure people that you're not going to die. Yes, there's ammonia here. We're in levels that are safe. We need to move you aside. So that's one of the reasons. Also for you guys, what if you've got somebody down in that room? The fire department's going to show up. They're going to want to decide, and they will decide, if it's viable or not, correct? You guys follow the same process everywhere, right?
Yep.
If it's a lot to save, we'll risk a lot, and if there's nothing to save, we're not going to risk much, right?
Correct.
So the bottom line is, if they show up and I've got Dylan over there down in that room and it's a cloud of ammonia, I've done nothing, or worse yet, somebody else wrote, Jeff ran in, he's down. Now we got 2 people down. Are they going to go in there? Not very likely. Okay, but if they show up, and like we did in our drill this morning, I put my fan on, and I got air blowing in there, and I open up the secondary door, turn the fan on, leaving the building, and I can now see in there, and I got a detector that went from high alarm to low alarm, and I can tell them what that low alarm means, and they show up, and I give them a CAN report with all this information, I need that guy rescued, likely they're going to go make a shot at it. I can't say they will, because that's up to that fireman. And I won't ever speak for them, but they would be safe to do that response now. What you're doing is giving a window to get Dylan out of it, right? If we don't do anything, we got a real problem. So that's the other reason to do this. What I'm trying to do, go ahead.
The biggest thing for us is if it's something like that, then we could get in with bunker gear.
Exactly.
Do a quick grab. As opposed to, if we have to put on our level A suits, we're going to get a body.
Yeah.
Or turn off the leak.
Boy, you said it better than I did. Thank you. That's perfect. Because see, think about it, you guys. If he's in there, Dylan's in there, and he's at 3,000 parts per million, and I just found, I didn't mean to scare you that bad, dude. You're okay, man. I swear to God, man. Dylan's been in there at 3,000 parts, but I got there right after he went down. I seen him go down, and it's well over 3,000 parts. If I leave it that way, look at your Eagles. He's dead in 10 minutes. By the time the fire department gets here and we make the rescue, it could be that 10 minutes. But now, I immediately saw it and I grabbed a fan, or I turned the fan on, or I put something in to move air. Got 2 doors open. Drafting will work wonders, amazingly. Your positive pressure ventilation fans, we've done studies, oh my God, we can do cool stuff with fans. It's amazing. It's just like smoke. Ammonia is so much like smoke. You just, boom, you're done. You can evacuate those rooms so fast. So if you guys did that, brought it down to 30 parts per million, and I can show with a meter it's 30 parts per million, your turnouts, you're more than safe. Why not rescue the guy? But if I can't tell them any of that, then rescue becomes a problem. Dylan, are you kind of wanting to hope we get this Eagle thing figured out so we can get you out?
Yeah.
Forget about you, Ryan. I guess you're dead already, huh?
Yeah, I went in before Dylan.
Now, you're all important, and that's why we gotta have this. We can also use this as triage. Okay, so, this group, 2 tables here, has been exposed to about 50 parts per million for about 5 minutes. They're in that 8 to 1 range. Do you think these people think they're hurt? They're what we call the worried well. No, your people that are trained don't, but if they were just the general public, they're going to think they're hurt. They're what we like to call the worried well. They think they're injured, but they're not. But I can't tell them they're not injured because they can listen to me. Especially this one. Especially this one. I kind of get that feeling. Are they mean to you though, Fred? No. Fred doesn't care. He's from Montreal. So, got it. Please forgive me for anything I do to offend anybody. So this group here has been about 50 parts. They think they're injured, they're worried. Here's what I can do if I've got Eagles and I understand them. Guys, you've been exposed to ammonia at a level about, we estimate around 50 parts per million. We don't believe it will have any long-term health effects, but we're going to get you checked out. But please feel comfortable. You're in a good place right now. I know it's uncomfortable. We're going to take care of it. Randy, can you sit with this group, make sure they're okay? And we'll get the paramedics here when we get a chance. But I know I've got this group over here that's been in 220, and they've been in there for 5 minutes or so. And I know we got some people irritated because some people came out coughing and sputting. Their skin's red. Nobody needs a big decon right now, but they're irritated, really bad. Okay, you guys have been exposed to ammonia at a level we could see some health effects. I don't see anybody here that is there's no impending doom. We're going to get you checked out as soon as we can. Dan, can you sit with these people? As soon as we get those paramedics available, we're going to get them to you guys. We're going to take care of you, I promise. And come over this group, they've been in that 3,000 quickly. Somehow or another they made it out. They were locked up at one point. They're starting to breathe. They're needing decon. Guys, help me to get them decon. As soon as that fire department shows up, then I can let them know. These guys over here, man, and we're deconning right now. I need help over here. Those guys over there really don't have exposure. These guys need some help pretty quick. We can start putting our resources in the right place. It's their choice. Once again, I'm getting the situation. I'm setting the plate for the big players. I want to prepare as much as I can for when they show up, because these guys need help. But I tell you what, I've seen it with ammonia releases where the panic of the people out front, the ones that made it the farthest, are the ones that aren't hurt, and they get the most attention because they're out front screaming and yelling. And hell, the paramedics never even make it on the scene very far because they're inundated with all these people, and I got people laying back here. Now, luckily, we're doing an instant commander that's going to say, stop. Guys, I got people back here, because we don't tell them there's people back here behind the building. They don't know, and they're treating the people they see, right? Eagles will help you. Use them. Really good help. And by the way, as we're doing this, what are our 2 main medical treatments for ammonia? There's 2 of them.
Water.
Water. Okay, we'll get that up there. So water.
Fresh air.
Air. Water. Water. Air.
Cold beer.
Oh, that's later.
Canadian beef.
No Canadian beef. Where's the beef? What I've just put up there really sloppily is that's medical for ammonia. Water, fresh air. Water, fresh air. By the way, for you guys level A suits, if you go in and it says vapor exposures, you don't need to use water. You probably will because your protocol will say use water, but we watch guys wash level A suits down, turnouts down. It's like, if it's just vapor, bands will do just fine. We do it all the time. I hate to see suits get drenched a lot of times when they don't need it. Depends on the circumstances, but water can be kind of a mess. Chicago had wet gear, and I don't know if you heard it. They were in ammonia release and froze up their regulators. They were wet, and they went in an ammonia cloud, and -4-degree temperatures froze them up.
Yeah.
So, water, fresh air. What is the level exposure, and what is the time of exposure? How long you're in ammonia, and what level of ammonia you're in is what's determining how badly you're injured. What do you have control over most likely? The time you're here. If you're still conscious, the time you're here is what you're here to control. That's why you got to know your way out. I've come out of buildings knowing I'm dead. In my mind, I'm done. I'm never going to make it. I just want to get outside that door. And I made that, and I lived. But if I stayed in the room, I might not have lived, right? Okay. So, we did the rules of 5. So, any questions so far on this? Because it's really not very complicated, and it really bugs me, and it bugs me because I want to give you what you need. And I have, especially fire guys, go, what else? It needs more medical. I don't know what to tell you. If you got eye exposure, you got to flush. And you're going to flush for 15 to 30 minutes. Myself personally, I'm going to flush you until they show up. And I guarantee from my experience, they're going to flush me until the ambulance shows up. And the ambulance is going to flush me to the hospital. And that doctor's going to flush me for 30 minutes. And you know what? As long as they don't drown me, we'll be okay. But if you don't treat somebody long enough, then you can end up with injury. So you're getting flushed, guaranteed, for if it's 30 minutes before these boys show up, you're getting it.
If you got the ability to do it on site, it's better to flush here rather than sending someone to the hospital.
It should be continuous.
During the ride, right? Like that's the... Right, on the ride over there, they're not going to flush.
Okay, let's put it this way. You have to flush immediately because time is of the essence. They're not going to stop flushing because they're not sure where this person's at yet. And the hospital is going to flush because they're going to do medical. Okay, so if the hospital had them initially, you get 30 minutes of water. 15 maybe if the doctor feels really good about things. But for us, we're going to get a lot more water than that. Because I don't have a choice to do anything but flush you here.
Like if they got liquid on their clothes, like your clothes are coming off.
Yeah.
They're getting hosed down big time.
Yeah.
And then if, let's say if they got liquid on their leg across their thigh, and a big enough part of your thigh freezes, that can put you into a whole other complications with the cells in your thigh and potassium release from the freezing. And then it puts you to a whole different level of cardiac exposure. And once it thaws, the potassium can actually put you into cardiac arrest. So that adds a whole different level.
See why I'm flushing until you guys get here? Because I don't have any other choice.
Yeah.
Water's my only answer. And you're going to see that in Jose. They had no choice but flushing, but they didn't get it done all the way. I can't train you at a level that these guys are trained at, and I don't try to. I want you to get that patient, keep that patient alive until they get here. And I guarantee you get somebody that bad, you're going to burn centers, and those boys know what they're doing. But your hospital may not. That's what's really scary, and this is where you might do some checks too with your hospital. Let them know you've got ammonia. Make sure they have the right information for treatment. I'm not saying they don't here, but we've had rural hospitals that did some awful things. One of them filled the guy's eyes full of frickin' some kind of gel and patched his eyes over with ammonia. That was not the right answer. You need the eyes open. You don't ever patch an eye for ammonia exposure, you know. So those are the higher level, but in initial stance, fresh water, and fresh air. You got to get that ammonia off them. Because you leave ammonia on them, yeah, you got all kinds of issues, maybe like we were just discussed, but if you leave ammonia on them, they're definitely going to lose that leg or die. So we got to get that ammonia off. John here's story is one that shows exposure to the eyes, and I want you to listen to John's. He was working on agriculture, and he's with the farm, and John is still blind.
The accident was mainly a phone call into the plant explaining that the machine was not applying the proper amount of ammonia and that they were not sure what to do to get the problem rectified. And so, in order to get them going again, I went out to clean the screen, which is back behind on the supply line, to get them back in the field. I've had the screen out of probably 500 nitriliters in the time that I've been in the fertilizer business. You're constantly cleaning them, especially if you have an older set of ammonia tanks, because they do get rust on the inside. When the ammonia hit my eyes, the biggest thing I felt was fear. You're standing there in pain that I don't even know how to describe. You can't see. You know you need water. Where is the water? It's just, everything flashes through your mind real fast. The water was, as far as I can remember, probably 30 feet away. It was a hydrant. And I remember the farmer at the scene grabbing me by the shoulders, leading me to the water, because he said all I was screaming was water, water. And I talked to him later, and he said he just threw me down on the ground and turned the water on my face. The pain at the time when I got hit was very, very severe. It's that pain clear down into my neck, into my back. I was taken to a local hospital where a doctor examined me. At that point, they called Lincoln, Nebraska, where the St. Elizabeth Burn Center is. They sent out an airlift, picked me up and flew me into the burn center, and I was there for 11 days. A certain way I felt, yes, I am going to be blind, and in another way, I looked at it as, it's a nightmare, I'm going to wake up, this never happened.
That last part always gets me because I know that feeling, and I bet everybody in this room at some point, it doesn't have to be injury-based, but knows that moment where something terrible happens in your life and you wake up thinking, man, it's a bad dream, and it's not. That's awful moments in life. And this man wakes up every day realizing he'll never see it again. He got divorced from it, from what I understand. His life went into turmoil. We don't even know how to get a hold of him anymore. You don't want to lose your eyes. And you don't have to lose your eyes. I'll tell you what. Why aren't we putting goggles on? Why aren't you protecting your eyes? Really? I mean, what sense is there in being irritated by those safety glasses or goggles? Get used to them, wear them. Because it's your eyes. I've heard guys say to me, and I always amazed, they're like, damn company makes us wear all this crap. And I used to probably be one of them. Oh, what crap? Excuse me. Makes you do what? Be safe? For your own benefit? Oh, they're mean, bad guys, aren't they? What an awful company to work for. You know, let's think about that, because John doesn't see anymore. Then we'll talk about Jose Mata. Here's a great story. Great story that we get to be blessed to get to hear and learn from, because this story is horrifying. And there's been people come up, and IAR especially has come up to us and said, you're doing scare tactics, and nobody's going to ever use ammonia again because of what you're doing. And I'm like, no, they're not going to use ammonia again if we keep hurting people. So I got to get people saved. And I'll tell you what, this isn't a scare tactic. You're blessed. Every one of you are blessed. I'm blessed to hear Jose's story, because now, if you get hit, like Jose got hit, your people are going to have that ability to say, wait a second, stop, we got to do this right. They did everything they were trained for Jose, but everybody there, including the fire department, was in shock. Why? Because this exposure was beyond belief. And because of that shock, they did the best they could, and they're all heroes in my opinion. Everybody that had any involvement with Jose is a hero in my opinion. They didn't remember what to do because they didn't have that point of reference. You have a point of reference here now. So, draw it out real quick. We have a fifth wheel trailer, semi-trailers, parked like this at a facility. And there's a huge receiver that holds ammonia right here in the middle. It's probably not that big. And there's a shower right here. Emergency shower. And Jose's working on an ice machine over here. So Jose's right here. And then there's a building that is open on the sides but closed on the ends, a little shook shed. Large building here. And there's over here portable toilets with hand wash stations. Okay? Jose's working here, and the problem occurs on this trailer. Now these trailers are built because they're portable refrigeration equipment, like your skid on the back of a truck. Why do we do that? Because they can use them in Yuma, Arizona, and they can use them in Watsonville, California. Because in Watsonville in the summer they grow lettuce and artichokes and celery and everything else, and they cool it with these machines. But when it comes to winter time, they do it in Yuma. And they haul the machines down there. So this is portable, so you can use it in multiple places. Saves money, right? But if we build portable equipment, does that make it more dangerous? Absolutely. But we engineer for that. But what I'm going to do right now is start putting little dominoes up here. Because everything we have happen to us in emergency events, I have a theory, and I believe it to be true. Every single emergency event could have been stopped before it happened. There was an indicator that this is going to happen. 9/11 would be one example of not, but we had terrorism, we had things. You know, there's always something that can happen or is happening ahead of time. Portable equipment, being prepared to run portable equipment can be one domino in place. Now they move these trailers. When they move these trailers, there's pipes coming off them, going to other places. There's a pipe rack that goes right down here like this. And on this pipe rack with all these different pipes, one of the pipes is a pipe that goes to relief valves. It comes up, and then it goes up above the rope lines. So if the relief valve goes off, ammonia doesn't go on people. But all the rest of the lines, when they disconnect all these lines, they cap them. Because when they haul this equipment, they got to take all the ammonia out, put it in this big receiver, and then they got to cap all their lines. So when they haul this equipment down the highway, we don't expose the public if we have a wreck. Makes sense. I agree with it. But since we made portable equipment, one domino, and now we cap all the lines, including the relief valve lines, I'm going to put a couple dominoes there because that's really bad juju if you don't get it fixed up right. But they didn't cap the relief valve line because they know all the ammonia's out. Relief valve can't open up unless you got ammonia. We have no ammonia, so we're not going to cap that. So they hauled it down the highway. They got to the weigh station. Did the highway patrol know that there's a reason there's no cap on there? No, they know the law. And every line's got to be capped. So they asked it to be capped before it could move again. Did the truck driver know it shouldn't be capped or it doesn't need to be capped? No. So they called for caps. Did the office know there's no need for caps, and did they have a belief that it was no big deal? Absolutely. Are they going to fight with the state patrol right now? No. So they send caps out without ever telling anybody to put a lockout tag out on the piece of equipment. They cap the line. The equipment gets on the site. What do you think you hear if you've got perishable products sitting on the deck and you're starting this machine up?
Hurry up.
Hurry up and get it running. And the guy that started it heard that. And he hurried by his means, and there was a little valve underneath this trailer, never got open. So now we're pulling all the ammonia out of this receiver into this machine, and it can't get back out. So you're filling it up with liquid ammonia. You ever heard of hydraulics? Once you get liquid full with a mechanical pump, in a sense, and a compressor, they don't pump, they compress, full of liquid, you've got a bomb waiting to go off. Okay, so that valve got left closed, there it is. And the relief valves never got uncapped. They were still capped up. All those opportunities to fix this. They started up, it starts taking on liquid. Security video, which Jose, I'll be with tomorrow, has now told me we can release. We haven't released the security video because the doctors, everybody said you can't release any security video until Jose's seen it. Because they know if he does see it arbitrarily, it could be a problem. So he said, now I'll watch it. So when he and I sit down and watch it, we're gonna get this out. Or he and Dawn or somebody's gonna sit down and watch it with him. We hopefully get his doctor there. They said they want to come, but we're gonna release this video. But in the first video you see, you're looking from this direction, and you can see ammonia cloud coming out around the threads on that cap. What's that telling you? It's ammonia, it's liquid. You're seeing a cloud, there's liquid there. This machine was completely liquid full before it blew. Jose hears it knocking because the compressor doesn't compress, it doesn't pump liquid, it won't compress liquid. You've got to have gas in there. But when it was full, it was starting to get liquid. And when they take on liquid, they rock and roll and bang. You ever heard that here? Thank God. Because when you hear that, back up, because that's what Jose heard. And you'll know, believe me, I tried to explain it to you, but you'll know. When you hear the machine moving and that whole thing's dancing, get it shut off. And that's what Jose went to do. And he got to about here, and it blew up. The condenser rolled back like a tin can. Approximately 1,000 pounds of ammonia immediately in the atmosphere. The ammonia cloud covered an area over 500 feet this way in 17 seconds. Jose was right here. Blew him off his feet, knocked him on the ground. He looked both directions, knew where the cloud was, took a breath, closed his eyes, ran like hell. Where did he get the wherewithal to do that? To know to go laterally and upwind. You get exposed to ammonia, you move laterally and upwind. So the ammonia's coming at me this way, I'm moving laterally, and I'm going to try to get over there and behind that ammonia cloud. He knew to do that. Where do you know? 9 years of boring training. 9 years of boring training, he knew where to go. But what really bothered me is in the interview I had with him, he immediately said to me, I felt the ammonia immediately. I felt pins and needles burning, and initially that's what you're going to feel. I've had enough ammonia small levels on my skin to know it pins and needles and it burns. It's eating you up. He felt that immediately, but yet he could open his eyes and take a breath. How could he take a breath if he's in that much ammonia? Well, until I figured out, because everything bugs me, you guys. I'm analytical, that's why I'm a service guy. I have to figure everything out. I'll lay awake at night until I figure stuff out. Well, you think about a fifth wheel trailer, there's its wheel, is up off the ground, isn't it? And then the condenser was here, and it blew somewhere up here, so you're 15, 20 feet off the ground, aren't you? Jose's over here, and it blows. It's above him initially, but also when something blows, what comes out front of it?
Pressure wave.
Pressure wave is air. It's clean air. But if this blows towards Jose, and it's an aerosol because it was liquid full, what's the definition of aerosol? Liquid droplets of train of gas. So coming at Jose right now, as it blows 1,000 pounds of ammonia out, was liquid droplets and gas. What's going to get to you first if I throw a rock and a feather? The rock. And the liquid droplets are the rock, and that's what hit him. When you watch his injuries, the more I said, I've watched this probably thousands of times now, he had his hands up and he got splashed. You can see the splash marks, and there's one on his inner thigh, watch for that. Because that would have been there no matter what. All the splash marks were there immediately because of the saturation. So, knocks Jose off his feet, he decides, he sees a cloud, and he decides to run this way and out. And he does. And he makes it out. Pure miracle. When he comes out right in this area, we see the security video, and he's like this.
Is he frozen?
Could not bend his joints. When he tried to describe to me cold in the first interview, by the way, I got probably an hour worth of video with Jose. We can't play it all. You'll just see his injuries today. But when I was interviewing him, he said to me, he tried to explain the cold. He goes, you ever been in a bathtub full of ice water? And I was starting to answer him, and he said, no, stop. Because that's not cold enough. And I just went, oh my God. But think about it. Minus 80-degree temperatures possibly on your skin, and refrigerant that's very efficient about removing heat. I can't even believe, he couldn't move his joints. And the scariest part, you guys, is, and I can't wait till I can show people this, although I want to be really careful with it, because the first time I saw it, and I knew Jose had seen his injuries, when I first saw it, I'm not exaggerating, I went, I couldn't breathe. He's got a 2-foot cloud of ammonia coming off his back. A cloud of ammonia coming off him. He's fully saturated in ammonia at this point. Can you imagine how horrifying this is? But the man had the wherewithal. And we talk about respiratory and having the trach. If anybody needed a trach, Jose needed it. He's had 7 sinus surgeries since this. And the inside of his sinuses look like, I don't know how to explain it. You take all the spider webs you can imagine, just cram them up in his sinuses. It's just webbing everywhere. He'll never smell again. Can't taste anything. So he took a pretty big hit to his respiratory too, didn't he? Luckily, he didn't take one of those big drops, because I estimate he was seeing liquid droplets like this, because I've seen it in infrared on large releases we've done, and someday I'll put that together with his security video, but probably big droplets. If he didn't take one square to the face, he probably never made it. He had glasses on to protect his eyes. He looked like a squirrel. They said, or a raccoon. They say he looked like a raccoon because it didn't swell here, but it did all around it. So he gets out, he gets over here, because the only shower available is right there. You ain't going there, are you? Only shower, the only water he could get, and this is not designed right, when he came out the edge, this is over here, so the building comes down to here. He came out here, and his partners found him, and they had no water except for the buckets and hand wash water out of the portable toilets. They pump them up, fill them up, and they throw it on. How much water is it? And so they're declining with that water. Initially, all of it said a little bit of water just makes it worse, and that bugged me too. But over time, I've come to realize it's not a little bit of water, it's where you put the water. If you only have a little bit of water, do the best you can. But around the corner over here, there was a hose. Would have moved a few more, well, a couple hundred feet. We could have got to a hose. They were doing the right thing. They were doing all they could. Where do you think you're going to throw all the water when somebody's injured like that? Right here. That's what they were doing. And then they decided to get the clothes off, because he told them, he said, get my clothes off. I can't unzip my zipper. They couldn't either because it was froze. Because now they put water on it. And the water froze right to the zipper. So they said, there's a knife in my pocket. So they got his knife out and they started cutting clothes off, and they got his coveralls off his shoulders down to his waist, and they started pulling his shirt off. They started pulling his shirt off, he yelled and he screamed out, stop! So they're ripping hide right off his arm. Why were they ripping hide off his arm? Because that water's splashing over there in that liquid ammonia and freezing right to his arm. You gotta check the clothing. We've always said that. When you're checking somebody, you gotta check that clothing. It goes for you guys. Your decon and somebody with ammonia, it's so cold, you gotta be checking that stuff. And if you find it froze, more water right there. Even if I just got buckets, just pour the water right there. That's the only way you're gonna thaw it. So they didn't, they pulled his shirt off, he yelled, stop. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna stop. And they did. But remember, all this is going on in the fire department. 2 responding agencies are there. Neither one of them are at the right side. Why? Because there was nobody in charge. Nobody told them that there was even anybody injured. And by the way, the people that made the phone calls to 911 were the neighbors. Total disconnect. Nobody in charge. Nobody's getting to Jose. Jose told me just the other week that his buddy stopped the fire department as they drove by, trying to get over to the scene. They drove by and they stopped and, hey, I got a guy hurt. How do you think Captain Guzman felt at that moment? What? You got somebody hurt? How bad? And then they see a guy tore up from his shirt, burnt badly, breathing roughly, been exposed. How long has it been? Probably 20 minutes. Jose Guzman, or Captain Guzman, said, throw him in the ambulance, get him out of here because he's trauma. And Captain Guzman said that directly to my face. I asked him, I went up to him at Yuma when we did this interview. I said, Captain, I just interviewed Jose. He goes, hey man, good, what's your name? We talked. And I said, I don't, no judgments, and I mean this in my heart, no judgments, but I want to know what you were thinking. And he said, I saw a man that was a trauma. I saw a man that was going to quit breathing any moment. And I saw a man that had to get to the hospital now. They threw him in the ambulance. And they threw him in the ambulance, and he still got all those pants on that are now full of aqueous ammonia. And so much aqueous ammonia, when they're hauling him to the hospital in this ambulance, they have his oxygen on him, because Jose needed to be on air. So he's getting fresh air, getting oxygen. The ambulance people were hanging out the windows coughing. Both the ambulance people, 3 of them actually, 3 ambulance people had to go to the hospital. They had a 3-man crew on that ambulance. I think there were 2 ambulances on site, and they took one of the other people because how bad his injuries were. He's rode all the way to the ambulance now, soaking in aqueous ammonia. We've estimated, Jose and I talked about it a couple weeks ago, because he's been traveling with me every weekend for a while now. We estimate there's probably 40 minutes in aqueous ammonia. Burning up. So, what does this tell us? Well, we got to check the clothes. Well, let's start off back at the beginning. Let's make sure we know what we're doing every day. We know we got a piece of equipment out there. It's not in jeopardy. Nobody panic. It's not in terrible shape. But we know we have some issues with the way it's setting. If we come to work one day and we've had big rain and there's water washed by and all of a sudden foundation is looking worse, now we're ready to do something. Please take that domino out in place so we don't have an injury. Okay, so we did that. Now this does occur. What do? Jose did everything right because he got himself out. His partners did everything possible to him at the moment. They did everything right in the water, but they could have done something different here. Get that taken care of. And then, once you start decon, like it or not, all the clothes got to come off. You got to get everything off. And when I've heard people talk about modesty, modesty be damned. So look at Jose's injuries and you're going to know what I mean. So I don't care. Strip me naked. More damaging to you than me. You're going to have to deal with it the rest of your life. And I jest, but really, honestly, is it worth having these kind of injuries for the rest of your life? Is it worth it to keep your clothes on? Because we have, just play the injuries, I'll talk about it.
Right here.
What was that?
When did this happen?
I gotta think. It's been about 4 years ago now, or so, 5. but I interviewed him about 3 months after the injuries. This is about 3 months out. Come on.
And right here.
23% of his body was burned. He had, this is where they took the skin.
Oh.
This is,
But you know what, this hurts more?
that's what they said, and it hurts more than the actual burn.
But these are the ones that I told them not to take my clothes off no more. Because when they pulled it,
It was frozen to your body at that point.
Frozen to my skin.
They did some skin grafts here, and on the elbow.
So those were all 3rd-degree type burns up there and there on your arms. What about on your legs? How much?
And he had a nasty one right here.
Oh.
3rd degree. He keeps telling the kid that he has a right hand. This one is bad. This one hurts him a lot.
That came from the liquid probably, didn't it?
Because
From the water.
because the overall had the thick elastic down here. It's stuck there. All this is burned. Hold on. You're aiming on this one. Turn around. All this of it. It's skin grafts here. This hurts a lot. It's too tight. This is so hard if you touch it.
I have my boots and my socks, and that's what you got.
All the aqua ammonia sat down in there.
See, right here, I don't got the feeling. Because all my nerves, they're right here, they just burn. Going to that.
It has medication because that one is off.
Got one on his ankle is nothing compared to the one up his backside. And I'm so glad we didn't catch that one because I was sitting right there. When I saw it, it was like, made me queasy. It was burnt to the bone. They couldn't cover that area very well. I talked to him about it later because of the way everything moves there. It's bad. That's a typical area for burns from aquas. From people getting flushed because men don't want to take their pants off. I'll tell you what, get your britches off, my friends, because you don't want those kind of burns. I'm waiting now that we have more women in the trade. We're going to have a bra burn because somebody's not going to want to get it off. And let's be honest in this room right now. You run these facilities. You work at these facilities. If this ever occurs, you protect each other. Somebody makes a comment about somebody else, you get on that. And I would hope nobody in this room would. But I get really passionate here because I had a company that it happened. I'll tell you what, they won't tell me to this day who made the comment. And because Dan, the guy that knows me, knows what I'll do. And I won't tolerate that. Would you? Make fun of somebody because they were deconned and saving their lives? But let me ask you a question. You're going to take all the clothes off. Why doesn't every single shower have a robe, a blanket, a towel, or something in a Ziploc? They make Ziploc bags, big ones with zippers, metal zippers, that are watertight. If we're going to have showers, we're going to strip every time, battery acid, no matter what it is. Why are we not, as an industry, putting stuff there to cover people up with? Because when it's cold outside, you got to decon somebody outside. My God, you better. I don't think you guys even got showers out there, do you?
Showers in the dressing room's the closest.
Yeah, you need to get one outside the engine room or somewhere close. As cold as it is here, if you build a new one, I'd build a little shower room right there that you can heat. They actually make really cool shower. One plant is that you walk inside, it's all heated, lit, benches, everything. It's just a shower. I mean, it's made for emergency wash only. But you got to take care of getting that decon done. So in Jose's case, we go back to this. He's burnt here. If we check the clothing, got it dethawed, got his clothing off his shoulders. We're not in the big panic now because we've done what we have to do. He didn't scream out and coming out of being unconscious and yell stop. So now we're still deconning, and this injury's not as bad. What hurts him the worst? He said it. A big square in his back, right? That's skin grafts. That wasn't from the burns, that was skin grafts where they took skin off to cover other areas. If you've never known anybody that's been burned, that's nasty stuff. Those hurt really bad. So now we took this away, that gets a little bit smaller, right? Now let's go to the next step. We get all the clothes off and get all the decon done, because I've asked Jose, how many of the burns do you think you'd have below your waist? We've asked his doctor. Every single one of them has said, probably none of them. Now I've seen that splash on his inner thigh, I think that would be there. But other than that, you can take all those burns below his waist away. You can still feel his toes on the top, and that square just got this big, and he's no longer big short. Do you see why the abdominals, this isn't a scare tactic? We can take away the whole thing by removing a couple spots, and it never occurred, or it occurred and never got as bad. And see, the next spot, what's so awful is because we tore the skin away, we quit taking the clothes off, we didn't get into a better shower, we didn't let the fire department know within minutes of this occurrence that somebody was hurt. Captain Guzman looks at him and goes, oh my God, get him in the ambulance now. And then gets to soak some more. Yes, sir.
I tried to understand, they removed this and it was not good, but you say they should remove his pen. So what you should, I don't.
Remove the clothes before you add water, or add water.
No, yeah, you add water, keep flushing. So here's what you need to do in a case like this, is flushing is what you got to do. So you're flushing to defile the clothes, get the ammonia off, and you're taking the clothes off. And you take all the clothes off. You get them down naked. But now,
so they went with this too fast.
Because it's still frozen to skin.
Okay.
It's frozen to skin here, and here they never took off.
Yeah, but after that they say, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. Now you got it. So, we asked the burn doctor and a couple other emergency room doctors that we know. Wait a second. So in Jose's case, let's say it's up here, it's 40 or minus 20 outside. You're not, showered outside. Hopefully you put a heated one in if you do it. But you're showering somebody. You got to worry about that. That'll kill them all by itself, right? Because Pat Johnson went out twice with cardiac arrest when they were trying to decon him out of the burn. So we got to think about those things. So we went to the doctor and said, in Jose's case, what if we did a gross decon? So this is the best answer that we've come to so far, and it's a good one. If you can shower them, get them lots of water, get them good and wet, take off the outer layer of clothing down to t-shirt and the underwear, get the boots and socks off, then move them inside. You got indoor showers, right? And we asked every one of these doctors, what if it would have taken us upwards to 10 minutes to get him moved? And every one of the doctors, including the one that treated him, said, no, that wasn't the problem. Do it. Please do that. Move him to a better shower. Keep showering. Where the problem was, he sat in that clothing too long. So once you got gross decon done down to the underwear, you've taken care of a lot of the damage. You may still have some in the underwear, but you've got it good and wet. And see, they could have done that also. See, even with buckets, they should have wetted everything. And if you got down to the gross decon, then you could have poured some around his waist, make sure it's good and flush, and then move him inside. Okay. I personally, like I said, you get me naked, I don't want to be burned. I took glycol one time, minus 8 degree glycol or something. It was unbelievable. And I was out in the middle of the street stripping myself. I really didn't give a damn. Middle of the day, people driving around me and I'm taking my clothes off. I don't care, because those injuries need to be taken care of. So understand that this is a big deal. Okay? So get all the clothes off. Anybody here have a problem with that? I don't think you would when you see his injuries, do you? Do you want to live with that? I mean, none of us do. Okay. So, we're going to fix this problem, but there's some things I want to talk about. And these are pretty serious things that you guys need to think about, especially these two gentlemen back here. Are you guys ready? You'd be snickering under because you're in this boat too. No, I'm kidding now. Maybe you were being serious. Take that band down and hand down. It's like, no, I'm going to get in trouble there. And I am serious. Are you ready to make phone calls with family? You might be life-flighting somebody out of here. Are you ready to make a phone call? And everybody in this room, honestly, are you ready to make that phone call? You got to make that phone call, right? In Jose's case, the gal that called Sandra, Jose's wife, who you saw there, which obviously is very open with Jose's injuries. Believe me, you didn't see the worst of that. I saw more Jose that day than I needed to. But Sandra wants people to learn from this. And so they told Sandra, look, the gal calls, she goes, look, Jose's been in an accident. There's been an explosion. But he's okay. He's at the hospital. You just need to go visit him. She did it so well. Sandra told me this the first time I ever met her. I asked her about this part of it. And she goes, I got to the hospital and she did this. She goes, her hip comes out and she puts her hand there and she goes, I just was thinking, Jose, what have you done? We got a lot of stuff to do this weekend. They had a birthday party for the son that weekend. She was ticked off he got hurt. That's how well they did. They said the word explosion to her and she wasn't freaked out. I think that's amazing. Not because I want to lie to anybody, but do we need a family member rushing to the hospital to get in a car wreck? Because that's what can happen. In my case, it didn't go so well, you guys. Initially it did. See, I came out of the building on my own. There was nobody there. The only guy left at the facility was in the freezer. He was supposed to be gone. Luckily, there was a truck came in after he left me, because he asked me, he said, I'm leaving for the day, you good? Yeah, I'm good. Nobody would have been at the facility but me. But he had another truck pull up, and he just unloaded it and took it in the freezer. I got out of the room on my own when I finally was able to move, and I got out and called 911, and about the time that they told me for the fourth time you got to stay on the phone, I remember saying to the guy, you don't get it. I'm not staying on the phone with you anymore. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm not liking this. Get the ambulance. Then sirens started coming. Chuck came out of the freezer. Chuck, take the phone. Fire guys came in, helped me lay down on the ground. And Chuck goes, what can I do? And I said, call my office and call my wife. And Chuck called the office, and I'm laying on the ground. The paramedics trying to start an IV, and I remember him saying clear as a bell, oh my God, Scott's head's split wide open, he's going to die. And I went, wow, thanks, Chuck. Really need to hear that. Actually, it didn't bother me a bit, because I honestly thought my head was split open and I was going to die. I thought my brain was swollen. I really wasn't worried about my back. But he said that. About that time, my buddy Mike Roth comes over, and Mike's 6'7", and it took forever for him to get bent over, because I wanted him there really bad, because I just heard this out of Chuck. And I knew what I directed Chuck to do. And Mike finally gets all the way bent over. We played football and baseball together. Mike gets bent over and he goes, Scott, are you okay? I said, I haven't got a clue, Mike, but don't let him call my wife. And Mike called my wife. She had a 45-minute, 5-minute drive to the hospital. And she did fine. She can tell me the story up to that point very clearly. After that moment that she walked in the emergency room, she can't explain to me what she felt. And I will never thank her enough. Because there was another thing I wanted. I would believe there's an afterlife, and I believed I had some sins on my chest. So I asked for a priest also, and the priest got there, happened to be a friend of mine. We're praying. I told Father Pat, no, he walked in and said, Father, I'm dying. I got to have a confession now because I'm going straight to hell. And he goes, you're not dying, Scott, and you're not going to hell. And I said, Father, you have no idea what I've done in my life. I need to talk now. So we started praying, and blood everywhere. You ever seen hand injuries? Oh my God, blood's just, it's just everywhere. They said it looked like it killed a small calf in the engine room. But my wife walks in, the priest praying over me. By the way, she knows what that means. Blood everywhere, and they're cutting my clothes off. And I watched my wife hit her knees. Physically hit her knees, guys. She couldn't stand up. I did that to her. I chose to make mistakes that did that to her. She stood by my side ever since. Do you want to put your families through this? Do you really want to make those kind of choices? If something bad happens because it was out of your control, it's one thing. But if you make a choice to do something stupid and dangerous, I don't care who you are, you're making a choice to hurt people you care about. And if there's people in this room who don't have a family or anything they're not worried about, you have family of some kind, think about it again, because I had 3 sons since the day of my fall. 3 wonderful boys that would have never hit this earth if I wouldn't have got off that floor that day. So be ready to make these phone calls, assign that, train to that, talk to somebody about that. Get ready to make those phone calls. And you guys got to think about hurting your families. Now Sandra gets to the hospital, and they go to, she comes in, she goes, I'm looking for Jose. And they go, you're with Jose Mata? Yeah. Oh, the one with the explosion? Well, yeah, I guess so. What? You got 5 minutes to see Jose. Because he's going life flight to Phoenix. That's a 3-hour drive. Another question for you. What are you going to do then? Because Sandra's going to get to Phoenix. And I sure as hell don't want Sandra driving 3 hours by herself to go take care of her husband when she can't even recognize him. And by the way, what does that feel like when they said that to her? See, I'm analytical once again, and I sat for 2 or 3 years doing these presentations going, how did my wife feel? Because I asked her and she couldn't explain it to me. And I went to Sandra twice and said, Sandra, when they said they were life-finding, what did you feel? And neither one of them can explain to me what they felt. You know why? Because they went into shock. They thought they were losing their families. You're okay, I just want to say. No, you're okay. It looked like it was important is the only reason I stopped. So I wanted to figure this out, and I was in the class one day with Troy Baker standing over here, and Jose Mata's right in the middle. We're talking about this, and I'm standing there trying to figure out how my wife must have felt, and Sandra, and they can't tell me, and it's bugging me because I want to get that point across really bad. And it dawned on me, I do know. And I sat down. And I didn't speak anymore that day. If you know me very long, me shutting up, that's a pretty big thing. But I knew what it felt like, because at 5 days old, my first son born, at 5 days old, they came to us in Yakima Hospital and said, look, your son's got to get life flight to Seattle. Only one parent can get on the plane. I looked at my wife, I said, you're getting on the plane. I called my mom and said, give me a flight to Seattle now. 5 minutes later, she called and said, we got a flight to Seattle. And I got on that plane, and I know exactly how they felt, because the last words out of the doctor, out of the hospital, were, we don't think there's a great likelihood that your son will not make it to Seattle alive. And I rode on that plane knowing that. It hit me so hard I couldn't talk the rest of the day. But I want you guys to think about this, and I want to do this because you need to think about this. Not to be afraid of ammonia or electricity or whatever you deal with. You need to think about it because you're just like me. I don't care who you are. These kind of things are big deals. Your family doesn't need to go through this. You don't need to go through this. So think about these things. But you also need to think about it. Dan and Randy had to walk out. Jeff, you guys need to think about it. Because if this happens, are you ready to make those phone calls? Are you ready to get that family member taken care of? They did it with Sandra. 17 days. They put Jose in a forced coma for 17 days. They housed Sandra and Jose for a month. Jose was in the hospital a great portion of it, but at the end they were back and forth in and out. Food. They have 5 kids. One of them special needs, autistic. They were all in school when this occurred. They had to take care of all this. You've got to get prepared to take care of these things. They did a wonderful job with Jose. Jose still got a job there. His kids are fine. They took care of him. Sandra was there by his side the whole time. When I told Sandra this year at Yuma, we had a kind of anniversary presentation, and when Sandra was sitting there talking about it this year, and we're recamping it, and I'll tell you, these emotional things get even more emotional later on in life. When I said thank you to Sandra, Jose and I both were talking to her about it. I've never seen tears run like a faucet like that in my life. This impact's not short term, guys. So everybody in this room, just please make choices. Firefighters included. You guys are safe, you train all the time. Take care of yourself, guys. We don't want to do these things. So be ready to move your families, take care of your families, and help each other out. They did a great job for Jose. The last part of this is, what about yourself? And I don't care who you are in this room. You hit that ground. Because Pat Johnson I talked about, I interviewed Pat about this. Scott Silva thought about jumping out of a man lift, had to quit a video we did with him because there was so much emotion to it. Dave Nichols was burned over 80% of his body in an arc flash. I asked all the same question. I asked Jose, did you think you were going to die? And Jose said, nope. And I sat back in my chair and I went, what? He goes, no, I had a picture of my son's face in my mind. Now what he's saying is, I thought about dying, I'm not going to die here today. And he didn't. He made his way out. But when we get down to the heart of the matter, every single one of them will tell you the same thing, and I will tell you, and if you've been there, you know what I'm going to say. I guarantee you, I know the person in this room, if they've been in that moment, has thought the same thing. I'm never going to see the people I love ever again. I'm never going to say goodbye to those people I love. I was horrified by that moment. In fact, once my wife got there and got off her knees, and I gave her a hug and said I loved her, I got passed right then. It didn't bother me at all. I almost got the confession out of the way. But I'm going to tell you, those things really matter to everybody in this room. I don't care who you are. I don't care how smart you are, how tough you are, how old or young you are, how much money you make. When you hit that ground, you're going to feel just like I did, and it's horrifying. So don't do it. Now, I give these presentations, and we did one time. You'd think they get even emotional. Here, we had Jose and Scott Silva in the same room, and Craig Miller. We did this presentation, and I couldn't help it. I got up and started telling Craig right in front of 100 people how thankful I was what he did to Jose. He took care of his man. And I got emotional when I got done with it, and Ken Anderson, who was chairman of our board at the time, comes up and he says, Scott, you got to quit doing this. I said, why? He says, because it's unhealthy, man. You get too emotional. I said, Ken, this isn't unhealthy. This heals me every single time. And he'll never ask me to stop. If you ask me to stop, I'll quit. Today. And so we never quit. But what he did is he threw down the gauntlet. Because one thing I didn't have the guts to do till this last year is do what I'm going to do next. Because for a man, this isn't easy to do, but I'm going to do it because it's the truth. I love every one of you. Because I know when you hit that ground, you're just like me. And I don't want anybody in the room to feel the pain that I felt that day when I never thought I'd see my family again. And Jose and I talked about it a couple weeks ago, and he said, keep saying it, Scott, because I feel the same way. Don't join the club of people that didn't think they were going home. Be safe. Wear your PPE. Work safely around equipment. Don't get rid of ammonia because you're just going to add another monster. The monsters ain't going away, folks. You just have to be prepared to deal with the monster, right? These guys back here deal with monsters on a regular basis. I don't know how it is at Canmore, maybe it's not so bad. But you have monsters you deal with all the time.
It's not good. You're trying not to have feelings. You're trying.
But what I'm getting at is safety. Being safe, doing the right things. Don't make mistakes, put on your feet. So now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to stop all this. You're going to drain oil. Are you fit tested? Do you have a mask? If you do, why is it not on you? And at very least with you, but at the very most on you. You're draining oil, so it's uncomfortable. Who gives a damn? Because that oil was wrong, and believe me, oil draining can go wrong. All of a sudden, because the guy in Boston was draining oil when he went down. Something happened, and I think it had a spring-loaded valve. I think it stopped, but it did blow out on him because there was oil everywhere. And you could see where he got up, and you could see where he broke a pipe stepping on it or leaning on it getting up, and you could see his handprints down the side of the vessel where he slipped, which put him face first in the ammonia. With a mask on, he would have lived. Without a mask, he was done. And the sad part is he laid there for an hour before anybody tried to get him. Because nobody knew what to do. There was no plan in place. The fire department did what they should have done. They had no idea how to get in. They had no idea what the levels were because nobody had monitoring. So they had to hold back. He wasn't a save. And we'll never know if he was because they didn't have any plan in place to deal with this guy now. So that's why I tell these stories. Because I want you to seriously take the responsibility for running this facility right. So do it right. Wear the right PPE, and none of you will ever be hurt. Because I hope there is an afterlife, and I hope to look at one of you guys one day and see Sebastian there going, I can do it, in a mask. Because then I know you'll be okay. Because I'll never know otherwise. None of us, you'll work hard, Randy, Dan, you guys work hard, safe programs, you'll never know if they work, because nobody ever got hurt. But if 5 years from now nobody's been hurt, you did a good job. So, and I know I get emotional, and I can't help it. But I'll never quit doing this. Because you guys are too important for me to not say what I believe in my heart. So take care of yourselves. Let's take a break. And we're going to be back. It's getting close to quitting time. I want to go over the 30-minute plan with you guys right quick. And we're going to go over a test. This test is made for people to do response. So we're just going to do it together. But we're going to do it together in a format. I want answers from you guys. We're going to discuss the answers a little bit, which will be our final review. Okay, and then those tests are going to stay with your facility as a document showing you took this class. So, okay, 10 minutes, so 5 after 3. For the sake of all of us today, I want to go over this 30-minute plan, and I want you guys to think about your possible roles during an emergency event. And understand that we established something this morning. We had an event going on. I got 2 guys down in the engine room. I just found that. Dan and Randy are our co-ICs back there. And who was our evacuation? Okay. And who was our notification? Who was our notification?
I'm notifying.
Call 911. Great answer. So remember your positions. And the rest of you in here, even if you haven't been chosen to do something, you need to stay honest because you might be asked one of these days to do a notification. You need to be prepared to fill your role. But we got to understand that at the point that I got the call or I heard there was a smell of ammonia out by the engine room and I headed out there, at this point we don't know we have an emergency event. We're in the discovery mode, aren't we? Now, I would say that probably 80% of the time you have an ammonia leak, you guys are small, you don't have the other staffing, it's going to be one of you that finds it. and then instantly you're moving in, is it emergency or is it incidental? If you look and see an ammonia leak, if somebody walked by and you got a small drip in there and the door happened to be propped open, there's a little whiff, but it's not very big, that doesn't have to be an emergency event, unless you can't handle it. So what do you call an emergency event? Here's some criteria. There's much more than this, but for your quick reference, if you have somebody injured, that's immediately an emergency event. I don't care what reason, if somebody's hurt, if that's a heart attack, that's an emergency. Is it unclear what you're going to do to fix the leak? That's an emergency event. If the readings are, once you get up to the ability to read, if it's above 300 parts per million, emergency event. If you're reading 300 parts in the engine room, it's an emergency event because you can't even go there. So you're going to be longer getting it fixed. If you're unclear, period, it's an emergency event. Okay? If you have to move people, it's an emergency event. So if you're going to do evacuation, it's an emergency. If it's back in the engine room, it's a drip, and the door was open, and you can close the door and get some fans going, and then go in with your mask and tighten the packing, that's not an emergency event, is it? But when I can't control that, then I need to take care of it. If I have to move people, you need to call an emergency event. Just a few of the things that help determine that. But I came out, and I found people down in a cloud rolling out. Now I got a problem. So now I call my IC. I got an emergency event. I've got a release of ammonia at the engine room. I've got possibly 2 people down. I'm going to get some fans in place. I need emergency responders as soon as possible to do a rescue on these guys if possible. And you're going to start making your calls. Who do you contact first right now, Dan? I just told you that. What are you going to do now? 911, right? Okay. And so we're going to have to do that because you assigned somebody earlier. So who's your notification again?
Brett.
Okay, so get to Brett right now. Let him know what you want done.
Well, if I'm going to tell him to do it, why don't I just do it?
You're telling him to do it. How long did the action of telling somebody to do something, is that the same time frame as making that phone call? No. And is that the only phone call you got to make? Okay, so you're going to let Brett know. We got bodies down. You do the same thing I did with you, which is an alert. Okay? But when he makes a phone call, that's a 911 call. Now, I'm going to step back. I pushed you there. But if there's bodies down and you decide to make the 911 call, nobody's going to bitch at you for that. You got bodies down. But if I got bodies down when I'm in charge of this facility, I want Brett doing it, so I'm going to get out there too. I'm going to get out with the guys, my guys, and find out what the hell's going on. Because I want to see what's happening, see what we can do to help fix this. If Scott may vapor walk out there not going to take care of it, right? It's your choice. 911 for health or for life safety is your choice. But it's always your choice. But I would try to get somebody else to make the calls, okay? There's a reason that we use IC. These guys use it because it works. If it didn't work, we wouldn't still be using this command system. Okay, it works. So utilize your people.
But the difference with them though is that they've got all their people in one spot, whereas like in the day of the leak, it happened, we were all spread out. Like I didn't really.
And you have no communication?
Well, you do and you don't. Like I mean, that day we just pulled car.
But that's exactly the point is that you don't have to, or you're away from people, is that you gotta now manage the whole situation where he is, if you can task him for to call 911, that means that you can do those things and worry about those problems. His job isn't to worry about those problems, right? He doesn't get paid to worry about those problems, but you do, and you can pay him to call 911.
That's a great description.
Usually when you call 911, they don't let you off the phone right away. You're going to talk to them for a while.
And like
they want to get as much information as possible, so.
And like just as an example, like a couple of years ago, Jeff and I had a small fire here, and we phoned the fire department and everything. But then after the fire department, we had phoned Stephen Haynes, who's the manager of this building, and Dave.
What was his name? I don't want to know. What was his name?
Stephen Haynes.
Oh, H, I didn't hear that.
And then so then that just kind of triggered like a whole other list of people that we had to call, and then so while Jeff was essentially putting out the flames, I was putting out the fires of all the calls we had to make. So Jeff was busy, tied up with taking care of that, and so.
Perfect examples, both these. And reality is, in running drills, and then run a drill. See, And don't be afraid in drills, tabletop or real physically moving around drills, to do a drill and find out. Try it different ways, because you're going to learn from those experiences. We've made phone calls. In the States, we have to call NRC, National Response Center. And you have to do that within 15 minutes of a release that surpasses 100 pounds. So we've got time frames on us. And when you start putting that pressure on people, and you make those phone calls that take 20, 30 minutes sometimes, now we've lost our man in charge, is the whole concept behind that. But I'm going to step back, because you're the IC, you're going to make the choice. But don't waste your time with phone calls if you don't have to. But it's not wasting time with a phone call when I call to let them know I've got guys down if I've got nobody else available. So when I asked about communication, if I was standing out there and I see this ammonia coming out, I have no way to contact you, I'm calling 911. I'm not waiting for you, you know. So see what I'm saying? So don't take this literally to the point, but you need to use a system where it's available. And the system will never be available if you don't set it up now. If you guys don't plan for this and develop this, you'll never have this system. You'll operate on the system you operate every day, which most of the time will be okay. In Jose's case, the worst case scenario, it wasn't enough. You don't think they had people in charge at that facility? You don't think they had managers? Of course they did. They should now be charged of emergency event. So it was perfectly stated by our fire department there why we do it. I'm not telling you you're wrong if you call 911, okay? But beyond 911, the other calls you made, I don't want you wasting your time with that. Either one of you do it. I mean, get somebody else making those phone calls, okay? And like you said earlier, the front office is perfect people that make phone calls. And that they're probably going to do nothing more than sit up there and be there at your beck and call anyway, so. I'd like to say that in front of those ladies. So I want to step back. So I put us back into our scenario a little bit. We went over the stray, but that's okay. So let's look at the discovery phase. What I did initially was the L of Lance. Let's talk about Lance a little bit. It's an acronym. Why do we use it? It's a checklist. It's easy to remember. Lance, life safety. I did life safety by backing up. Getting some fans in place. I did an alert, L of Lance, by calling you guys. By calling the IC and letting them know. That's an alert. That's within the facility ground. And then you guys as ICs reached out to your notification and let them know you needed phone calls made. Once he makes those phone calls, those are notification, N of Lance. Life safety, alert, notify. Notifies outside your facility. Okay, and then you're going to take command by setting isolation zone. You're grabbing your evacuation person, you're saying get people moved, and if you look down at your chart there, there's isolation and protective action distances. So look down at your chart there, we're going to go over this real quick. A small release, 100 feet, is the isolation zone that is recommended. And those numbers are really, really good numbers in general for outside. But if it's in a building, that 100 feet could be smaller, but why go smaller? Why not build it bigger unless there's some reason not to? For a small release. A small release is going to be the one that's, if you looked above there, kind of controlled or contained, kind of, you know, it's in the engine room, it's not getting out, but it's a leak I can't fix. That'd be a small one. A large one is going to, or medium-sized one or large release is 500 feet for the isolation zone. That's the one that's maybe not controlled or contained necessarily. You can kind of have, or excuse me, number one was controlled and contained. Number two, one of them isn't done. Number three is catastrophic, and that's nothing. It's not controlled or anything. It sounds like your one in Banff would have been a level 3 release. It was a large release, right?
1,500 pounds.
And it was pretty immediate, right? Yeah, and it covered a pretty big area.
Yeah.
You'd probably want to set about 1,000 feet on that. I'm just trying to use an example. 1,000 feet is a pretty big area, folks. And here, that's going to cover this whole area. So, do I need that if it's contained to the engine room? So you got to think about these things as you set these isolation zones. So you're going to set isolation zone to keep people from getting hurt, right? Because the isolation zone is the hot zone. The isolation is the area that's above 300 parts per million. That's the area that you want to protect from anybody going in unless they're an SCBA, which is going to be these guys when they show up. On the engine room, if it's contained there, I'm going to keep it to that engine room. Because I don't need to keep everybody else locked up, you see what I'm saying? But I'm going to set the isolation zone. So there's a lot to think about, isn't there? It's not just one thing that tells you, always set it 100 feet. But if I'm going to call it a certain way, then I'm going to do 100 feet. Well, what does that mean to me? Okay, so you got to start thinking this through, right? You guys set isolation zones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the protective action distance, that's the area the general public doesn't move, but your command post is at. I might be back there setting up fans in this. They're going to set up decon in this. Whatever needs to be done, it's outside the 300 parts per million. But we don't want the general public coming in. So what that might mean is we set a zone and keep anybody from coming on this premises, anybody from going to the golf course, anybody going to the programming room. We're going to shut that all down until this event's over. Okay? Because you set that action zone, keep more people from coming in, from people from leaving, people from moving where they don't need to be. But you might have people shelter in place within that action zone, protective action zone, or distance. You may have people sheltered in this building, right? So what are you trying to do with these zones? Take care of life safety. Keep people out of the hot zone, and keep people that don't belong in the emergency response from being active in that area. Make sense? And you're also going to take command by letting everybody know you're in charge. Now, this is very problematic for you guys. What's your communication ability? And when we tell everybody, this is Scott, I'm taking charge of an emergency event involving ammonia leak at the engine room. I have 2 people injured, possibly injured, and I need everybody to meet me in the conference room now immediately. If that's over the loudspeaker and there's 50 people or 1,000 people out here in this rate, that may not be such a good idea. You got to decide that. That's where you're problematic. But you need to let your staff know that you're in charge. Or that you, Jeff, I'm in charge. Because somebody needs to know who to go to. Okay? During that, so that was kind of you guys, I took care of life safety, I stepped back. I took care of myself. I did alerts, I let you know. I'm not doing anything about notifications, but I'm sharing information with you guys that helps you determine what notifications to make. I take control by maybe shutting the door in the engine room, or opening the door and putting the fan in place. I'm taking command and control too. We're both doing it at the same time. That may be Jeff out there doing that, or Dylan, you might be doing it. I don't know who would be doing that, but somebody else is out doing other work, aren't they? And then we worry about evacuating shelter in place finally. We set isolation zones, we started moving people, but at this point is when we have a communication, where are the people? Well, I rallied them all to the front, where do you want to go from here? Well, I don't think it's going to come out. Let's keep everybody in there. Let's get everybody set down back in ring 1 or whatever. And just get everybody calm, we'll talk to them. Just keep them calm in their way. So you're taking care of your people. That's a final decision. Where you might have people split up and say, well, get those people out the corner of the building and get these people sheltered over here. See what you're doing? You're making your final decision. If in that first few minutes, I can take care of life safety of me, my workers or my staff or the people here at this facility that work here, and the community, and I can get them set, haven't I done a good job? You didn't get anybody hurt back at your event, right? Part of that was because people were in the right spot, wasn't it? Whether you tried to or not, you did a good job. Okay? You got people in safe locations. Okay, so that's LANS. Life safety, alert, notify, control and contain, command, control and contain, and then evacuate and or shelter in place. That's LANS. Is there anybody in this room that thinks they can't do that? Is there anybody in this room that thinks they don't need a checklist to run an emergency event? Okay, if you are thinking it and don't want to say something to me, I'm going to go with you to the airport, we're going to find a plane, and I'm going to tell the pilots, don't check it out. Fly Brad around. You going to get on that plane? I ain't. You better check that plane out. We're working with a dangerous substance. Shouldn't you run a checklist? Okay, so LANS. Now, we've done that, Lance, okay, because in our event here, I've let you know we got a problem. I got fans in place. When I started moving fans into place, I started doing the shutdown procedures. That is the initial response phase, okay? And that's defensive. I'm not entering the hunt zone. If I'm getting a fan blowing air on these guys, I might have hit the big red button, shutting the whole system off. They've also got a dump back here. I may have engaged that dump, dumping that ammonia out. But now I made a bigger impact, so I got to be aware of that. But I'm making moves to take care of simple source ignition. My first concern is always source ignition, especially with bend down. Can this thing blow up? If it can, I want to get the power shut off now. Your system, I probably would have shut it off by now. That's part of my shutdown procedures. You're going to isolate and manage pressure. You're going to isolate the leak to the best of your possibility. In your system, you probably wouldn't be able to do much about it because you can't get in there yet. But I'm managing pressure when I turn the power off, didn't I? Because controlling the operation of the system. Positive pressure ventilation, putting fans in place. And you do have fans at work. They are very small, so they're going to be very little effect, and they blow out the side of the building. But that's positive. That's a negative pressure ventilation. A positive pressure would be putting fan in place. On a new system with an engineered ventilation, don't open the doors and mess with it. On yours, put a fan in place, because you're trying to get that ammonia out of there anyway. So that's simple. Now, why I was doing that simple, doing the setup, getting fans in, you guys have moved through Lance, you're going to move into a CAN report now. What's a CAN report? You guys ever heard that before? Okay. You've been in our trainings. Anybody else heard the word CAN before? Okay, CAN report is conditions, C, actions, A, needs, N. Conditions, actions, needs. So Dan, what are our conditions right now? If you're going to describe the fire department, what are our conditions? What are they? Tell our firemen right now what are our conditions. Now, stop, because I'm putting you at disadvantage. Remember our drill. So I got two guys down, got an ammonia leak back to the engine room. I'm putting fans in place, and I'm in a safe location. And you're worried about evacuation stuff. So let him know right now where you're at. You started evacuation, you got notifications going on, so that's our layout. You don't have to be correct here. Just follow the CAN report. Tell him what the conditions, what actions you've taken, and what you need.
Conditions are ammonia leak. There's possible injuries. The actions we've done in evacuation. We're going to set up our zones, I guess, hazard zones.
And what do you need from them?
Help. Need them to save the day.
And that right there, Captain, is a lot better than you get sometimes, right? So what would be your response to him? Go through a response to him now, because you heard that. What do you need to know still?
Well, I'd want a little bit more detail on the 2 men down. Are they still in their room? The size of the leak, where it is, in relationship to where we are. What's the size of the container that's coming out of? What else do you have there? Is or isn't there any fire? What's that?
What product?
Yeah, well, we already. So.
I think you said that if a scan reporter is among us.
Yeah. And so they're down in the room?
Yeah.
Or they're out of the room yet?
They're in the room.
So yeah, so that's the biggest factor, is making that decision. Can I get 2 guys in bunker gear? And well, I'd probably want 4 guys in bunker gear to get 2 guys out and 2 guys outside ready to go get those guys if there's any issues. So I'd want 6 people bunkered up really quick, if it's feasible to go get them.
Perfect.
There's a lot to think about in that initial 5 minutes as to whether we're saving 2 people or slowing the rate down and doing a body recovery. And ventilating the building.
And what if no one said anything to them and they were just responding to a fire alarm from the building? How many people would you roll in there?
4? Yeah, we would just, if it's just alarm bells ringing, we'd have 4 people in the truck. Yeah. So if we don't have specific history on it to start rolling extra stuff in trucks, and we don't do alarm bells with Class A suits, right? Nor do we have the manpower to start getting on Class A suits and stuff. But again, if we're putting on Class A suits, everything's slowed down, and that's going to be a body recovery. So the more info we can get initially, and that's why dispatch isn't likely to let whoever calls off the phone quickly, because they're going to want a lot of details. Right?
Yes, sir.
It's a big question, but. Okay, so about your suit, you got different suits. So Class A suit, it's to go in that room and you're good to go. You can drag the guy. Is that what you call a Class A suit?
So just
Class bunker suit.
It's like a bubble suit. So we still have stuff on underneath in a VA pack.
Yeah.
And it's like a big puffy suit.
Okay.
Look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah.
And you get vitals taken before you put it on. It takes time to put it on. You have to have everything set up. You have to have extra people there. We're going to have the command trailer there. It's likely if somebody's in imminent danger that it's probably going to be 20, 30 minutes before we get in that room to get them, if we have to put on those suits. Our bunker gear, we have that on for every call, and we can get inside in 2 minutes and drag somebody out.
But with the bunker suit, are you able to go in the vent room if 2 guys are down?
If it's 300 to 500, yeah. 300 to 500 ppm, we can do that. Not an issue.
I don't have all of it up here, but this is 700. When we talk bunker gear, this is what we're talking about. You see,
Sorry, just last thing. So bunker suit,
Our normal fire.
right here.
is it really expensive?
No, it's right here. It's the picture right there, where a fireman wears every day.
I put another question, it's now or never. Can we have a suit like that in there, us?
That doesn't,
No?
the mask is what's really helping you in those low levels,
Okay.
right? If it's a cloud, that doesn't help you, and neither does the Class A very much. If it's a cloud, we want to ventilate before we even go in with Class A.
Okay.
Hey, so there's the turnout suits is like level C. You do consider, we do too at ASCII. It's level C. So they got a respirator on, or SCBA on, so they got air, and they got a mask, and they got full skin coverage in their bunker gear. Understand that bunker gear is a really protected clothing. It protects from heat, fire, and it really will protect well from ammonia. This is a level B here. This is not fully encapsulated. The tank's still on that side. Your mask is out. If you put a level A on, you wouldn't necessarily put this Tyvek suit on, but you put the tank and the mask on, and then you put a suit over that fully closes, encapsulates you inside it. So you get 2 face masks. They're very cumbersome, very difficult to use. So when we start talking about doing entry for rescue, what we're hoping to do is make it a viable situation for them to use this gear, because they have dispensation, that they're firemen, they're there to rescue. If he deems it safe for his people, then they can do a rescue in those. Now, I don't know what it is in Canada, but in the States, you don't even have to have readings to be reality for rescue. You can just go do the rescue and get it over with. That's your only move, though, is rescuing out.
So if the PPE is not too high, and we're really well organized, we call them, they come with that basic suit, kind of, and they can go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can still save people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, the level B is what we do in the States a lot. You guys don't run level B, do you?
Yeah. And ours are encapsulated though as well.
Oh, that's A then, right?
It's
Oh,
a level
really?
B. It's a level B, but it's encapsulated just because SCBAs are expensive. You don't want to ruin the expensive equipment when all it is a little extra.
Okay.
But the same permeability as a level A.
Okay. But it's a fully encapsulated suit.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are a little bit different, it doesn't matter, and that level of PPE will give you that protection for higher levels of ammonia for respiratory, skin, and everything else, but it's not going to protect you from fire. So that's when that flammability range we talked about earlier. So if they come in, not only is he not viable for the range of flammability, they ain't going in because they're not going to risk their suit. Okay? So we've got to be able to understand, we've got to get those levels dropped so they can make the rescue in this. They can't go into any level here, well, they might be able to, but they're not going to go into any level in this if it's not viable. You got to make it viable. So make it simple on yourself. You're trying to drop the levels to save you guys' lives. So get these levels dropped. And then when they show up, give them that information and let them make the choice of doing rescue or not. But if I did that, what I asked you to do right now, odds are you're going to get a rescue done. Okay? But if you don't have any way of telling them that the levels are dropped, you're not going to get there. So that was the green section. So we have the first section was discovery, and with the green section was the initial response. And then we have the red section, which is sustained response. Sustained response. That is when they are going in the level A suits to go isolate the problem inside the building or inside the hot zone. And that's going to do what, gentlemen? Take a long time. So you guys, ICs, if it isn't stopped, so we got them out because I had fans in place. And the fans are helping, but the leak's still going on. So now we got them out. You've given a CAN report. We've done all these beautiful things. We stepped through this, but it's still leaking. It ain't going away. It seems to just keep going on. Believe me, it'll seem like forever if you have 20 minutes of straight leak, because it's just getting worse. At this point, they're going to make entry. They're going to get their level A suits out here, and they're going to get their team available. Now, do you guys all have the ability to be level A, or do you have a hazmat team specified for that?
There's some of us that are hazmat technicians.
Okay.
And
you must be one of those, the way
we're both hazmat techs. I've also got the hazmat advanced life support.
Okay. And they're going to take the time to suit up and have an incident. Did you hear earlier when the captain talked about incident action plan? They're going to develop a plan before entry. They're going to set up decon before entry. They're going to have 2 in and 2 out before entry. They're going to have communications before entry. And all these things are going to occur. It's going to take time. But now think about something. At this point, everybody's in a safe location. Everybody that's injured is gone. Now we're doing sustained response. Just don't get excited. Let them do their job. But be with them at this point. You need to be able to explain to them, if they went in and said, we came out and, well, right in the middle, there's one of those, I think, compressor things. I'm not telling you because you may know more than this, but what do we do with it? It's leaking out of the side of that machine. Oh, we're out by the shaft? Yeah, well, it's a shaft seal. Okay. Yeah, there's 3 valves we need to shut on that compressor to do it. There's an oil return, there's the discharge and the suction. By the way, here's a picture. Here's where they are. If you had a picture, I could show you which valves to shut. What would you do? It'd be awesome. And it is. But you got to build those things. And that's where today I wish I had more time with you and I want to work with you guys further. Just start getting some pictures of our machine. Get with your contractor and say, if I had to isolate this compressor, that, you have a chiller there, right, with vessels. How do I isolate the condenser? And build pictures and draw arrows and descriptions of how to isolate that. So during the event, we can sit down and discuss in a safe location what we need to do. Because these guys in a hazmat suit can do anything you need them to do. All they need from you is knowledge. So give them that knowledge.
What if, 10 years ago, I did a pre-plan for here on the ammonia.
Really?
And yeah, I got a PowerPoint, but it's 10 years old. Pictures of everything.
When this was built?
Yeah, it's when it was first came in, about a year or 2 after. So
I had no idea.
I'll send it to you guys. I'll send it to you guys, and you guys can revamp it for us. But I probably haven't seen it in 8 years.
Yeah.
But we've talked a few times. We've gone over it with the guys at the fire hall.
Yeah, I've been here 10 years and I had no idea.
Yeah.
There's
maybe 12 years ago.
Maybe Mike knew it existed. Like, yeah, because this was built like 11 years ago. It was right before
Was
I
it
got
11
here.
years ago? So it's probably 10 years, 9 or 10 years ago that I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm sending in, this picture isn't right, I mean, it's just drawing, but if I had a drawing compressor and 3 valves I need closed, and I can show them that. Take it one step further, if you had a valve, you know, a normal valve has a handle on it, right? With a stem to the valve, right? So you just turn the valve handle, right? But on refrigeration, we have some of these valves with that stem coming out, has nothing on it.
How often they're covered.
And, that's where I was going next, and it's got a seal cap over it.
Yeah.
And we had events where fire departments have been sent in, turn the valve all the way in and it'll close it. They came out and said it's stripped. No, it wasn't. They turned the seal cap. Actually, the seal cap would be square, with be able to put a wrench on it. And when I tell industry that, they're like, oh, what the hell? It's a steel cap. Nobody told those guys that. You go hook up a fire hose to that truck or engine. You go figure that out. I bet you can't do it because you haven't done it unless you're a fireman. But the bottom line is it's our different trades. We have to share with them the information that's pertinent to them. We're asking them to run your system. And whether you do refrigeration or not, it's yours. You have to be able to describe that to them. If you're going to rely on a contractor, don't rely on a contractor getting there very quick. Because I've been to events that it's 4 or 5 hours from the time they had to leave. I'm in a different city. I'm not an emergency responder. I'm not sitting in a station eating cake like these guys are.
Just pie today.
Pie. By the way, the only fire department come as you saw today, feed them. Give them ice cream, good food, they'll show up. These guys have to cook for themselves, and some of the firemen can't cook very well, so they like good food. I'm kidding. But it's true, though. Anyway, I've eaten a lot of firehouses. So show them how to do these things. That's all I'm saying in that sustained response. That's your job. Their job is to make the entry, but you got to make their entry effective. Because I know a lot of fire departments that have a level A team on site that never make an entry. You know why? Because nobody can tell them what to do. And I know level A teams have been made entry and made entry and made entry in Phoenix so much that they had to get a semi-truck with a reefer on it to cool off the level A team because the guys were overheating. And nothing was getting done. Because there was no plan made. They were trying like hell. They were on the wrong machine one time. They got in there, didn't have a ladder to reach it. They got the ladder in, there was oil on the floor. One of the guys went down. This thing went to a mess because nobody had a plan. It's your plan you got to build. I can help you with that outside of this. I wish I had time to get more detailed, but I don't right now, but I will help you with that. So that's the sustained response. Now they go through the sustained response and they finally get it isolated and the levels drop. Now we're in termination. That's your fourth phase, the orange. Okay, in the termination phase, you're going to undo what you did. If you sheltered the school, you need to get those people out of there. By the way, remember that, because we had a fire department shelter a school, and the chief forgot. It was a big event, and they finally got done, and they terminated and went home, and facility terminated, and they were still there trying to figure out what to do with the mess, and people started calling. Why the hell can't our kids go home? We called back and said, hey, can we talk to the chief? Well, no, we call 911. Why don't you talk to the chief? They finally got the whole thing together, and the chief goes, oh my God. We'll get that taken care of. So, but who did the facility, or who did the parents remember? They didn't remember the fire department, they remembered you guys. You're the ones that are going to get blamed for that. Make sure the fire department signs off on a termination. You want to know when they terminated? During this event, you should have been taking notes, timelines of when things occurred. It's not so bad up here in Canada. If you don't get that right in the States, you're going to get fined. If your times don't match with when things really occurred, they're going to fine you. I don't know how it is in Canada, but keep track of what's going on. Get them to sign off on that, and then you sign off. But I want you to understand something, both of you guys. You just had an event back here, and they terminated, things are better. That doesn't mean when you terminate, you put everything back to normal. You can put stipulations on it, but put things back in place. Let's say your sheets are still in good condition, you can still skate, and we can get part of the system running. We could say, well, we're going to restart with the isolation still in place, that compressor locked out, nobody goes out back, no more parking out back, we're going to do this and do this right. You can put those kind of stipulations. Everybody has to wear PPE. Is there never a time to consider PPE? By the way, as a plant person, you determine what level of PPE they're going to put on. But you only wear masks, so it's a pretty easy decision for you. Either work without a mask if it's low enough, or work with a mask up to the height and then get the hell out. These guys, as incident commander, have to decide what level of PPE to use all the time. Okay? So keep all these things in mind, okay? And that's termination. Do you think that a checklist, keeping you in phase with the phases of response, keeping you in place, is an important thing to have? Once again, a gal that I know at ConAgra, Pam Weston, runs every one of their drills every year. One day we did a drill. We were out in the plant. They didn't tell her we were going to run a drill. She left all her books in the room. We started running the drill and she went all to hell. About a couple minutes into the drill, the maintenance manager leaned over to me and goes, Scott, what's wrong with her? I said, no, she works for you. About that time, she reached over to the guy next to her and she slapped him on the shoulder. She said, go in the classroom and get my books now. And I was going. This woman meant business. And they brought back a book to her and she put her hands on what she physically go, I need you over here. I need you doing this. By the way, I need you to make some phone calls for me. Because she had something to go off of. And I've watched people on tabletop drills sit at tables with all this in front of them going, yeah, I need to do this. What would I do about... It's right there in front of you. Look at what you've got in front of you. And the reason we made colors on this isn't because we like pretty colors. Because this is not site-specific, is it? Does this tell you anything about your facility? It tells you about what an emergency event's going to do, but there's nothing about your facility in here. But now, if you took the information needed to do all the steps in the blue section, and you built a blue playbook, when you're an incident commander, you grab this in your blue playbook, and you got all the information you need. Fire department shows up, I set a 100-foot zone, here's what it looks like. I should have projection action distance of 500 feet. Here's what it looks like. Now we've got good information to share with each other. We get our our evacuation shelter in places. So when these guys show up and they say, where are your people? We got them all accounted for. Where are they at? They're all inside the ice rink. Oh, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Well, ammonia leaks out back. We got them sheltered. This is our plan. Here's the document. They're going to follow you. Okay? You have a green playbook that has a CAN report in it. It helps you get that CAN report built out. It also talks about simple and has your shutdown procedures. If you have a computer system on your new system where you can remotely do it in your office, There's systems you can control right from your office, but you won't describe that. And in there you would have, in your red playbook, you'd have all those drawings and pictures. Don't give them just drawings, give them pictures. Show the valve. Show a picture of the valve with the cap on, picture of the seal cap off, and here's the right tool to do it. Anybody can do that.
We use the pictures in our for our checklist for our trucks, so that our volunteers and everyone knows exactly what things are supposed to look like in the back, where to go. It has made life so much easier.
All right.
Guys, ask a quick question, Scott?
I wish you would.
So earlier you said, like, when Dylan and Ryan are on the ground and you have fans on them, are those fans a control or a containment since you're blowing ammonia away from them? Like, have you kind of contained the scene because you...
A fan's never containment.
Okay.
A fan is always to move the ammonia.
So it's a control.
Yes, and it's very effective. In fact, for you guys, positive pressure ventilation fans, you got them. If you ever have to work with ammonia, put them in your back. If you're doing that rescue, put that fan at your back, get somebody to move it in at your back. They will tell you not to move the fans running. I get it. Or people tell you a lot of things in life. But if you put that fan at your guys' back with your turnouts, there's very little chance you'll get hurt. You know how positive pressure fans work. They work really well, so keep that in mind. That's that checklist. So build playbooks that match the playbook, or playbooks that match the checklist. And then in the back, you've got your ability to understand what positions you need. We have a facility that will not go to work every day unless on their board, when you walk in their maintenance area, it says IC for the day. And it's written on there before they start shift. But what about off shifts for you guys? Who's incident command then? You know, who's going to take care of those problems then? How does that happen? And I don't know, and we don't have time to do it today. But if the minute you say, well, that'll never happen, or, well, if there's nobody here, who gives a damn? Those are the times you're going to be in trouble, right? So start planning for this. But as my friend John Sherrill says, you don't eat the elephant in one bite. Eat the elephant one bite at a time. So just take a step today. You already have. And everybody in this room needs to feel safer today because of the discussions that you as a team had. You need to feel safer because a year ago, 2 of your guys went and tried to find more information. You need to feel safer tomorrow when you take that shut-off exhaust fan and you go a step further by setting some parameters on it. When you find out the information on your detection systems, what does alarms really mean? When you build a new system or you get the new, all these are steps. When you check and make sure a shower, you got indoor showers, you're going to move somebody to that shower. Is it viable? And what's your plan? How are you going to clear that locker room? What's the closest locker room? Because you want to clear that locker room if you're going to use that as decon. And by the way, that information needs to get to whoever's at the gate to meet the fire department, doesn't it? If the paramedics thing can get into you guys safely from the right side of the building, get in there and get the person out. Okay? These are all things you need to plan for. Is there a lot to think about? Without these kind of tools, good luck. And we're not that special at ASCII. This is stuff that everybody knows. Heck, the fire department knows 90% of this without me telling them. But we took it and we put it in a digestive format that you can use as a template to build a good response. Okay? Now, while you're sitting in this room, we've done all this today. And you've had some really great questions.
I got another one.
Yes, hold on. I know it's tough, man. Hold on. And I know a lot of you are new to refrigeration, you're new to this facility, and this might all be overwhelming. Don't feel overwhelmed. Feel happy you've learned today. Nobody can take knowledge away from you, by the way. The best thing you can do in your life is build up here, because they can do a lot of bad stuff to you in life. Nobody can take this away. Okay, so take this knowledge and go with it. Learn with it. You might be the plant manager of a facility someday. If you get good at this, you're going to be worth something for this. So just keep learning from this stuff. And understand that you may never play part in this, but you might have problems at home with your children. You might have a kid sick. You might have a fire home. This works there. So look over this stuff. If you just look at it today and don't look at this again, we have people we train every year, and they look at their stuff once a year. They put their suits on once a year, and they suck just as bad every year. You got to build from today. And I'm preaching, I know I am. Now we'll get to your question. You were really good there, man. That was awesome. You held back really well. Go ahead.
I'm not giving up because of my French brain. I need to understand what you say. You talk about a little bit, you open something. So let's put a scenario. RC can. Sorry, maybe you said it before, I didn't get it. There's two guys down, okay? And you're talking about ventilation. So for me, I open that door, there's a ventilation. Boom. And it's go on the wall, there's ventilation. But if I open that door and that ammonia go in the air, now I'm more in trouble because I'm thinking about my two guys. If I release the air, it's going to help those guys down. Shut that door, then we move on and we call. Does it make sense or no at all?
Well, I'm not sure. You said a lot of things there. So remember, when I responded, this is the correct way to do it. When I responded, what did I take with me? My mask. If the door is closed and you see ammonia boiling out of there,
I see my two guys are down. And I know because you're talking about ventilation. So for me, ventilation, there's a switch on the wall.
I know, but let me finish. If I put the mask on, I've got skin coverage.
I have no mask.
Well, if the door's closed, you're not going to open that door.
Okay, at all. Perfect. That's all.
You're not going to do that. And
So
you wouldn't know
there's nothing else I can do for those guys except start to call and...
Without a mask, if it's that bad, probably not.
Okay, but when you talk about ventilation, how you want us to do ventilation in that room?
Well, you got your fan. You don't have a portable fan.
But portable fan, I have to open the door? Put a portable fan in here?
But you don't have a mask, so you're not going to do anything.
Okay, so I'm not even at that step. I need the mask first before the ventilation.
Those fans should already be going, because are they not tied into our high-load system? Yeah, so those fans that you would be able to turn on should already be going. And to be able to get an external fan in there and open the door, then you
Now I'm starting to understand his question. I think I've been missing the question, and I apologize.
It's okay.
I get tired too.
Because
So,
yes, but that switch can be on automatic, and if by any chance the guy is make a mistake and he turn the switch down, it's not automatic no more. It goes to manual.
No,
So for me, it was like flip it up.
No, even if it's on manual, it should still come on when they pile
When
on.
there's something.
Pile on.
Okay, bypasses everything. See, I know it's not. Okay, so this takes
But I
this
still
question.
need a mask. I still need a mask.
This takes your question. Well, if you're going to go into any levels that you know are known levels of ammonia, unless you have a meter and you know it's under 25 parts, yes, you have to map a mask on. If you're not fit tested or ready to do that, then your job is to back off and get the person that can do that and trigger do that to do it. But let's step back. So we asked a question that was a broad question. Let's take it down to reality. Okay, here at this plant, those guys are actually down there. Let's say the door's closed. I know they're in there because I saw them go in. They never came out. And we know we have an ammonia leak. The alarm's going off high level.
I saw them.
The fans are automatically on then, right? Those fans, if they're not adequate, that's when you could put a mask on and open the door and put a positive pressure ventilation fan in if you have one, but if you don't. So now let's go back to this. Why don't we go out and find out? Does that fan come on? Will it come on? Will it clear? Put a smoke bomb in there. See what happens. Test that. Is the fan big enough? If it's not big enough, what are we going to do? And come up with some plans. I can't tell you today in any event what you're going to do because I don't know. But you're not going to open a door with ammonia behind it with no mask on if you want to stay healthy. No matter what's happening to these poor guys.
Okay, I thought for me, like, if this fan was not on, for me it was kind I'm not going to say, hey guys, what's going on? It was more like, close the door and run. And, sorry, that's the way I see it.
No. And you're not wrong. You're just, we don't want to do that. We want to do it safely.
Okay.
But that's why we're here, right, Randy, is to build this plan. And that's a great question. So what you just did for your team is important because you're bringing up possibilities. Now, what's the answer to that possibility? You'll figure that out. And if you don't have an answer and you get to a point, you're like, we want to do this, is this right? Then you call people like me, you call people like the fire department, and you start tying to people and say, this is what we're planning. Does this make sense to you? And we get you the answers and we build from there. Right now today, if there are people down there, doors are closed, that fan's going to be on, it's going to be ventilating. I'm getting the fire department here as quickly as I can. Who in here is fit testing to wear a mask? Anybody? I thought some of you were.
We're fit tested for respirators, but not full face. So just the half mask.
I'm just going to tell you my personal opinion. This isn't code, regulation, or anything else. Throw the half mask out the window. Yeah. Those are for painting.
Well,
that's what we use them for.
Yeah. Keep them for painting, but for ammonia response, you need a full face. Because you're not protecting your eyes. You could put
You
goggles.
have the full face, but you haven't been fit tested for it?
No, we don't have.
But you don't have the full face mask at all?
So right now, you guys are going to rely on that little fan and hope to God those guys do rescue. So I use this scenario to teach a broad topic today. But in reality, now you're bringing it back to reality, which you have to do, and we just found a possible issue. I'm not going to freak out over that. I'm just going to say today, if this occurs, hopefully that fan's adequate. I need these guys here as soon as possible, and you're going to rely on them to make a choice on whether this is viable or not. They've been at the training day. They've been through trainings before, obviously. You can tell by what their knowledge is. They're going to make a good choice of where those people are. But I'll tell you what, rescue is, and I shouldn't bring rescue into the class sometimes because it gets emotional even though you don't know it's getting emotional because it's people orientated. And when somebody's down, we want to help them. But victim upon victim upon victim doesn't help anybody. They had a leak in a ship, and I need to get moving on. You get a leak in a ship in India, maybe, or maybe Singapore, I don't know, it doesn't matter where. And the guy was looking in the hold and he saw a guy down. He went in after him. His partner's behind him, yelled, hey, somebody's down. He goes in. He goes down, his partner goes in. They just rattled him in there. 7 people died. They said it was ammonia. It was actually Freon. They just kept going in, one answer after another, stacking them up 7 in a row. That's what we can't do. Okay, how far are you guys out from this response to this facility?
Yeah, if we had a full-time department, we'd be pretty quick, but we could be up to 10 minutes from getting 2 extra people on the truck. Because there's 2 of us in the hall at a time that can just go if it's a medical, but we gotta wait for 2 more if it's alarms or a hazmat call.
I would definitely look at my fan systems if you're ways out before you get the replacement. I would maybe put a bigger fan in now. It's a tough decision to make, especially if you're going to throw it away. So if you're going to do that, you might look at possible ventilation that can be used somewhere else. That fan's pretty small. I don't know if it would handle the full release of that system or not.
This kind of ties us out. If there's like a small leak going on and these 2 guys are down, do you then make the choice to release the atmosphere up the stack? To relieve all that ammonia
There you
in the
go.
room?
Now, see, we just did planning right there. Yes, in fact, back to you. Now, I didn't even think about this, and I saw it yesterday. Instead of that fan, maybe you go, well, you give a Jeff, and you immediately start dumping that system. It's outside, at least it's not on those guys. Now, I'm not saying that's the right move. There's another option, isn't it?
But maybe that's the best option if there are 2 guys down.
Yeah.
If the fan's gonna go, then you release, then at least you take everything out. So give those 2 guys a break, I guess, for their help until those guys show. No?
And we got to step 1 step back, and I got to get the test with you guys. I'm never going to make my flight tonight. I don't know if we're going to get to that ammonia release today, and I really feel bad about that. Get a meter. When you get yours working, get it tested out and calibrated. Go in there and just bump it up to about 50 parts, 25. Just make a deal, 25, because that's legal for you guys. And let your people smell it. Just step in, step out. Take a wet rag with you.
How many people have smelt it? Like in that ballpark? So.
But then they'll know it's 25, or right around there. And then give them a wet rag. Everybody take a wet rag with you. Put the wet rag over your face. Smell it normally, put the wet rag, and watch the difference. Because it's a way, I'm never telling you to go in and play pinochle with a wet rag, okay, or rescue somebody with a wet rag. What I'm telling you is escape with a wet rag. Okay, so if you have a bucket of water every time you work in there, since you don't have a mask with rags in it, it gives you another chance to get out. And then
in the meantime, until we get the full face masks, I tested out one of those half masks, and like I couldn't get a whiff of anything.
No, and a half mask is perfectly fine for respiratory.
Yeah, it doesn't do you anything for your eyes.
And that's my problem with that at the moment.
Yeah.
So what you could do initially too is just get some good non-vented goggles, and then you actually, but now your face can get burned.
Yeah.
And for me, it doesn't really matter. I'm already ugly, but for beautiful people in the world, you don't want to burn your face up either. Okay. So here we've made some plans.
I think we'd already identified that we needed masks, full face, but we just haven't gone down that road yet.
And I hope I didn't open a can of worms for you guys. That wasn't my intent.
No, we've been intending to.
But I would stand very strong on another point, is this oil draining, and you don't engage your systems a lot. First off, the mask should be with everybody when they enter that room. If not on, with them. And if they're doing oil draining, they should have the mask on every time. And wear the mask till the oil draining's done. Because oil draining can go wrong. And then you've got to start thinking about what you contractors to do when they work on the system. I'm going to tell you something. Every single injury and death in ammonia have one thing in common. Not too low a PBE. That's a falsehood. A, B, C, D. Having full face mask on, nobody gets injured. Nobody. Without it, people get dead. So you make your choices. But I'm going to put that mask on. Believe me, I didn't do it because I was told not to. But I put it on one day in particular just because I felt really uncomfortable with the situation I was in. And it went wrong. And I remember I felt 12 foot tall. Because when I first jumped back, I was like, oh my God, here I go. Shit, I got my mask on. This is cool. I reached over and put the cap back on, tightened it up, climbed down, got the forklift drivers out, told the owner. Let's get this test done. Get that out of here. I don't care. Listen up close. You guys, if you want to stay, if you got to go, I saw you looking at watches.
We got to pick up a truck pretty quick.
Okay. I'll give you one of these. If you can stay with us, great. If not, take it with you.
We'll stay until it gets hard.
We're going to go over it.
You don't
need one? You're asking for a test? Oh, man, you're a good man.
Yeah, I don't wear my married glasses.
All right.
I emailed the bench
All right, everybody listen up now. Does everybody listen to me? All right. We're not listening. I have a saying that I stole from somebody else. We have 2 ears and one mouth. You need to listen twice as much as you talk. And I fail that every day. No, I'm not trying to be rude. So let's go through this, put your name on. I don't care about mailing address to you, Randy, because you're getting these. Dan, you're the only one here from your facility. But make sure these get to Randy afterwards. I do need the evaluation at the end. And fill that out. That goes to me. You don't have to put your name on the evaluation. Let's go through these questions. So, number 1. And I want somebody in the class to answer this. We'll do this as a team, but I need answers from the class. Anhydrous ammonia is considered a highly corrosive acid and is on the lower half of the pH scale 4. False. Why is it false? Where is it really acid?
0.3.
It's not an acid. That's good enough, and it's on the higher end, not the lower end. Okay, so it's false. Number 1 is false. Number 2.
It'll be acid.
The term IDLH means 550 parts per million of NH3 ammonia, and it is instantly deadly and lethal to humans. Does that sound right or false?
False.
What is the IDLH? What is the number?
27.
We're failing miserably here, guys.
7,000.
We're guessing 300. Remember, IDLH is 300. Remember the rules apply? 300 parts per million, it's immediately dangerous to life and health, not deadly and lethal. Number 3, the initial size up of an ammonia release requires that the plant IC establish initial isolation zone, which is 100 feet for small release and 500 for large. If you looked in your blue section of your 30-minute plan, it would say those. We went over those, and that's a true statement. Number 4, it is extremely important to immediately initiate water flushing as a method of decontamination for someone contaminated by ammonia liquid or aerosol. Flushing should continue for 15 to 30 minutes, and all contaminated clothing, including socks and boots, must be removed. True. 5, the plant incident commander must be capable of using the incident command system to safely engage plant emergency plan. That's a U.S. thing. Yes, in the U.S. you have to be able to do that. It's a mandate. You guys may not be mandated, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't use the IC system, you're missing the opportunity. So true is the answer on that one. 6, if Plan IC engages with an incident action plan with entry, which you guys don't do, but they have to be 24-hour trained, and they have to maintain an 8 every year in the States. That's a true statement. It doesn't pertain to you guys, just put true. But just understand in the States, we have to be tech trained to make entry. And we do entries in the states, level B, level A, at facility. Some are good, some aren't. I don't believe in level A for nobody, but you guys. Facility people don't operate real well in level A. Number 7 is permissible. This is a crazy question because think about what it's saying. It's permissible for an incident commander to require an employee to attempt a task during an emergency that is beyond his or her level of ability. Do you ever give anybody a job they can't do? No. I guess if you want to kill them. Number 8. This is an NRC one, and just put true. I don't need to explain it. That's the one where you have to report within 24 hours. This is just kind of for review right now anyway. Decontamination of a victim of a vapor exposure. No skin or eye injury. Just vapor, just gas. May be performed with an exhaust fan, while decontamination of a victim of an aerosol release, liquid or eye burns is true. You can use air for decon. You're not even going to do it because you guys aren't going to be in high enough levels to worry about it. But for your turnouts, air is good enough. I mean, I hate seeing turnouts get washed. I've seen it a few times, like, ugh. Especially your SCBAs. I don't like that. Now, we talked about flammability, and it says on 10, a hazard analysis would reveal concern for flammability to say if entry into the engine room were considered while vapor concentration was 20,000 parts and increasing. So it's at the 2% and going up. You'd be worried about flammability, wouldn't you? So it's a true statement. Yeah. Number 11, if a dense gas cloud of ammonia is moving towards the responder, he or should move laterally and upwind of the release. If a safe refuge shelter is available, the responders should consider moving inside to escape the vapor cloud. True. Number 12, a person escaping from an ammonia vapor can cover his or his face with a towel, and if they were in a bathroom, turn on a shower. I paraphrase. 100% true. The shower turning on will drop the levels in that room immediately. In Minot, they told everybody to go in their bathrooms, close the doors, turn the shower on, put a wet towel at the bottom of the door, and put a wet rag on your face. You could stay in a bathroom like that indefinitely, even if the levels are high, because you're keeping the filter going, you're changing the filter, you got a wet towel at the door, it's filtering, and the shower will drop the levels in that room immediately. It's been tested, and tested scientifically. It works great. You guys got a lot of showers around, so that's something that may come into play for you guys. Worst comes to worst, get in the damn shower. Okay? 13, the safety priority for that. The safety priority is that personal safety is paramount, then the team well-being, so all together we can respond to protect others. True. What position should we always fill in an emergency event? Always, every time needed. I see. I have people circle every one of these when we do the tests and say, I'm like, come on guys, one answer. You always need somebody in command. Which of the following is not part of the CAM report? Pretty easy condition. Status of emergency is true. Needs. What do you need? C. Formal accounting of the status offsite receptors is not part of the CAM report. Number 16 is on your, once again, on your documents. We did a little bit of that on there, but level 1 is where it's controlled and contained. Level 2 is controlled or contained. Level 3 is uncontrolled or uncontained. And then level 4 is confined. There is no level 4. D is your answer. We're going to make a level 4. We've decided that we need a level 4. We just haven't clarified it yet. There actually is a locking documentation of level 4. You guys might run into these levels of concern. It's for some of the protocols, and we're going to go to level 4. We haven't done it yet. Which is following is not part of the LANCE acronym. Life safety, that sounds right. Alert, notify, command, confine, and contain. E, engage a contractor to fix the problem. E, I never talked about that today. Now you can use a contractor, but that's not part of LANCE. Which the following is not part of simple. Source ignition, that's right. Isolate the flow of the chemical, you're going to do that. Mitigate the downwind receptor concerns, that sound right? You're going to manage pressure on M. So M is the wrong answer, which is the right answer, which is C. Circle C. Which of the following is not part of the emergency response plan? This is why I never do testing of this. I just end up giving all my answers. I'm not good at doing this, you guys. Where am I at? 19. Which of the following is not part of the emergency response plan? Now let's talk about these. The need to set up safe refuge for people escaping the isolation zone. You need to do that, right? Provide the contact details for everyone in the protective action distance. Does that sound right? No. Good luck with that when you got a couple thousand people in this building. You're not going to do that. B. Yeah, it's B. Which the following is not considered part of a written emergency shutdown procedure. We didn't go over this a lot because you guys don't do a lot of this, but public IC fire officer approval prior to engaging emergency shutdown. We have a problem in states where the fire departments don't understand the need and requirement for us as facilities to shut down our plants. We're getting them to understand it, but it was just a disconnect. That's the reason for the question, because they were thinking, well, that's entry into the hot zone. It's not. You don't enter a hot zone during a shutdown procedure. Once we've got that clarified, everybody's on the same page. Which the following is not included as part of the pre-emergency readiness checklist. Remember that checklist we did on page 25 or whatever at the start of the day? Notification of plant IC, always. Lead responder checkoff of the personal protective equipment required for all operations, true. Location of the nearest emergency shower, I want to know that. Allowing contractor to not follow the SOP, no. Secure facility, contractor comes on site, they need to do what you say. Which of the following is not included as part of the initial hazard assessment by an incident commander or lead responder prior to engaging initial response? You need to know the chemical hazards of the chemical released. You need to know risk for life, environment, and you need to know threats. Remember that, hazard, risks, and threats. B is not part of it. And this is when the fire chief or captain asks you how much have you leaked or how big is the leak. All you do is tell them what you know. It's fairly large. I don't know what we've released, but we have an aerosol cloud. That would be an answer, right? Don't think you need to know the exact amount. Okay, where are we at? 23. C? Okay. Which of the following is not accurate regarding the threats of ammonia? C would be water applied to pool of liquid ammonia is a good idea. Does that sound like a good idea? No. So that's the right answer. Which of the following is not accurate regarding PPE assembly? Now this is an important question, even though it doesn't necessarily pertain to you. The bottom line to this question is there ever a time that you don't consider a level of PPE, depending on the risk, depending on the hazard? No. So the one that says that C, the assembly is fixed on one set of equipment regardless of the threats, is wrong. So it's the right answer. You never have one set on one fixed. You're always moving to what's necessary. Shut up.
Oh, it's your flight. 6:15, plenty of time.
Again, 5 minutes, it says snooze.
6:15, it was supposed to be 7:25.
Oh.
Here you go. Tonight's the beer in Canada, but
Oh no, it's 6:15 my time. It's my computer maybe. I hope. I thought it was 7:25. Now I'm really worried. Oh God. Where are we at? 25. Which of the following is not required procedure emergency response team prior to entering ammonia release? You guys don't enter. This isn't so important. But A is wrong. Always wearing level A PPE assembly is not true. You can wear level B, and we do that. In the States, a lot of the hazmat teams are wearing level B for ammonia every time now. Because if it gets high enough to need level A, they're not going in, period. You guys are encapsulating to protect your equipment, so you're kind of level A all the time anyway, in a sense. Okay, 26, which of the following is not true about the incident termination? A termination means the incident is safe with no need for PPE. Does that sound right? Is there ever a time that, oh gosh, it's all safe, we don't need to wear PPE? I told you Grain Oil you needed PPE, so keep that in mind. That's it. Now, would you please, I'm going to pick up my stuff. Listen up. Please fill out the evaluations. What's most important on the evaluation is if you have any comments, things you want to see, things you liked, things you did not like. Please write those on those. Bring them up, put them face down right here on this desk. And I'm going to pick up my stuff and I'll pick up the evaluations. The rest of you give your tests to Randy. Dan, you take yours with you. Firefighters, take them with you. Keep them in your files. Thank you all. 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 Thank you all.